Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Gary Cooper in The Westerner with Walter Brennan and Doris Davenport. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I have a telegram here from Helen Hayes. She says best wishes to you and the Lux Radio Theater. May your 7th season be so good it surpasses the other 6. That's just like Helen Hayes, wishing good to others. So this seems the right time, Helen, to wish you all success in your new program. But it'll be hard to top the performances you've given us in the past. I'm going to be one of your listeners next Sunday night, September 29th. I wouldn't miss the Helen Hayes opening broadcast on the CBS network for anything in the world. Good luck, Helen. We'll be listening. A few weeks ago, on a flight across this continent, I had a bird's-eye view of the jagged mountains and broad plains, the quiet towns and bustling cities, the haystacks and the smokestacks. A bird's-eye view of America. It was a panorama of achievement, a vision of freedom fulfilled. There was a script in my hand that went well with what I saw. It was the script of tonight's play, The Westerner, a play about some of the men who dreamed America and made the dream come true. To those men, Samuel Goldwyn paid a tribute in his motion picture just released, and to them we dedicate this radio production with the same stars you'll see on the screen: Gary Cooper, Walter Brennan, and Doris Davenport. The Westerner is a story of the march of empire toward the setting sun, of men who shoot first and ask questions later. It's the story of one man in particular in this rough scramble for land and power, a man with a sense of justice and a way with a gun. His name is Cole Harden, and he's played tonight by Gary Cooper. Ordinarily, Gary is no easier to pin down for a date at a microphone than he is for a speech at a banquet. But this time, I had him right in the cast of my Northwest Mounted Police, and I got my man. We're proud to present a play like The Westerner because it's part of the old American tradition, and it's brought to you by a modern American tradition, Lux Toilet Soap. We think that American women are the most beautiful women in the world, and we're mighty proud that so many of them use Lux Toilet Soap to help them stay that way. As our curtain rises, it's a signal for action, romance, and excitement. We begin Act 1 of The Westerner, starring Gary Cooper as Cole Harden, with Walter Brennan as Judge Roy Bean, and Doris Davenport as Jane Ellen Matthews. In the throes of rebirth, after the war between the states, America moved west, where the land was free. First came the cattlemen, and with them, Judge Roy Bean, who took the law into his own hands, administering justice according to his lights. His court was a barroom. His sentences were swift and to the point, the strong limb of a tree and 6 feet of rope. Then into his stronghold moved another army, the homesteaders, who plowed the soil and fenced the fields to bring security to their wives and children. War was inevitable, a war out of which grew the Texas of today. And the bloodiest battleground of that war was west of the Pecos.
Quiet! Quiet! This is a hanging, not a shindig. All set, Judge. We're ready to swing the homesteader.
Shad Wilkins, you've been tried and found guilty of the most serious crime west of the Pecos. To wit, shooting a steer. Got anything to save yourself before the sentence this court's executed?
I told you those cowherders shot at me first. I didn't mean to kill that steer on purpose. I was aiming at the man.
It's your bad luck you missed him. That's the trouble with you sodbusters. You can't shoot straight. But when I move that horse out from under you, by gobs, you'll hang straight. Shad Wilkins, may the Lord have mercy on your soul. Ha! All right, boys. Everybody over at the bar. The drinks are on me.
That's what I like to hear. Come on over to the bar, fellas.
Now, I'll propose a toast to the greatest woman in the world. There's a picture right up there. To the fairest flower that ever bloomed. Miss Lily Langtree.
Here's out, Judge.
Hold it, boys, hold it. You there, stranger. Why ain't you drinking? Didn't you hear the toast?
Yes, to Lily Langtree. I thought you meant your friends. I didn't know that included me.
And that includes every man that drinks at my bar.
Yeah, glad to join you. Have you ever met Miss Langtree, Judge?
No, I never met her. I never met the sun, I never shook hands with the moon, and I've never been introduced to no clouds.
Hey, that's all right. Too bad Lily Langtree couldn't have heard that.
Did you ever see her?
No, I was in England once when she was playing at the Empire, but I didn't get around to it.
Oh, you was in England once, and you could have seen her, but you never got around to it, huh? Get out of my bar.
Huh? Well,
Get out of my bar. Go on, get.
yeah, sure. I didn't
Go
do
on.
anything. I just... Yes, sir.
To the Jersey Lily, boys. Miss Lily Langtree.
Whoa.
Yeah. What's going on out there, Chickenfoot?
Looks to me like Blackjack's bringing in another prisoner.
Prisoner, huh? Hand me my law books under the bar.
Get in there, go on, keep moving. Give us room, boys.
What you got there,
A
Blackjack?
horse thief, Judge.
Prisoner to the bar. Chickenfoot, the law.
Order in the court. Hear your court of vinegaroon now in session.
Where's the prisoner? Which one's the prisoner?
I guess you're talking about me. Are you Judge Bean?
That's right. Why?
Well, nothing much. I've heard of you.
So is a lot of people. What's the charge, Blackjack?
We caught him on Chickenfoot's horse that was stole last week.
A horse Pete? Where's he at?
Right outside.
Let me see. Well, so it is. Pete.
Guess we got a case, all right. People of Vinegaroon again. You can use any name you like.
Cole Harden.
What are you doing in Vinegaroon?
Oh, just passing through.
Homesteader?
No.
Where do you hail from?
Well, no place particular.
Where you heading for?
No place special.
Oh, saddle bum, huh? Well, it's all right to live on a horse if it's your own horse. Chickenfoot, swear him in.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth shall help you? Take off your hat.
Now, Cole Harden, I'll tell you.
Here, let me
Just a
in.
minute.
Here, order. What do you want in here?
Are you Bean?
Yes, ma'am, Judge Roy W. Bean.
My name's Jane Ellen Matthews.
Yes, Miss Matthews, what can I do for you?
What have you done with Shad Wilkins?
Shad Wilkins?
He was working in the fields when some of your wranglers came up and took him away.
Shad Wilkins. Oh, yeah. He was hanging around out here a while back, but he ain't around now.
Your men not only took him away, but they tore down the fence. Not a stick of it was left standing.
That's so.
Yes, that's so, and you needn't pretend you don't know about it.
Well, it don't surprise me none. It's against the law to build fences hereabouts.
What law? Whose law?
Mine?
Now you listen to me, Mr. Bean.
Judge Bean.
You're no more a judge than I am.
I wouldn't say that if I was you. I might consider it contempt of court.
It's contempt, all right. You call this a court?
I do, and it happens to be in session right now. Southeast, get the young lady a chair. Now you sit down, Matthews, and I'll tend to your case in a minute. Cole Harden, you're charged with stealing a horse. Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Where's Exhibit A?
Huh?
Where's the horse? Bring in the horse, Chickenfoot.
Oh, yeah, sure. Look out.
Miss Matthews, when cattle can't get to water, they die.
There's miles of river on each side of our homestead.
This country's unfenced rangeland. It always was and always will be.
Get in there. Oh, man. Whoa. All right, Judge, there he is. Whoa, boy. Whoa.
Cole Harden, it's my duty to inform you that the larceny of an equine is a capital offense, punishable by death. But you can rest assured that in this court, a horse thief always gets a fair trial before he's hung. Chickenfoot, that's your horse?
Oh, sure he is.
Ownership of the horse clearly established. It belongs to Chickenfoot. That's my ruling.
Well, I don't contest it, Your Honor. Maybe the horse does belong to Chickenfoot here, but I didn't steal it.
How'd you get it then?
I bought it.
Order in the court. That all you got to say?
That's all.
No, it's not. I'm not going to stay here and see anybody railroaded like this.
Miss Matthews, I don't recollect you as summoned as a witness in this trial.
What kind of a trial is it when a prisoner isn't even allowed to have anybody speak for him?
You an attorney, miss?
I'm as much an attorney as you are a judge.
You know this man?
No, I don't.
Ever seen him before?
No, but...
Can you prove he didn't steal the horse?
No, but...
Then he don't need no lawyer. This man was caught in a stolen horse, and in this jurisdiction, that's pretty facey evidence. The case is closed, and that's my ruling.
Yes, and it's just like all your rulings.
The courtroom will now be cleared of everybody excepting the judge, the jury, the prisoner, and the witnesses. I guess that means you, Miss Matthews.
I'll go. I don't want to see any more. Murder, that's what it is. This man hasn't got a chance, and you know it. But you never give anybody a chance. You didn't give us one when you stampeded the cattle over our crops. You thought you'd starve the homesteaders out, but you didn't. You can pester us and rob us and kill us, but you can't stop us. Because there'll always be more coming, more and more. And we'll stay on our farms in spite of you and your courtroom and your killers.
By gob, she's all right. She'd make a good cattleman. If it wasn't for Lily, I'd marry her. Gentlemen of the jury, you heard the case, again the accused, pro and con. And now I guess you better retire to consider a verdict. Chickenfoot, you better take Pete out for a little fresh air.
All right. Take him out, Bart. I got work to do. Jury to the rear. Come on now. Come on, Bart. Take him out there. Easy.
You suppose it's all right for the prisoner to take a drink?
Why, sure. We don't aim to inflict no cruel or unusual punishment on a man, even if he is a horse thief.
Join me, Your Honor.
Don't mind if I do. Don't spill none of that liquor, son. It eats right into the bar.
Well, here's to the most beautiful lady. The beautiful lady on the wall, Miss Lily Langtree. Say, is that a bullet in her face?
Yeah, and the man that fired that bullet was hauled out of here feet first.
Is that so? Well, he ought to be. Any man that'd shoot at a picture of Lily Langtree ought to be killed. It's just retribution.
You admire Miss Lily's, too?
Well, that's putting it mildly. She's the most beautiful woman I ever met.
Met? You mean to tell me you met Lily Langtree, the real her in the flesh?
Oh, many times. Wonderful actress.
How'd you get to know her?
Well, that's a long story, Judge. Mighty fine liquor. What do you call it?
A rub of the brush. Go on. Did you get to know her real well?
It's got character.
I said, did you get to know her real well?
Now, Judge, a gentleman never discusses a lady in a barroom.
Who said it's a barroom? This is a courtroom. Tell me, is she as pretty as them pictures?
The picture's never been made that can do justice to Lily Langtree.
See, is she good-natured?
An angel. I'll never forget the night we met.
Yeah? Go on. What's she like?
I'll never forget it as long as I live. You've been down around Llano Bay, ain't you?
Oh, sure.
Well, you know how it is at sunset? You can look out and that water ain't exactly blue, and it ain't exactly purple. It's a kind of color a man can feel, but he can't put a name to.
Yeah?
Well, that's Lily's eyes.
By gobs. How about her hair?
Her hair? Oh, well, that's a tough one, Judge. Well, you know how bright and coppery and gold-like a young chestnut horse is running in the bright sun?
Yeah.
Well, her hair is something like that in the daytime.
You mean it's different at night?
Well, not different, but just sort of more so.
By gobs.
I got a lock of her hair.
But you mean to tell me you actually got the real... well, I don't suppose you'd ever part with that lock of hair, no matter what a man is willing to give.
A man don't trade things like that.
Oh, of course not. See, let's have a look at it.
I haven't got it with me.
Where's it at?
It's with my stuff in El Paso.
El Paso, huh?
Uh-huh.
Suppose you could ride for it?
Sure.
Wouldn't take long to get here by mail coach?
Oh, about 2 or 3 weeks.
2 or 3 weeks, huh?
Yeah, about.
Jury's ready, Judge.
Come on in. Well, what's the verdict?
Why, you know what the verdict is. Guilty.
Haddon, there's only one thing you can do. You're sentenced to hang. That's my ruling. Turn loose the prisoner's hands, boys.
But, Judge, you just ruled that...
I didn't finish my ruling. The court sentenced the prisoner to hang, but the court didn't say when. So long as there's reasonable doubt...
What reasonable doubt, Judge?
We caught him with Chickenfoot's horse.
There ain't any room for doubt.
Order! I've been talking to the prisoner. He's a friend of Lily Langtree's. Stands to reason no friend of Lily Langtree's goes around stealing horses. Leastways, there's a reasonable doubt. His sentence is suspended for 2 or 3 weeks until I can look into the matter further. That's my ruling. Court's adjourned.
The man get a drink now?
Sure he can. Hi, Evans.
Evening, Judge.
What'll it be?
Jersey Lily special.
Ain't seen you for some time, Evans.
Nope. Been up north. Just rode in.
Pardon, mister.
Yeah? What's on your mind?
I heard you say you've been up north. Say, you don't happen to have a twin brother, do you?
No, I haven't.
Then maybe you better pay me that money you owe me.
You're loco, brother. I don't owe you nothing.
You owe me $60.
Get away from me.
$60.
Get away, I tell you.
Say, look, mister, I don't happen to have a gun on me. But I want that money, and I want it now.
Why, you...
Let him have it, Evans.
Give him room, boys. Give him room. You know the rules of the court. court, no interfering in differences of opinion.
Hey, that was pretty nice work, Hardin.
Thanks. Now, with the permission of the court, I'll just take my $60 out of his pocket.
Give me just a minute. I ain't so sure that's legal.
Yeah, well, it is in this case. You see, this friend of yours is the man who sold me that horse.
What? And he's the fellow that stole it from me. Get him up off that floor. I'll knock
Take it easy. Stand right where you are.
Look out, Chickenfoot. He's got you covered.
Put away that gun, Evans.
I'm going out that door. Anybody makes a move, I'll drop him.
That goes double for me. Put down that gun.
I'm warning you.
Come on, you.
Oh. You got him, Judge. Right through the heart.
That's where I aimed. How much he got in his pockets?
Let me see. 50, 60, 80, $84.06.
He's fined $80 for disorderly conduct and $4.06 for carrying concealed weapons. Now you men get some rope and string him up.
String him up? Why, he's dead already.
We hang horse thieves, don't we? String him up like I tell you.
Well, all right.
Hardin, you can have his horse and outfit. Come on, have a drink. Rubber the brush?
Rubber the brush.
Say when, son.
When?
I guess I can match that. When? Well, son, here's to a lock of Miss Lily's hair. That's coming from El Paso.
Right.
Better have another one on that. Make it a good one this time. Say when, son.
When?
Good boy. Say when. Oh.
Morning, Judge. Time to get up.
Huh? Who are you? Who are you?
Sorry if I woke you. I was just leaving.
Oh, you was. Well, what a... Oh, stranger. Come here, quick.
What's the matter?
Straighten out my neck, will you? Grab hold of my head now and jerk it quick. Oh, thank you. Where's my neck? You see, I was hung once, but my friends cut me down in time. Now, when I don't live right, why, the crick comes back on me. Now, who are you, anyhow? What are you doing here?
Well, don't you remember? I'm the fellow that filled out the inside straight on one Chickenfoot's horse. He's waiting outside for me now, saddled and ready to go. Well, so long, Judge. Nice to have met you.
One Chickenfoot's horse. Inside straight. I never saw him before in my life. Man, it's crazy. By gobs, that lock of hair.
Hey, you! Come back here! Come back! Come back, you!
What's all the excitement, Judge?
Get out of my way. I gotta catch that fella. Get me a horse. Anybody's horse, quick. Hey, you! Pull up that horse! Stop, do you hear?
Sorry, Judge. I'm in a hurry.
Pull up that horse, or by gobs, I'll pull you down off it.
Try it.
All right, I will.
Hey, look out! Why, you crazy old...
That lock of hair. Lily's hair. You promised to write to El Paso for it, don't you remember? We drank on it. When are you going to do it, huh? You ain't going to crawfish?
No. The first post office I come to.
Oh, my neck. Straighten her out with you, son. Thanks.
Why, you mangy old scorpion. You might have got us both killed. Here, Pete. Come on, feller. That's a boy. Come on now, easy.
Hey, son. Where you going?
California.
What do you want to go to California for?
See the Pacific Ocean.
It's just like the Gulf down at Atlanta Bay.
It's bigger.
Why don't you stay around Vinegar a while? We could have a lot of fun together, you and me. We could talk about Lily and...
No, I'm on my way.
Listen, it's a great country here west of the Pecos. Fella could really make something of himself. Why, when I first come here, I didn't have nothing. Now I'm boss of the whole section.
That's mighty fine, Judge.
You know, I sort of caught into you the first time I seen you. Why don't you put in with me?
Well, I tell you, Judge, it's nice of you to ask me, but I'm heading for California, and nothing short of hanging can stop me.
Wait a minute. You can't go. You're under suspended sentence for horse stealing.
Why, you hung Evans for that.
You're under suspendence anyhow. Who are you? What do I know about you? How do I know they ain't looking for you? You're under arrest for disorderly conduct, for disturbing the peace, for vagrancy, and you're on your way back to town with me, and that's my ruling.
Sorry, Judge.
Come back here.
Thanks for everything.
Come back or I'll shoot.
No, you won't.
I won't, huh? I'll show you.
So long.
By gobs, he stole my gun.
In a moment, Gary Cooper, Walter Brennan, and Doris Davenport come back to the microphone for the second act of The Westerner. But now, Mr. DeMille has a special guest here on our stage to introduce to you.
Just before our broadcast of September 9th, ladies and gentlemen, the telephone rang and my secretary informed me that Russell Patterson, the famous artist, was calling from New York. I was reasonably certain that Russ didn't want to use me as a model, and he didn't. However, that call led to the appearance here tonight of the lovely Miss Vera Gilmer, the modern cameo girl. Miss Gilmer, will you and Mr. Ruick tell the story from the beginning?
We certainly will, Mr. DeMille, and thank you.
Well, Miss Gilmer, suppose you tell us what you were doing about 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, Mr. Ruick, I was a photographer's model in New York. But it seems like 2 years ago. So much has happened.
Just how did it all happen?
Well, Russell Patterson called me up one day and asked me if I'd like to go to Hollywood. I thought perhaps one of my friends was playing a joke on me, but I said yes anyway. Then I discovered it wasn't a joke at all. He had picked me as the modern cameo girl.
And the trip to Hollywood?
You see, Mr. Patterson listened to the Lux Radio Theater and heard about the Scarlett O'Hara brooches you're offering, and he seemed to think that I was the modern cameo girl.
I quite agree with Russell Patterson.
Well, he telephoned Mr. DeMille from New York and told him about the idea, and it seems that Mr. DeMille said, send her out. So here I am, just after my first trip in a plane, in a TWA Stratoliner at that.
I'll bet that was thrilling. But tell me, isn't that the original Scarlett O'Hara brooch you're wearing now?
No, it isn't. It's one of the brooches you're offering on the program. And I brought along a whole set of matching pieces, a ring, bracelet, pendant, and earrings. And, of course, a brooch to present to Miss Vivian Lee.
What have you been doing since you came to Hollywood, Miss Gilmer?
Well, the first day I was in town, Mr. DeMille asked me to have lunch over at Paramount. After we'd talked for a while, he said he might have a part for me in his next picture, Reap the Wild Wind.
2 weeks ago, a model in New York, and now the modern cameo girl with a chance for a part in a DeMille picture.
I can hardly believe it. But one thing I do know. This Scarlett O'Hara brooch I'm wearing is one of the loveliest jewelry pieces I've ever seen. My friends, among them some of New York's most style-conscious models, have commented on how timely cameo jewelry is and how nicely it fits in with the newest fashions. I just know everyone would like you to tell how to get one of these simulated cameo brooches for themselves.
Well, thank you for coming to the Lux Radio Theater, Miss Gilmer, and good luck with your movie career. Now, here's the way to get a Scarlett O'Hara brooch, designed after the one Vivian Lee wore in Gone with the Wind. I know you'll want one, because it's so rich and distinctive looking. The brooch is simulated cameo, and the pure white head is beautifully contrasted against an ebony background. The lovely gold-finished setting has a classic Grecian border design that tells you right away of the fine craftsmanship that went into the brooch. It has a safety clasp, too. Now, to get this fine, expensive-looking jewelry piece, just buy 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and ask your dealer for a handy order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper and send it with the 3 Lux toilet soap wrappers and 15 cents in coins, no stamps, please, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. I'll repeat that address. Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. Your Scarlett O'Hara brooch will be mailed to you promptly. And with it, you'll receive an illustrated order blank for additional matching pieces. Ring, bracelet, pendant, and earrings. All beautifully designed and all at amazing bargains. Get your Lux Toilet Soap and send the 3 wrappers and 15 cents in coin for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch tomorrow without fail. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Westerner, starring Gary Cooper as Cole Harden, Walter Brennan as Judge Roy Bean, and Doris Davenport as Jane Ellen Matthews. west of the Pecos, the land shall be free for the grazing of cattle. That was Judge Bean's law, enforced by a roaring six-shooter. On the homestead farms, hired hands dropped their tools and ran, leaving the crops to wither in the sun. Only the braver souls remained to plead and beg and fight, and one of these was Jane Ellen Matthews.
You're a coward. That's what you are. Afraid of your own shadows. This is our land. It belongs to us. We have a right to be here, and it's our duty to stay here.
We hired out for farm work, miss, not a civil war. This is no fit place to homestead in.
Land's no good when there's all this lead flying over it.
If you'd shoot back, maybe they'd stop bothering
We
you.
did shoot back.
So did Chad Wilkins, and he ain't a-trying it no more.
Shad Wilkins is only one man. My daughter's right in a lot of ways. She says you've a duty to stay, and it is a duty. To open this country, make it free,
We're
not
sorry,
a lawless...
Mr. Matthews, but we don't want no part of it. Come on, Jack.
And they call themselves men.
I told you what it'd be like, Mr. Matthews. My hands quit the same way yesterday.
But you're going to stay. You're not going to leave Wade.
I own my land. I'll stay all right. But we've got to do something and do it fast, or there won't be a hired hand left in the country.
What can we do?
We can fight fire with fire. There's enough homesteaders left that feel the same way I do. We can give Judge Bean the same thing he gave Shad Wilkins.
No, Wade. That's not the way. Just more killing and more bloodshed. We can't win like that.
Maybe. And I gotta get over to the farm.
Aren't you going to stay for supper?
I'll be back.
Father,
Yes?
you suppose Wade meant what he said?
There's no telling about Wade. I was thinking, though, maybe if some of us did see Roy Bean, appeal to him for justice...
Justice. If you'd seen him yesterday pretending to try that prisoner. Well, the man didn't have a chance. He...
What's the matter?
Oh, that man. The one I was just... I saw him plain as day looking in the window.
Well, you were seeing things, Jane Ellen. They hanged that man.
I saw him, I tell you.
Who's there?
Evening. Am I intruding?
Oh, no, you're not. It's just... I thought you were a ghost.
I guess you're partly to blame. I'm not. I just stopped by to thank you.
Father, this is Mr.
Harden.
Welcome, Mr. Harden. You mean to tell me Bean tried you and you didn't hang?
Well, your daughter was my lawyer. I guess she's the one that got me off.
I knew you weren't a horse thief.
Thanks. What made you so sure?
Oh, I just knew.
Are you working anywhere, son?
No, I'm heading for California.
I see. Well, Mr. Harden, I suppose a body that's just been hanged is apt to be a bit hungry.
You can stay for supper.
Well, I don't want to put you out any.
Oh, no, not at all. Sit down here, Mr. Harden.
Thank you. You're very kind.
I think he likes it here, Jane Ellen. Wouldn't surprise me if we've got him.
What's he doing now?
Out feeding his horse.
Looks good and strong. Probably could take the place of two men.
I was thinking that. I was also thinking you might add on a little more welcome.
How do you mean?
Oh, just keep smiling at him, and if it should come up natural-like, you might mention what a handsome man he is. Can't do any harm.
Father, I'm not going to.
Look out. Everything all right, Harden?
Fine, thanks.
Good. I'll go see about your bunk.
Oh, don't trouble.
No trouble at all.
Can I give you a hand?
Oh, no, thanks. Just sit down and make yourself comfortable.
Well, I won't argue with you. If I had to wash dishes, I guess I'd give up eating.
Well, what do you do about the dishes when you're home?
Home? You mean in a house?
Well, you live in a house, don't you?
No, ma'am. My house is all out there. All one room with the sky for a roof.
Pretty big place.
Yep, got some space to rent.
And California's your next stop, huh?
California. Yeah, but I don't stop. Oregon next, I guess.
Well, all places aren't just the same. Wouldn't you rather stay a little longer in some places?
Nope, they're all the same. Beautiful when you leave them. It's like the turtles. They carry their houses with them. If I had to build me a house, I'd have it on wheels.
Not me. I'd want my house so that nothing could ever move it. Down so deep that an earthquake couldn't shake it, and a cyclone would be just another wind going by.
Well, you say, who wants to be a turtle? And I say, I hope you'll be very happy in your house. Well, I guess I'll be getting along.
Oh, say, wait a minute.
What?
I'll bet I know something we would agree on.
What's that?
Well, in about a week now, we're going to husk the corn. And I'll bet you'll agree that that's fun.
Huh? Husking corn fun?
Yes.
I'd rather wash dishes.
Oh.
Well, it was a fine supper and good cooking.
Oh, Mr. Hardin.
Huh?
You're a very handsome man, you know.
I doubt that, but I'm a very, very tired one. Good night.
Good night.
Get out of there! Hey, get out of that corn! Go on!
Shoot! Go on!
Get!
There he goes. Oh, that was fine, Mr. Hardin.
Yeah. If anybody told me yesterday I'd be playing tag in a cornfield with a lot of cows, I'd...
If we had some men that would ride fence, there wouldn't be any cows in the cornfield.
That's right, isn't it? You know, you were sure cute last night, Miss Matthews.
Well, what was cute about me?
Well, in the first place, I've never been so welcome anywhere in my life. And when I said I didn't like picking corn, well, that was when you were cute.
Now you're making fun of me.
Well, it's more fun than picking corn.
Jane Ellen! Hardin!
Hey, say, look at your father. I wonder what's up.
Father, what is it?
I tried to stop them. They wouldn't listen to me.
Wade.
Oh, yes, it's the wrong thing to do. I begged them not to.
Who? What happened?
Wade Harper's rounded up some of the men. The homesteaders. They're going to town to lynch Judge Bean.
When did they leave?
About an hour ago. They took our wagon.
Well, get off that horse, quick.
Where are you going?
Into town. Where are you?
Thunder and lightning. You back from California already?
Hey, you got to get out of here and don't stop for nothing.
Did you write to El Paso?
Hey, listen, just get on your horse and get because they're after you.
Did you write to... Who's after me?
The homesteaders. They're going to string you up.
Why, that bunch of plow-pushing, sod-busting...
They're outside right now, a whole wagon load of them.
A wagon load? Why, I can handle a train load of them. I'll tear their livers out.
Get in that back room.
What for? Let go.
I'm locking you in there till they leave.
You're locking nobody in. I'll shoot my way out.
Get in there.
Open up! Open this door!
Morning, gentlemen. What'll it be?
It'll be Roy Bean. Where is he?
He's out for a while.
Oh, that's because you came down here and warned him.
I told you Judge Bean is out.
All right, we'll wait.
Make a move and I'll kill you.
Wait, Judge.
I'm handling this. Keep your hands up, all of you. Cole, start collecting them shotguns and set them down this end of the bar easy like. Go on.
Drop your rifles, boys. He's holding the cards right now. Now, Judge, I'll take yours.
Let go, you crazy.
Thanks. The drinks are on me, gentlemen.
We're not drinking with you, Hardin, or him either.
I ain't serving none of my liquor to no bunch of tomato-kissing, plow-pushing...
Now, Judge, we don't want any harsh words to spoil this friendly little get-together.
Get-together? Why, this pack of weasels invade the dignity of my courtroom, come in here armed with malice aforethought to kick up a rumpus?
Now, look, you being a judge, you know there's always two sides to any question. Now, these men have come here with a legitimate grievance.
We're not asking you to speak for us, Hardin.
No, not me either.
Well, that makes it unanimous. I'm going to talk for the both of you. There's a law here against fencing land that seems nothing short of murder to people raising crops. But it's common sense to men running cattle. I've seen this kind of war before. The cattlemen came in first, and then the homesteaders moved in and fenced them out. They had crops for a year, and then a dry spell, a drought. So the homesteaders moved out, and the Russian thistle and the gypsum weed moved in. And the big spaces were all broken up by little quarter sections. And the homesteads left empty. And the houses caved in, and the land no good for man or cattle.
Yeah, you spoiled the land in the east. Now you come here to spoil this land.
Well, this here's a big country.
Yeah, but it ain't big enough for cattlemen and homesteaders, and it never will be. Now clear out of here. That's my ruling.
All right, Bean. We're going. We're going back to build our fences.
If you do, you better build coffins along with them. You sure told them off, son.
Yep, and now I'm going to tell you off. I'm sorry I stopped them from lynching you. They got a right to defend their homesteads.
This ain't homestead land. You just said so yourself.
The government didn't say so.
I'm the government here. By gobs, I don't see how you can talk up for scum like that.
Well, they've proved up on their land, and they've got deeds to it. When you make war on them, you're making war on their women and kids, too. Those people were starved out last year. I heard about those cattle being stampeded over their crops, and there's too many strays running loose in that valley right now. Only they're not strays.
What do you want me to do, arrest them cattle and fine them a couple of dollars apiece for trespass?
Now, look. Those people don't take up much room with their little shirt-sized pieces of land. Why don't you be a real judge for all the people? Why don't you try to see their side of it and help them instead of fight them? Make peace around here instead of war. There's plenty of room for everybody. Then everybody'd look up to you. Then someday maybe they'd put up a statue out there in the street. A statue with carving on it to Roy Bean, a real judge.
What are you doing? Catching a fish?
I guess I'm wasting my time.
Hold on, wait a minute. Did you write that letter to El Paso yet?
No.
You promised we drank on it.
I didn't have to write it. I had that lock of hair on me all the time.
You did? Well, why didn't you give it to me then?
If I'd have given it to you, you'd have hung me, wouldn't you?
Might have at that. Let's have a look at it, would you?
I haven't got it on me.
Suffering, bleeding Chickamauga. Where's it at?
Well, I left it over at the Matthews place.
Oh, how is she?
Huh?
Come on, I'll ride right over there with you.
No, you won't.
You mean you're going to crawfish? You ain't going to give it to me?
Sure, I'll give it to you.
When?
When the last steer's out of that valley.
All right. I'll pass the word around to the boys.
No, you don't. You're going to help run those cattle out, and I'm going along with you to see that it's done.
Why, don't you trust me, Cole?
When I was a kid, I had a pet rattlesnake. I was fond of it, but I wouldn't turn my back on it.
You all right.
I'm going back now and gather my stuff.
And that lock of hair.
Yep, the lock of hair. I'll remember. Morning, Jane Ellen.
Why are you stopping? California's that way.
Oh, I don't seem to be in favor here. Anything wrong?
They told me you spoke up for Bean, Mr. Hardin.
Well, I did try to tell them Bean's point of view.
Why didn't you tell him ours?
Well, I did that, too. And we got together. You won't have to patrol your fields any longer. The judge gave me his word. They'd round up all the cattle in this valley and take them out of here.
You think he'd keep his word?
Well, I'm going along with him to see that he does.
You mean it, don't you?
Yes'm. Now, there's just one more thing I'd like to say.
What?
Let me look at you. No. No, you're not the prettiest girl I ever saw.
Well, that's good news. Who asked you?
But you got the prettiest hair I ever saw.
Oh, thank you.
I never saw anything like it. Could I clip a lock of it?
No, you can't.
Will you clip one?
No, I won't.
Kind of a deadlock, isn't it? But I sure would like to have it. You don't suppose I could sort of talk you into it, do you?
I doubt it.
Mm-hmm. Well, sit down, will you? I brought along a pair of scissors. You know, just in case.
Gobs. A lock of Lily's hair. It's genuine, ain't it?
Cut it off with my own hands.
By gobs.
Remember, you said every steer out of the valley by harvest time, and that's around next week.
They'll be out. You got my word.
I hope so. They're figuring on a little celebration. I'd hate to disappoint them.
It's hard to believe. Not a steer around for miles, and the crop half reaped. It's too good to be true.
Don't be so gloomy, Wade. We're celebrating the occasion, not brooding over it.
Just the same, it's funny. I don't trust him, Mr. Matthews.
Well, shall we go back?
No, Cole. Not yet. There's something I want to show you.
All right.
Tell me something. What'd you ever do with that lock of hair?
Your hair. Why,
Show it to me.
Nobody can see that. Not even you.
Look, Cole. There's what I wanted to show you. The best piece of homestead land in the whole country. Used to belong to one of the hired men that left us, and now it's anybody's. You just claim it.
Yeah, say, that's a fine piece of land, all right. Yep, say, look at the feed up on those slopes over there, and that strip along the bottom's fine for wheat or corn.
And that little knoll right there. It's just begging for a house.
Do you know how to build a house?
No.
Well, you have the kitchen there, and the bedroom there, and the parlor right smack here in the middle.
Yes, and it would have to have the right things in it, too.
What sort of things?
Oh, fires and lamplight. The smell of coffee in the morning and sound of rain on the roof.
You make it sound pretty nice.
Couldn't be on wheels, though. It'd be there to stay.
When you talk about it, it don't sound bad.
Coal.
Hey, what's that?
I don't know. Look, fire! The wheat fields are on fire.
What's happened? Go to your homes, everybody! Protect your houses!
Who did it?
Judge Bean and his men. They've set fire to every field in the valley. Go to your homes!
Bean and his men.
Go to your
You
homes.
told me he promised to let us alone.
He gave me his word.
Our whole crop's burning to the ground. That's how good his word is, and yours, too.
Jane Ellen.
You knew we were going to be burned out. You must have known. That's why you herded all the cattle out so they wouldn't be burned with the crops.
You don't believe that, Jane Ellen.
Get away from me. Don't you touch me. I hate you. I hate you.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Gary Cooper, Walter Brennan, and Doris Davenport, will bring you Act 3 of The Westerner. While we're waiting, I'm going to ask Sally to read you a letter from Mrs. Henry R. Stearns of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Mrs. Stearns is one of the thousands of women who asked the makers of Lux toilet soap to send her one of the exquisite Scarlett O'Hara brooches that we first told you about on this program 2 weeks ago. You ready, Sally?
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Stearns writes, Dear Mr. Ruick, I get so much pleasure out of wearing my lovely Scarlett O'Hara brooch. I think it only fair to tell you and the makers of Lux toilet soap about the sensation the brooch caused the first time I wore it. The day I received the brooch, I wore it on a plain black dress that afternoon, and all the members of my bridge club were crazy about it. My husband and I were having some friends for dinner that same night, so I wore the Scarlett O'Hara brooch on a turquoise blue dress. The brooch was just as effective on the turquoise color as it had been on the black dress. Everyone spoke about the brooch. Why, even my husband admired it. And it usually takes him a while to notice that I'm wearing anything new. I can't tell you how much I'm enjoying my Scarlett O'Hara brooch and how grateful I am to the makers of Lux toilet soap for the opportunity to own such a lovely pin.
And because I'm sure that every woman will enjoy her Scarlett O'Hara brooch just as much as Mrs. Stearns, I'm going to urge you to send for yours right away. Just go to your dealer, buy 3 cakes of gentle white Lux toilet soap, and ask him for a handy order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper and enclose it with the 3 Lux toilet soap wrappers and 15 cents in coin. No stamps, please. Address the envelope to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. Your Scarlett O'Hara brooch will be mailed to you promptly, and soon you'll be enjoying it. You'll love the design of the simulated white cameo head against its glistening ebony background, and you'll appreciate the expensive-looking gold-finished setting. So don't miss out on the chance to own one of these exquisite Scarlett O'Hara brooches. Get 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and send the wrappers and 15 cents in coin for your brooch tomorrow. Remember the address. Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank telling you how to get additional matching pieces to complete your Scarlett O'Hara ensemble. There's a ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings, all of the same lovely design and all at amazing bargain prices. This offer is good only in the United States. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Curtain rises on the 3rd act of The Westerner. Throughout the night, the fire rages, sweeping across the green valley, turning the houses to heaps of gray ash, the fertile fields to a sea of smoldering black. In the desolate dawn, the homesteaders move slowly across the plain to a new and more friendly land. But there's one who stays behind, a victim of hate and lawlessness. Jane Ellen's father, buried now beneath the soil he loved so well.
Man that is born of woman has but a short time to live. He cometh up and is cut down like a flower. He fleeth as if it were a shadow, and never continueth in one stay. In the midst of life, we are in death.
Jane Ellen, I just heard about your father. I came to see if I could help you.
They ran him down with their horses. Judge Bean's men. He tried to stop them, and they killed him.
The wagon train's left. The homesteaders have all gone, Jane Ellen.
I'm staying. Nobody's going to drive me away from my land. Not with cattle or fire or killing my father or anything else. I'll be here long after Bean and his gang of murderers are gone.
Sure you will. And me too.
I don't want you. I don't want any of Roy Bean's friends around me. I don't need your help. I can do what I have to do alone.
So can I. I'll be back, Jane Ellen.
So this town, heretofore known as Vinegaroon, is hereby christened Langtree. Langtree, Texas. No man ever give a woman a whole town afore, but I'm a-doing it. And from now on, this whole section's gonna bloom like the Jersey lily herself. Quiet! Quiet! I ain't through yet. Miss Langtree's coming soon to play a night over at Fort Davis. And I want every legal resident of Langtree, Texas, to go over and see the godmother of this here town. A town of cattlemen, for cattlemen, and by gobs run by cattlemen. Now, in honor of this great occasion, I'm dishing out free beer to one and all. And anybody found sober after sundown is liable to arrest for disorderly conduct. And that's my ruling. Let her go!
I'd like to see you for a minute, Judge.
Why, Cole, by gobs, man, I'm glad to see you. Why, I never wanted to see a man so much before in my life.
What for?
What for? Why, don't you know what for? She's coming to Fort Davis. Lily Langtree's coming to Fort Davis.
Lily Langtree?
Lily Langtree, yeah. And you and me are going over there together. You're going to introduce me to her. By gobs, I'm going to meet her. I just can't believe it.
I want to talk to you, Judge.
Yeah, all right. And look, what I got to tell her when I see her. See that sign over there? Langtree. That's the name of this town. A great town after a great woman.
I said I wanted to talk to you.
Sure, Cole. This is a great day. I tell you, it's the greatest day in the history of Texas. Come on inside. Sit down, Cole. I'll fix you a drink. Say when, son?
When?
Huh? What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Quite a fire, wasn't it?
Huh? Oh, the fire. Yeah, wasn't it, though?
Yeah. Too bad.
Yeah.
I wonder who was behind it.
Oh, fire don't need nothing behind it. Fire has a way of moving all its own. Here's how, Cole.
Wait a minute. Before I drink with you, Judge, I want to know you had nothing to do with it.
Me? Why, how can you say a thing like that? Didn't I round up all them cattle for you? Wasn't I right in here in town when the fire broke out? Didn't I? Well, I was. And what's more, I ain't got no idea who done it. Now, drink up. Don't you believe me?
No.
Now, listen, son. I told you how it was, and I don't want you calling me no lie. Now, drink hearty.
Will you swear by that?
There ain't no reason it should be, but I'm willing. All right. I swear I had nothing to do with it. I swear by the revised statutes. By gobs, if there was a Bible in town, I'd...
Where's that lock of hair?
Huh?
That lock of hair, where is it?
Right here with me.
Let me see it. Will you swear on that? Will you?
All right, it was me. I burned their houses and the crops. I run them varmints out, and if you think I'm sorry, you're crazy. I'm proud and glad to rid the country of them. It was either them or us, and now the range grass will grow back. And someday the cattlemen will put up a statue of me out there in the street, and they'll write on it, to Judge Roy Bean. He give us back the land.
You get warrants in Fort Davis, don't
Yeah,
you?
that's where they get them, but they don't know how to spell my name. It's been tried before.
I'll get one.
Cole!
And this time, you're going to get what's coming to you.
Cole, you and me's friends. I done what I had to. You think I was wrong. But if it was my own son come over here with a warrant, he'd have to be first on the draw.
I aim to be, unless I get it in the back before I get out of here.
So long, Cole.
So long, Judge.
Raise your right hand. Do you, Cole Hardin, solemnly swear to carry out the duties of deputy sheriff according to law and in the best interest of the state and citizens thereof?
Yes, sir, I do.
Here's your warrant for Roy Bean. Good luck, Hardin.
Quiet. Go ahead, Chickenfoot.
I tell you, I seen Cole Hardin over in Fort Davis. I was buying those tickets for little Langtry for you, and I seen him coming out of the sheriff's office with a star on his shirt.
Got a one-track mind, ain't he? A deputy, huh?
If I was you, Judge, I wouldn't go anywhere near Fort Davis to see the best actress ever was.
Me neither.
How do you know you ain't heading into a trap?
Them hombres is just waiting down there for you.
Why, you pack of yellow bellies? Chickenfoot, give me them tickets.
You mean you're going to Fort Davis alone?
Not by a jugful, I ain't. You're all going with me as a god honor right up the Opera House. But I'm going in alone. I bought out the whole house just for me, see? I ain't sharing the Jersey Lily with no one.
Come on! Get off the street! Bean in his pen! Everybody off the street! Bean's camera! Let's get out of here!
Town's kind of deserted, Judge.
Yeah. They must have heard I was on my way.
There's the Opry House.
Pull up. All right, boys, tie your horses over there. Take your places outside the theater and stay there. I want strict privacy all during the show.
You'll get it.
I'm going in now. Chickenfoot, give me one of them tickets.
Right this way, sir. Your seat's over here.
My seat's anywhere I want to sit.
Oh, yeah. Yes, certainly, but...
Right here'll do. When does Miss Langtry go on in the play?
Well, as soon as the curtain goes up, sir.
Well, when's that?
Well, when the audience is here. You're the first one, and
I'm the only one.
Yeah.
So you can start right now.
Oh, but I don't...
Don't you hear good? I'm the audience. I'm the only one here.
Except me, Judge.
Why, you?
Don't make a move for your gun. Usher, you better beat it.
Yeah, yes, sir, certainly.
Now look, Judge. I'm coming over there. I'm coming over to get you.
Yeah, you better come a-shooting.
I'm hoping that won't be necessary. Just keep your hands where they are, Judge.
Deputy now, hey, Cole?
Yep.
That star on your shirt makes a right good target.
Yeah.
I hate to do this, Cole.
Maybe I'll beat you to it.
All right, let's see.
Judge.
Now you see what you done? You stopped the show. How are we going to see Lily? Waited a long time for this. Now it's too late.
No, it isn't. She's back there now waiting to see you.
What?
She knows all about you. She wants to meet you. She told me so herself.
She wants to meet me. Help me stand up.
There she is. She's coming right here.
I can stand alone. Turn me loose. I tell you, that's my ruling.
Miss Langtry?
Yes?
Miss Langtry, I'd like to present an old admirer, Judge Roy Bean.
How do you do?
I'm pleased to meet you, ma'am.
Judge. There's your house, Mrs. Harden. The last nails driven and the last stones in place.
Not a wheel in sight. Oh, Cole, it's wonderful.
Look. Say, look across the valley.
Why, it's the homesteaders. They're coming back again.
Yep, wagons as far as your eye can see. Coming back in peace to build a state. It's the promised land.
Gary Cooper, Walter Brennan, and Doris Davenport are back at the microphone without 6 shooters. Things are a little calmer in the state of Texas these days, aren't they, Gary?
Well, we were all down there last week, CB. It was pretty lively around Fort Worth and Dallas.
And we all had a grand time at the premiere of The Westerner. The people in Dallas and Fort Worth really got out the red carpet for us.
But nobody shot at us.
Maybe they liked the picture.
Gary, I think your idea of audience criticism may be just a bit dated.
It's the Judge Bean influence.
If my memory doesn't fail me, the judge was not exactly fiction.
No, sir. He's a lot too real for the good health of quite a few people. As a matter of fact, CB, we met a fellow that used to work for him while we were making the Westerner.
Yeah, the judge hired this fellow to hold up a train.
Oh, was there any gold on the train?
No, just Lily Langtry. That was the judge's way, rather, of inviting her to the town of Langtry.
How romantic. What happened, Gary?
Well, the feller missed the train.
Yeah, and the judge never let him come back to town again.
I suppose that's why he's still alive. Oh. You know, Mr. DeMille, this is the first time I've ever been in the Lux Radio Theater. But I'm a regular listener and a regular Lux soap user, too. As a matter of fact, I was a good customer of yours long before I started working in pictures. Lux soap agreed with my skin from the very first time I tried it. So, naturally, I've used it ever since.
Another Lux soap booster, CB.
The more the merrier, Gary. And I think we'll have a lot of boosters for next week's play, too.
What's it going to be, CB?
Next Monday night, Walter, we're going to have Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray on the stage. And you'll hear them in the play, His Girl Friday. It's adapted from the Columbia Picture success and brings Claudette to this microphone as a wisecracking girl reporter. Fred McMurray is the boss editor. But bossing a reporter like Claudette Colbert is no easy job. Add the fact that the reporter was formerly the editor's wife, and the sum of the situation for us is a brilliant comedy romance next Monday night.
Well, that sounds good to me, CB, and I'll be in the audience. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Mr.
Good night. That was great play acting tonight, partners. Oh, Gary, check your guns at the stage door. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray in His Girl Friday. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here is important news for those of you who live in communities not operating on daylight saving time. If you live in a community which does not operate on daylight saving time, you will hear this program beginning next Monday night, 1 hour later than heretofore. Heard in tonight's play were Lou Merrill as Chickenfoot, Fred Shields as Wade, Harry Humphrey as Caliphate, Donald Curtis as Blackjack, John Deering as Shad Wilkins, Brooks Benedict as Bart, J. Michael as Evans, Ted Arthurs as Hod, Hal K. Dawson as theater manager, Forrest Taylor as Farmer, and Gloria Holden as Lily Langtry. The stars of the Westerner appeared tonight through the courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn. The Scarlett O'Hara brooch, offered you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, is designed after one worn by Vivian Leigh in Gone with the Wind, the Selznick International picture produced by David O. Selznick and released by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
That's the theme from Sears Radio Theater, which will be brought to you Monday through Friday on this station. Today you'll hear a story of the Golden West with Lorne Greene as your host. Tomorrow you can laugh with Andy Griffith as your host for scenes that are funny. Wednesday, Vincent Price will bring you a generous helping of mystery, suspense, and detective stories. Thursday, Cicely Tyson will enthrall you with tales of love and hate, dramas involving human emotions. And Friday, Richard Widmark will host Tales of Adventure in outer space, under the sea, anywhere there is adventure. The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
This is Lorne Greene. The wagon train is moving west across barren, windswept plains. Far ahead, several days' travel at the least, the foothills of a distant mountain range swim in heat waves. One of the wagons, pulled by a seedy team of horses, is driven by a slender, shifty-eyed man. Beside him sits his wife, a clear memory of beauty in her lined face.
Get up. Get up there. I'd like to get up in front instead of being in the rear all the time. Less dust that way.
It was your idea, Bristol, joining this wagon train at the last minute. Leaving everything behind and all.
Well, I told you 1,000 times, Hope. I got tired of apologizing to everybody all the time.
Well, you ain't the first man to serve time in prison.
I was railroaded.
You was caught. Oh, my backside. Wish you could do something about this seat.
We'll find ourselves a plot of ground somewheres out west. Somewheres we can grow things on.
We could grow things where we was.
Yeah, folks just won't let you live down a prison record.
Where do you aim to leave this wagon train and settle down?
Out west, woman. I ain't never been there neither, you know.
Well, it better be pretty soon, Bristol. My backside just about had this wagon seat.
And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your host,
Lorne Greene. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis' production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, Retribution, by Ted Sherdeman. Our stars, John McIntyre and Jeanette Nolan.
Bristol and Hope Gaston left the wagon train in Idaho to take hold of 160 acres of land they'd never seen. Land on which they planned to start a new life. With high hopes, they set out from the county seat at Hadleyville to see their spread. And they saw it. They were the owners of a dry, sparse piece of land with a few mountainous hills. It was worse than anything they could have imagined.
I can see now why the government gives it away.
Nothing for nothing. I could just cry.
Yeah. Be the first moisture this land has ever felt. Get up.
What are we going to do, Bristol?
Only thing we can. Wait for the next wagon train to come through and look for something else.
Wait. But we starved to death. Got exactly $21 left and what we got on our backs.
That's all we got, huh?
That and my bracelet with the gold coin dangling from it. What are you stopping for, Bristol?
Them hills or mountains. They give me an idea. Let me see that bracelet and gold coin, Hope.
Here. Why?
It'd work, especially after we dug into one of them a little ways.
What are you talking about, Bristol?
Hope, we're going to dig ourselves a mine.
What?
We'll sell shares in it and have all the money we want.
Bill Sears? What are you talking about?
I'll buy you a bracelet that'll knock 'em dead. Get up, horses. Get up.
Why, you turned around.
Hang on, Hope, old girl. Take out one of them hills.
What for?
For our mine. That's what for.
Bristol, are you all right in the head?
I've never been better. We're going to dig into that hill there. Then I'm going to cut up the bracelet and the gold coin on it. Stuff the pieces into my shotgun and salt the mine.
With my bracelet?
A nugget, woman.
I don't get your drift, Bristol.
Well, you will, Hope. You will. Now, let's see. Take a real expert to tell the difference. Come here. Look at this wall, Hope.
You still shooting?
Yeah, all through. Look.
I've never been in a gold mine before.
Like a real lode, huh?
Whatever a load is, that looks real.
Now, to dig a few out of there.
Why are you digging them out when you just got them in?
To show them back in Headleyville. To prove we've struck it rich, woman. Now, these nuggets come from a mine. Whose mine? My own. Dug them out myself. Hey, real nuggets, these. Yeah, don't come no reeler. You ought to see the streak of gold we found. Oh? Who found it? Me and Hope. That's my wife. Where'd you find it? About 12, 15 miles from here. We got the land from the government. It's choice, I tell you. Got some hills on it, and something told me to dig into one of them. Mighty glad I did. Hey, Bert, look at what he's got here. Huh? They're real good. Hold them. Bite them. They're real, all right. I guess my wife and I must have dug for a week into that hill. Is she here? Oh, sure she is. Not spending money. That's a woman for you. How much you figure is there? Well, I can calculate about $1 million, but that's just the first vein you found. Well, you think there's more? Well, gotta be. Hey, Brennan, Wade, come here, listen to this. I figure that hill's loaded with the yellow stuff. All it takes is some miners and the proper machinery to get the gold out. Sure beats God busting for a living. Beats anything for a living. Hey, they sure are pretty nuts. Me and my wife, though, we ain't aiming to get rich off of that gold mine. She's just as religious as me, and she thinks we ought to share the wealth with our neighbors. How do you plan to do that? Well, we don't know yet, but we'll think of something. You open for ideas? Wide open, mister. Well, you need machinery and money for meeting payrolls for miners. Yeah, you sure do. Maybe you can sell stock in your mine. What's that? Sell stock in it? Sure. I'd buy some. I'll buy some, too. You can count me in. And keep the major share for yourself. Well, now, I'll have to think about that. Thanks, Mr. Burns. Carrie Burns. Oh, my name's Bristol Gatt. Sure. Pleased to meet up with you. Thanks again. I want to talk it over with my wife first. Like I said, she's real religious, like me.
What's so funny?
This guy, Carrie Burns, he said to keep the major share of the stock for myself.
Well, if I never see that miserable land again, it'll be too soon.
Well, I feel the same way, but we'll have to go out there again. We left stuff in the tent.
How soon will you start selling stock?
When it's printed, Hope.
How much is that going to cost?
Nothing.
Nothing? Since when do printers work for nothing?
Well, I'll give the guy a share or two of stock for the job.
Oh, but how much will a share be worth?
Well, having 160 acres, $10 a share, it's over $1,000, woman.
Let's see. 10 times 160. That's near $1,600. Say, what if they find out the mine's been salted?
Now, it'll be too late for them. We'll be long gone before then, Hope.
$1,600? Oh, I can't wait.
There's something you got to remember.
Anything, Bristol. What?
You're real religious.
Me?
Yep, you. And me, too. So we go to church tomorrow.
I don't remember ever being in church.
Well, it's never too late to start.
Well, what'll I do?
your arms around me in public.
Is that all?
Now, let's get over to the printers. And remember, you're religious as hell, so act that way in public. Good sermon, don't you agree, Bristol? Real good. Oh, you met my wife, Hope?
When we first arrived, Mr. Burns.
Mrs. Gaston. Very generous of you, Bristol, giving our pastor a new church. Well, it was my wife's idea to give it out of the first profits we made, Carrie.
Such an ugly word, profit.
Oh, our parson doesn't think so, Mrs. Gaston. You thought any more about my suggestion, Bristol? Yes, I have. We give it a great deal of thought, and we pray it a lot. They're going to start tomorrow evening, Carrie. Start what? Selling the stock you suggested I sell in the gold mine. Selling the stock at their gold mine. I sure am hankering to invest. Well, that's fine, Mr. Brennan. Tonight we start the sale about 7:30. Well, how many of them there shares can I buy? Well, as many as you want. Oh, well, then I better get to the bank. I want to have the cash already. I'll take half of them shares, mister. Hey, go on sale tonight. For free. What? You heard me? For free. Didn't think I'd let such opportunity get by me, did you? What makes you think I'd cut you in for free? Well, it's simple, Gaston. Either you do or, go to the sheriff and I tell him about the time you served in prison. I don't know you. Just got into town a couple of days ago. Never expected to find a soft touch so quick. Well, you better look someplace else, mister. That mean you ain't cutting me in? That's what it means. Now, you've seen the nuggets, friends. You know they're pure gold. We need machinery and miners to get the yellow stuff out of the ground. Now, that's all we need. But I ain't got the money, so I'm selling stock in this here mine. Now, Mr. Carrie Burns suggested it. Me and my wife thought about it a lot. But she's a religious woman, as I am a religious man. And we decided to let our neighbors share in the wealth, too. Praise the Lord. So if you want to buy some shares, just step up here, give your name to my pretty wife, Hope, pay your money, and own a part of Hope's mine. And I hope you'll forgive me for naming it after my wife. Sheriff, can I talk to you? Who are you? My name's Leland Egan. Stranger around here? I got in a couple of days ago, Sheriff. You ain't in line to buy some of that stock, are you? Is that what you wanted to talk about, Mr. Egan? But not exactly. See, I know that fella, Bristol Gaston. He served time for larceny in Joliet Prison. That's back in Illinois. I know where it is. How come you know him? Oh, well, sir, I ain't proud of it, but I served time there, too. Well, I can't stop an ex-con from selling stock in a mine, but I can sure let the folks know he's got a record. Hey, let me through here. Well, let me get by, fellas.
It's the sheriff.
So the guy talked. We'll leave the sheriff to me. How we doing so far?
Sold near $300 worth.
We'll sell the rest before I through with him. Well, now, if you'll just settle down, folks, I got something to tell you. Why? I think you better know before you put all your savings into this gold mine that man's got a prison record. Yes, sir. Gaston served time in Joliet Prison for larceny. Now, wait a minute. Please simmer down. Are you through, Sheriff? I can't stop you unless you break the law, Gaston. But I thought these folks ought to know who they're dealing with. I want the money back. Well, sure thing, brother. Hope, give him his money back. Now, I admit it. Friends, I served time, and I found the Lord while doing it. Married a Christian woman who made it more fervent and lasting than ever before. And that's why, and it's the only reason, why we're selling these shares.
Amen.
Serving time only paid parts of my debt to society. I'll never be able to pay it all. But selling shares in the mine we found is a start.
Bristol Gaston, by his confession, has earned the goodwill and trust of those he counts on to fleece. His wife, Hope, has visions of riches beyond her greediest dreams. The informer, who thought he would put a crimp in Bristol's plans, has been thwarted. And only the sheriff is left with doubts about the mine as he talks to his deputy, Jerry Lago.
Never saw so many people eager to part with their savings, Jerry.
I don't never remember seeing you looking so low, Sheriff.
Well, you try to help folks and they turn you down. Well, not a happy thing.
You buy some of Gaston's stock, Sheriff?
No, sirree, Bob. But everybody else did, including the guy who told me Gaston served time in Joliet prison.
Well, that just goes to show you.
Shows you what?
Well, that if you believe in God and make it known, people will trust you with anything.
Not me. I think we'd best have a look at that mine.
Tonight? It's black outside.
In the morning, Jerry. Now, maybe that mine's on the up and up. Maybe it ain't.
Well, Gaston wouldn't have gone to all the trouble of getting stock certificates printed if it wasn't on the up and up.
Unless it's part of his plan.
What plan?
To commit larceny again. In even a grander way than before. We'll ride out at early light tomorrow.
Look at all the money. How much stock did you sell?
The works, Hope, old gal. Every certificate I had printed.
$1,500. I never saw so much money.
Yeah, that's for sure. But first thing in the morning, we got to go pick up what we got left in the tent.
Then we light out for Frisco?
Yep, baby.
Frisco! Here I come!
Oh, there.
Oh, you just ain't one to be put off, are you?
I just remembered something. Nobody's been in our mine or even knows where it is, except in us.
What are you getting at?
Oh, thank the Lord. Thanks for reminding me, Lord.
You getting religion all of a sudden?
Maybe I have. I tell you what we're going to do, Hope. And thank you, Lord, for reminding me. Get up.
I don't get your drift, Bristol.
We're going to blow up that mine entrance so nobody will ever find it.
What for?
What for? So nobody's disappointed with the lack of gold. And so nobody can ever accuse me of nothing. That's what for. Whoa, whoa.
Where are you going?
Get the dynamite in the blasting cast, that's where. Oh, thank you again, Lord.
Bristol, look. What them two horses doing over there?
Oh, where? What? Oh, they're grazing, I guess.
But who'd they belong to?
Well, maybe they throwed the riders. Yeah, that's what they must have done.
Well, shouldn't we look for them?
Who?
Whoever they throwed.
I ain't wasting time looking for nobody. I tell you what. You tie them horses up while I dig the holes for the dynamite.
Tie them up? What for?
'Cause maybe we can sell them.
Well, we can sure sell them fancy saddles.
That's one of the things I always liked about you, Hope, old girl.
What, Bristol?
Your nose for money. Now, tie up them horses. Digging seems to stop right here, Jerry.
Not to stop soon as he hit that fig of gold.
He found it mighty quick.
That's the way it is sometimes, Sheriff.
These nuggets seem so scattered.
So?
Well, gold comes two ways, Jerry. Reef gold, where it's embedded in something, and then there's what they call alluvial gold. That's formed by the weathering of rocks.
Yeah, I didn't know I was in the presence of an expert on gold.
No, I ain't. That's just something I picked up during my prospecting days.
I didn't know you was ever a prospector.
A long time ago.
So, what kind is it?
To begin with, it looks like it's already been smelted.
What's that mean?
It's too yellow to be natural.
Too yellow? I thought that was what gold was supposed to be. What are you doing, Sheriff?
I'm going to use my knife to dig out a piece of it. I dropped it. Oh, there it is.
Here you be, Sheriff.
Oh, well, thanks, Jerry. Feels like gold. Bites like gold.
Why not? It is gold.
Sure is. But how'd it get here?
How'd gold get any place?
Well, there's no mining in this area. Not none. Now, don't it strike you kind of funny that an ex-con from Illinois comes out and finds gold right away?
Well, that he should give most of it away to a bunch of strangers strikes me as being funnier. Except, well, religion is a powerful thing.
Can be, Jerry, can be.
What are you thinking, Sheriff?
That we should dig out some more of these here nuggets, Jerry. I got a strong hunch this mine was salted with that shotgun we saw in Gaston's tent. Yeah, that ought to do it.
Why'd you dig all them holes for dynamite?
Now I run a fuse down. Come on, Hope. Yeah, down to be far enough.
Far enough for what?
Well, when I light this fuse, you run and get behind the wagon.
What do you plan to do?
Join you.
I meant by planting all that dynamite and blasting cat.
Like I told you, to close up that mine entrance so nobody can ever find it and be disappointed.
You used more than you did to make it.
Well, because I don't want to have to carry blasting stuff in the wagon, love. Too dangerous. You ready?
Yep.
Now, light this fuse. Praise the Lord. Now run. Get behind the wagon.
How many more nuggets you gonna need, Sheriff?
I think this one does it. Looky there.
Yeah, it's a date. 1840 something.
Off a gold coin. That's all the proof we need, Jerry.
Proof?
But this mine was salted. Now, come on. Time to get out of here and ride back to town.
Yes, sir.
Quite a job, huh?
Just look at there, Bristol. The entrance to the mine is all closed now.
Yep. Just the way I planned it.
Wouldn't nobody ever expect the mine was there, would?
Nope. Oh, thank you, Lord, for giving me such wonderful ideas.
How about our tent?
We leave it. We ain't never again going to live in a tent. All I'm taking is my tools and my shotgun. Get up in the wagon. We'll hightail it out of here.
As long as you're on such speaking terms with the Lord, maybe he can do something about that seat.
Right, get in there, girl.
When you plan to sell them horses tied in the back, Bristol?
First town we hit. Get up.
We really on our way to Frisco now?
We sure are, doll. Get up there, do you hear?
Let's see. $1,600 from the stock. And how much do you think we can get for them horses near Saddles, Bristol?
Oh, maybe. What's the matter?
Bristol, what's that?
Where?
Over there. That cloud of dust.
What? Oh, riders. Must be 6 or 7 of them.
They're coming this way, Bristol.
Yeah. There's Carrie Byrne in the lead. Mr. Brennan, Lane, and all men I sold stock to. What are they doing out here?
Bristol, what are we going to do?
Let me think, woman.
The mine entrance is all closed up.
Will you let me think?
Well, what if they find out what we've done?
Will you shut up and let me think?
Lorne Greene again. And here's the concluding act of Retribution.
Mr. Brennan, it's Lane, gentlemen. Howdy, ma'am. Lorne. We heard an explosion as we was riding out to have a look at the mine. You heard that? Well, I'll tell you what that was, Carrie. Gents, I was trying to enlarge the mine. And, well, damnation, but the entrance tunnel collapsed. What? Shut her up tight. You mean it caved in? They sure did. And we was just now on our way back to town to get some help to dig another one. Wasn't we, Hope?
Oh, yes. Well, we was.
Well, how come you got 2 saddled horses tied to the back of your wagon? To the oh, you mean them two? That their Palomino nag belongs to the sheriff. Yeah, and the paint belongs to his deputy. What are you doing with them, Mr. Gaston? Well, we found them, Mr. Byrne. That was just, they was grazing around. We decided to take them back to town with us.
That's the way it was, Mr. Burns.
Yeah. As long as we rode this far, me and the boys would like to look around at the mine we bought into. Wouldn't we, boys? You betcha. Sure. Yep. Well, it's back that a ways. It's closed up, though, you know, but... lead the way, Mr. Gaston. Sure thing. Well, good fortune still smiling. As long as you're here, we no need to drive to town to tell you. Tell us what? Well, you know about me trying to enlarge the mine, blowing in the tunnel. Get up. Get up, horse.
What are we going to do, Bristol?
I'll think of something.
Maybe we ought to just give the money back.
Will you stop nagging me? There's our tent, Mr. Byrne. So I see. Sure, sorry-looking ground, Mr. Byrne. Couldn't support a jackrabbit on it. No wonder the government gives it away. Only way they can get rid of it. That's the mine over there, Mr. Gaston? Yes, sir, Mr. Byrne. Sure closed up the tunnel into it. Yeah, by trying to enlarge it for the stockholders. Now, just where'd you find them saddle horses, Gaston? I found them right before you and the others rode up, Mr. Brennan. They was just grazing, you know. Ain't that so, Hope?
Sure is.
Carrie, the sheriff generally leaves word at the jail if he and his deputy are after an outlaw. Ain't been many outlaws since we made him sheriff. Help you down from the wagon, Mrs. Gaston? How come you look so nervous, ma'am? Well, way past her time for prayers, Mr. Byrne. Ain't it, Hope?
Yes. Indeed it is.
You go right in our tent, dear, and get to praying.
I sure will. Excuse me, Mr. Burns. And all.
Yes, ma'am. She takes her praying real serious, Mr. She sure does, Mr. Byrne. And you don't, huh? Why, sure I do. Maybe you better join her then. Well, it's my custom to leave her pray privately. Not much to see of the mine with that tunnel all blocked up. No, Mr. Byrne, but the gold's still in there. Maybe you should come back when I get her opened up again. You got some shovels? Sure. Well, maybe we can start helping dig a new tunnel. Oh, that won't be necessary, Mr. Byrne. Thought you said you was on your way back to town to get some help to dig another one. Oh, well, I think I was. But to have stockholders doing that kind of work, well, it ain't fitting. If it'll make you feel any better, I'll put it to the boys. Hey, fellas? Yep. Shall we give Mr. Gaston a hand at digging a new tunnel? Yes, okay with me. There's your answer. Now, where are them shovels? I got three's all. Well, three's enough. And the pickaxe. Are they in the tent? Well, no, they're in the wagon. I was taking them to town to show what the diggers needed to bring with them. Well, let's get them. Here you are, boys. I'll take the pickaxe. All right. Okay, men. Shovel for Lane. You. One for me. That leaves none for me to help you with, Carrie. Yeah. Now, you can watch, Mr. Gaston. Or wait in the tent where you can do some praying with your wife. Come on, boys. Yeah. Okay. Hold it. Stop working. You hear that, Brennan? I didn't hear nothing, Terry. It seems to me I heard something. There, you hear it? Yeah, I heard it that time. Sounded like the sheriff. That's you, Sheriff.
Hurry up. Jerry's about gone in.
It is the sheriff and his deputy, all right. Brennan, you go back to that tent. And if Gaston and his wife try to leave, shoot them. Yes, sir. Dig, boys. Dig fast. Now, my orders are to shoot you both if you do more than blink.
Oh, Bristol.
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Brennan? Put up that gun you're holding on us. You didn't tell us the sheriff and his deputy was in that mine. What? When you blowed it up. Which is the sheriff and inside. I didn't know they was inside on it. I thought there was something fishy about you just finding their horses out in the prairie.
Well, I told you the truth about that. Them horses was grazing.
Yeah, You two want to sit down, or you want to go to your maker right now?
You're talking to the president of the Hope Mine, Mr. Brennan.
Then you just sit down, Mr. President. And you too, ma'am. How did you know the mine was salted, Sheriff? It was a good job. Except for this here nugget. What's wrong with... What? Is that a date I see? Sure is. 1840-something. The smelting took out the last number. I'll be done. Oh, is Jerry all right? Still unconscious, Sheriff, but you'll survive. Here in the tent. Good job, Mr. Brennan. Well, thanks, Sheriff. Well, Mr. Gaston, Mrs. Gaston.
Sheriff, I had nothing to do with it.
Shut up, woman.
It was all his idea. Shut up. He took my bracelet with the gold coin on it.
What are you trying to do? Get me 10 years?
You knew we were in that salted mine when you set off that dynamite, didn't you?
I knew nothing of the kind. Honest, I didn't.
Oh, how come our horses ended up tied behind your wagon?
Well, we found them. Rounded them up. We didn't know they was yours, honest.
What about the money you took from these men who thought you were on a level?
I told him to give it back, Sheriff.
Oh, will you please shut up?
They'll get it back, ma'am. Don't you worry. How long will they get, Sheriff? Well, Mr. Byrne, it depends on how the judge looks at it. But it ought to add up to quite a few years. Why don't we just hang them now and save the cost of a trial? Because this is a nation of law, Mr. Brennan. What's that? That's from inside the mine. Holy smoke. Look at them streaks of yellow. He couldn't salt all that. Didn't I tell you? Look at it. Didn't believe it myself when I first seen it. Why, it must go all the way back. Man alive, this is a gold mine. A real bonanza, and not salted either. Mr. Byrne, there must be $1 million worth of gold here. Billions, men, and them explosions must have uncovered billions. We're rich. I'll go tell the sheriff. Sheriff, what do you hear? Just heard something interesting from the Gaston here, Mr. Byrne. Oh, nothing as interesting as what I'm here to tell you. Them explosions. What about them? They uncovered and exposed a load of gold that's unbelievable. What's that? What? Yes, Mr. Gaston, a real bonanza. Not a salted mine like yours, but a real one that'll produce $1 billion worth of gold.
$1 billion worth
of gold?
When is a find like this and something to laugh at? Well, it's real retribution, Mr. Gaston.
What's that mean?
Deserved punishment for an evil done. I started to say, Mr. Byrne, that I heard something interesting from these people here. Like what? These two. They own nothing to this mine. They don't? They sold every last share of stock, all that was printed, to the suckers, as they said.
But the government give us the land. We still own it. There's nothing can be done till we give permission. Now, that's the rule of the government, you know.
Correction, Gaston. You gave an acre of this land away with each share of stock. Sheriff's right. We investors own the land and the mine. I told you to keep the major share of the stock for yourself.
He said billions of dollars, Bristol.
I heard him, Hope. There's gotta be a way we can get some piece of it.
Maybe there is, Gaston, if the sheriff don't mind. But it's a small piece, very small.
I don't care how small it is, Mr. Byrne.
What do you mean, Byrne? These two are slated for prison. Instead of prison, they can work here. Him as a mule skinner, his wife as a scrub woman. About 5 years worth, maybe. We could vote on it right here. Go ahead, Mr. Byrne. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That's what I meant by a very small piece, Gaston.
A scrub woman. I could just cry, Bristol.
It's better than prison, Hope.
listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Retribution was written by Ted Sherdeman, produced and directed by Fletcher Marshall. Your host was Lorne Greene. Our stars were John McIntyre and Jeanette Noble. Also heard were Jack Manning, Vic Perrin, Herb Vigran, Tyler McVeigh, and Dawes Butler. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
American dollar continues to move lower following a chaotic Monday on the foreign exchanges. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS Radio Network. Oil jitters are blamed for today's 10-point decline in the stock market and the activity on the money markets. In Washington, there was talk of some drastic measures unless Iranian oil resumes its flow to this country soon. The dollar opened lower Monday in Tokyo and is opened lower in Tuesday morning's trading, down more than 2 yen. In London Monday, the price of gold soared. Larry Miller has a report.
Gold's steady rise in value these past few weeks was apparently just a warm-up for today, because the price of an ounce soared in London to the lofty heights of $246.50. That's about a $15 hike in value over Friday's close. Bullion dealers attribute the increase to speculation that Saudi Arabia is to slow oil production and to the worsening situation in Iran. And Robert Guy, a director of Rothschilds in London, believes the price of gold will continue to gain.
I went on record in New York last week at a forum run by the American Metal Market, and my prediction at that time with gold at $230 was that we should see new highs in gold this year, and I foresaw a range of $260 to $290. I see no reason to change my view on the market.
Gold hit its previous record high last November, but fell back after President Carter announced plans to support the dollar on the foreign exchanges. Larry Miller for CBS News, London.
More news in a moment.
Big news from Amana. Now you can get a rebate check for $50 direct from Amana when you buy the fabulous Amana Touchmatic 2 radar range microwave oven. The Touchmatic 2 is so incredibly automatic, it cooks by time, cooks to temperature, even holds a temperature to tenderize economy cuts of meat. Amana is also offering a $40 rebate on the companion Amana Touchmatic radar range model RR9T. Rebate offer expires February 28, 1979 at participating Amana retailers.
Good morning.
Good company. Maxwell House. Coffee you can count on. Always smells good. Always tastes good. Always good to the last drop.
Good coffee.
A congressional panel today opened hearings into the phenomenon of religious cults with emotional arguments on both sides. Rabbi Maurice Davis of White Plains, New York, who claims to have separated more than 100 young people from cults, said those organizations use dictatorial leaders to instill fear and hatred into their members. The Reverend Barry Lynn, legislative counsel for the United Church of Christ, urged Congress not to get involved in the non-criminal activities of cults, saying that would place the government in a constitutionally forbidden zone. Washington police report 20 arrests, including a few for assaults on police officers, in today's protest by farmers. About 1,700 farm vehicles tied up the Capitol's traffic as their operators demonstrated for higher prices. The protest was organized by the group American Agriculture. Their approach was not endorsed by Alan Grant, president of the American Farm Bureau Federation.
The way to get better prices is through building markets, an orderly way of increasing the market opportunity, increasing sales of commodities both in the United States and particularly worldwide. We think that's the way to do it rather than driving tractors around here and there or turning goats loose on the White House lawn. We think that our orderly way is, gets more done.
The protest in Washington is likely to continue tomorrow, although leaders of the movement have not yet disclosed their plans. As he left the United States, Chinese Vice Premier Deng Xiaoping today sent President Carter a message saying his trip to this country was a complete success. Deng said Sino-U.S. relations will witness a major progress under the new historical conditions. Deng's plane left Seattle and, following a refueling stop in Anchorage, is now en route to Tokyo. Deng plans 3 days of meetings with Japanese leaders before returning to Peking. Now this.
Fred, it's after midnight.
Oh, look what you've done. Will you stop eating and go to bed? You'll never get up in the morning for work.
I can't get to sleep. I took an aspirin, but I'm still wide awake.
Well, what did you expect? Aspirin's for headaches. You need a sleeping aid to help you fall asleep. I'll get you some Compose when I go shopping.
Some what?
Compose. Go to bed, will you, while I clean up this mess?
Headache? Take aspirin. Sleepless night? Take Compose. Compoz. Taken as directed before you go to bed. Compose actually helps you fall asleep when you want to fall asleep at bedtime.
So what else happened at the office today, Fred? Did you get the order for that new job? Fred? Fred, you asleep? That's Compose for you.
Headache? Take aspirin. Sleepless night? Take Compose. Compoz. Take only as directed. Compose is available at all drug counters.
Look magazine, a new version of it, made its debut on the newsstands today. Its predecessor folded more than 7 years ago. The new publication is trying to appeal to people on a regional basis. The copies distributed in the East have the late Nelson Rockefeller on the cover, while those being sold in the West feature a cover photo of Patricia Hearst. The original Look magazine first came out in 1937, but publication ended in 1971. This is Doug Poling, CBS News.
Good evening. I'm Jackson Kane, KMOX News. Missouri State Auditor James Antonio wants the Missouri Office of Economic Opportunity to pay closer attention to several areas of responsibility. Antonio said the OEO should monitor closely the program to help low-income families to ensure that government grants are spent properly. In an audit released today, Antonio said funds the office provided to community action agencies around the state have not been audited. These are funds for weatherizing or improving the heating capacity of the homes of low-income families. A $900,000 federal financial outlay has been granted St. Louis County in the state of Missouri to buy land. The money from the U.S. Department of the Interior will be matched by the state and county. The money will go for the purchase of land for recreational development in 3 areas of South County. The Missouri Division of Employment Security said it filled nearly 179,000 jobs through its service program in 1978. Division Director Joseph Dietrich said 1978 was the best job placement year in recent times, especially for permanent jobs. 3 men have been charged with robbery, assault, and stealing in connection with the beating of a maintenance worker at a Crestwood, Missouri car agency. Charged are 27-year-old Carl Shoemate and his 20-year-old brother Dennis, both of Alton, Illinois, and 20-year-old Dickie Rebstock of St. Louis. And 41 counties in Illinois have been declared disaster areas, including Madison and St. Clair counties. The declaration makes the counties eligible for low-interest loans from the Small Business Administration. The loans will be for physical disaster and economic injury caused by recent heavy snowstorms.
And with that nice bit of foreshadowing by Dorothy Lamour, we come to the event itself, which is the presence of Mae West in our company tonight. Miss West has carved such a sizable niche for herself in the Hall of Fame with her unique characterizations that not only is her name known in every home up and down the country, but the phrases and expressions which she has originated have almost become a part of the American language. For us, she forsakes the picture hats and sweeping dresses of the gay 90s, which you find so becoming in her new picture, and turns back time to step into the Garden of Eden and into the character of the most fascinating woman of them all, Eve. Wendell, will you set the scene for us?
Well, of course, we find Adam and Eve in the famous Garden of Eden. And this light-hearted travesty about what might have taken place in those days when the world was young was written for us by Arch Oboler, one of radio's better-known writers. Under a spreading fig tree rests one Mr. Adam, sprawled out lazily in the hot sun. Eve, obviously, is bored beyond endurance as they play a game of cards with a deck of fig leaves.
Listen, tall, tan, and tired. It's time I told you a thing or two. Ever since creation, I've done nothing but playing double solitaire. It's disgusting. It's got me down.
Well, we've got a nice place here.
That's the trouble. It's too nice.
Well, I'm not complaining.
But I want something to happen, a little excitement, a little adventure. A girl's got to have a little fun once in a while. There's no future under a fig tree.
Oh. Now, come on, woman. Be like me. Why don't you relax and just take it easy?
Because I'm a lady of big ideas.
Yeah, what kind of ideas?
Oh. You've no idea. Listen, Adam, I've got to get a chance to expand my personality.
Well, go on, expand.
I will, out there.
Out there? You mean outside the gates of the Garden of Eden?
Now you're talking.
Oh, but who knows what's out there?
I'd find out.
Oh, no, we can't go. We've still got a lease on this place.
You mean... You mean to tell me a lease is the thing that's holding me back from developing my personality?
Well, a lease is a lease. Anyway, we've got a nice place here. Temperature perfect, sun always shining, nothing but a heavy dew once in a while.
What are you, the Chamber of Commerce?
Oh, go away and let me sleep, will you?
Listen, Adam. I tell you got to get me out of this place. You got to break the lease.
Yeah, but what for? This is Eden. Everything is peaceful and quiet and safe.
That's the trouble. It's too safe. I tell you, it's disgusting.
Well, what are you talking about?
Adam, you don't know a thing about women.
Oh, you apparently forget you were originally one of my own ribs.
Yeah, a rib once, and now I'm beefing.
Me, I know everything about women.
That's covering a lot of territory. Listen, long, lazy, and lukewarm. You think I want to stay in this place all my life?
I do, and I tell you, you're one of my ribs.
Yeah, but one of your floating ribs. A couple of months of peace and security and a woman's board all the way down to the bottom of a marriage certificate.
Well, then what do you want, trouble?
Trouble. Listen, if trouble means something that makes you catch your breath, if trouble means something that makes your blood run through your veins like seltzer water, Adam, my man, give me trouble.
Oh, Eve, you don't want trouble.
Now, tell me the low-down truth. Ain't there any way you can break our lease?
Well, yes, there is. But I won't tell you.
No?
No, this is paradise. Free light, free heat, free meals. What else could a man want? Answer me that.
I got a couple of good ideas if you'll tell me how to break the lease.
No, I won't do it.
Oh, Adam.
What?
Come on over here.
What for, to hold hands?
Oh, that old game? Can't you think of something new? You know nothing about nothing.
Oh, yes, I do. I know more than you do, woman.
Oh, what, for instance?
I know all about the tree.
What tree, man? What tree?
That apple tree in the middle of the garden. The lease says that if we eat any of its fruit, we get thrown out of here.
Oh, now, is that a fact?
Sure, that's why there's a fence around it. I tell you, one bite of those apples and we get a dispossess.
How fascinating. Adam, you can hold my hand now.
No, I got a better idea.
Oh, yeah? I'm listening. I'm waiting. What are you going to do now?
I think I'll go fishing.
Oh. How disgusting.
Now, wait a minute. You can't talk to me that way. Do you realize I'm man number one?
Yeah, but I your number one man.
Well, I'll see you around supper time. I'll be back.
So that's the trouble. So it's a tree over there. Hello, tree. How would you like to do a little lease breaking for a woman with ideas, Not room enough to squeeze through those slats for a woman of my personality. Now, if I only knew someone skinny enough.
Salutations,
Oh,
Mrs. Eve.
if it isn't Mr. Snake. Hello, long, dark, and slinky.
Mrs. Eve, why are you standing by that tree?
Stop wiggling and I'll tell you. Listen, I know you don't approve, but I've got a little proposition to make.
I certainly refuse to listen. What is it?
Do you think with the proper provocation you could squeeze through that fence around the tree?
That's the forbidden tree.
Oh, don't be technical. Answer me this, my palpitating python. Would you like to have this whole paradise to yourself?
Certainly.
Okay, then pick me a handful of fruit. Adam and I'll eat it. And the Garden of Eden is all yours. What do you say?
Sounds all right, but it's forbidden fruit.
Listen, what are you, my friend in the grass or a snake in the grass?
But forbidden fruit.
Are you a snake or are you a mouse?
I'll do it.
Now you're talking. Here, right in between those pickets.
I'm stuck.
Oh, shake your hips. There. Now you're through.
I shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, but you're doing all right. Now get me a big one. I feel like doing a big apple.
Here you are, Mrs. Eve.
I see. Nice going, swivel hips.
Wait a minute. It won't work. Adam will never eat that forbidden apple.
Oh, yes, he will, when I'm through with it.
Nonsense, he won't.
He will if I feed it to him like women are going to feed men for the rest of time.
What's that?
Applesauce.
Eve? Where are you, Eve?
Waiting, my love. Just waiting.
Oh. Hello, Eve. What have you been doing?
Me? Oh, I've just been making a little history.
Huh?
The first woman to make a monkey out of a snake.
Say, how about supper? And don't tell me we got fig stew again.
Oh, no. Something new, so help me. Something new. Here, have a bite of this.
Whoa. What is it?
A new kind of sauce. It's good for you.
Are you sure?
Just to prove it's pure, 100% proof, I'll have a demi-tasse of it myself. All right, I'll...
Oh, well...
No, wait. Before you eat, answer me this. Are you going to take me out of this dismal dump and give me a chance to develop my personality?
Oh, Eve, are you going to start that over again?
No, I'm going to end it. Eat your sauce, big boy, and hold your hat if you got one.
Oh, say, this is darn good sauce. Where did you find it? Oh, my head. What happened to me?
We've been dispossessed.
But why?
Forbidden apple sauce.
Oh, Eve, what have you done?
I've just made a little more history, that's all. I'm the first woman to have her own way, and a snake will take the rap for it.
But, Eve, we've lost the Garden of Eden. We're just... Eve, it's as if I see you for the first time. You're beautiful.
And you fascinate me.
Your eyes.
Oh, tell me more.
Your lips. Come closer. I want to hold you closer. I want to...
You want to what?
Eve, what was that?
That was the original kiss.
Thank you, May.
I promised I'd avoid a gunfight if possible. But it looks as though it isn't possible. I have one bullet left. You may draw when you're ready.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Go on, Mr. Paladin.
Well, at 7 o'clock, we could have champagne in the lounge. At 8 o'clock, dinner at the Peacock, something special.
Oh, I'm intrigued, Mr. Paladin. And, then?
Coach ride to Barnaby's for crepe Suzetta's. Only Barnaby prepares a crepe Suzette. And after that, a liqueur back here by the fire in the lounge.
No.
Then...
What?
No. Oh, hey, boy.
Who is this?
Me, number one for Mr. Paladin. Sorry, lady, no champagne, no Peacock, no creepy Suzettis, no liquors tonight. Wire come. You go. I know. You already packed.
Wire?
Here.
Bad news, Mr. Paladin?
Oh, dear lady, forgive me. Hey, boy, send an answer to Tom Carter, Abilene. Just say, have gun, will travel.
It's no surprise to anybody that the attractive and inexpensive new radios have proved popular. It's no surprise that is to anyone who listens to CBS radio. With so much in the way of music, comedy, drama, variety, and news coming your way every day on CBS radio, more than one radio around the house is more than a convenience. It's almost a necessity for anyone who has a daily routine. The man of the house wants to come home to an attractive home and an attractive wife. But household chores in themselves are rarely inspirational. The smart homemaker is one who refuses to let her regular responsibilities get her down. She gets her work done every day, but she gets her entertainment in, too. She has a radio in the kitchen as well as the living room. Chances are she has a portable radio as well to follow her from one task to another around the house. She knows why the inexpensive new radios are so popular. And, what's more, she knows the value of CBS radio, too.
Here you are. Your bag, your saddle, and your gear. This is your hotel right here.
What's that?
Oh, folks from the Wild West show hold up in town right now. Most likely Ella West.
Ella West, huh?
Yeah. The star attraction at Tomahawk Carter's Wild West show. It was kind of frisky at times. Wouldn't go into the lobby by the front way if I was you.
And you wouldn't, huh?
Not with Ella cutting up before breakfast. She just might take it into her mind to shoot them buttons off in that fancy vest you're wearing.
Well, I'll chance it.
Well, just friendly advice, brother.
Clerk, I'd like a room, please.
What?
A room. My name is Paladin.
Oh, yeah, just a minute. Now, hold on, Ella. Fun's fun, but enough. Oh!
Later, you can jump, too.
Ella!
And them fancy pants and that fancy vest.
You speaking to me?
No one else, Stranger. You don't need a room, boys. He needs a cage. I might even buy you a lemon squash later on, fancy pants.
I'd prefer whiskey if I felt like drinking, which I don't.
Say, do you know who you're talking to?
I do.
I'm Ella West, and I can outshoot, outride, and outcuss any man here. I can outdrink you, I can outchew you, and I can outspit you.
Possibly.
Hey, Ella, it's Tracy Calvert.
Tracy, where?
Hi, Tracy. Now, you gonna let Ella take over your spot in the show? Huh?
Morning, Ella.
I didn't see you come in, Tracy.
Why don't you answer Breed's question?
Well, I just might take your spot. For 2 cents, I'd run you out of town, pony boy.
Don't cut your price for me, Ella.
Why, you...
Break it up now, folks. Break it up. Drinks are on Tomahawk Carter. Everybody. I want to talk to you, Ella. You too, Tracy. Now, this squabbling's got to stop.
You find me in the bar. Come on, Bree.
Well, sure thing, Ella. Come on.
Yeah, what was it this time, Tracy?
The same thing it always is, Mr. Carter.
Well, wrap me in buffalo hide, Paladin.
Hello, Tom. Hello.
Oh, you're a sight in them duds, a real sight.
Tom.
Yes, sir. Tracy, this Mr. Paladin. He knew me way back when I was making an honest living. Tracy Calvert.
I've seen you ride, Mr. Calvert, Laramie, Wyoming, 71, when you took the grand prize.
I had a lucky day, Mr. Paladin.
We got powwow to make.
Well, I'll run along, Mr. Carter.
No, you stick here, Tracy. I got bad trouble, and I want you to handle it, Paladin.
Save your money, Tom. I never saw a man you couldn't handle.
It ain't a man. That little gal I want gentle down tonight.
Tom, there's one wild thing man will never civilize, woman. And if you mean that one, I'm afraid there'll be no pleasure in failing.
That little gal in there happens to be Ella West. 24 years old, she's already more of a name than Calamity Jane, Cimarron Rose, and Belle Star lumped together. I got her in my show, and I got damage bills to prove it. And I'm going to lose my shirt even before I get my show together if something ain't done.
And you'll lose more when you get on the road.
There's 1 million people want to see Ella West, Mr. Paladin.
Darling of the frontier, heart of gold, yes, I've seen the write-up.
She's fast with a gun, and she can ride like a Comanche.
She has to be more than that. Ella West is a legend, Tom, a romantic illusion. Your audience will expect you to bring it to life.
That's right.
And instead, you'll produce a repugnant, grimy-faced, loud-mouthed little shrew.
Well, I don't figure Ella's as bad as all that, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, how long have you known her?
She joined the show last month.
Well, my question was, how long have you known her, Mr. Calvert?
If you don't mind, I'll look in on the stock.
Tracy and Ella was raised in the same part of the country. Learned shooting and riding together.
Let him tame her. He seems to have a personal interest.
Now, doggone it, we're old friends.
Tom, you're talking about making a show horse out of a wild, mean-tempered colt. Now, that takes more than taming. It means crushing its spirit, rebuilding it from the ground up. With a horse, the odds are 10 to 1 for failure.
Yeah, I guess I knew it wasn't any use all along. I could have made a fortune with her.
That's why I want 10% of the entire season's gate if I succeed.
You ain't changed, have you?
I hope that's a compliment.
You ain't never stealing to ask what you're worth.
Of all leading filters, cigarettes, Kent filters best, Kent filters best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent, Kent filters best. Of all of the brands of cigarettes, Kent tastes the best, Kent tastes the best. A richer taste than all the rest, Kent filters best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent. Of all leading filter cigarettes, Kent filters best.
What do you want?
This here's Mr. Paladin, Ella.
Oh, fancy pants.
He come here to learn you some things.
You ain't gonna learn me nothing.
Correct. My function is to teach. You will do the learning.
I quit.
Fair off, Tom. She just resigned.
Wait just a blasted minute here. If anyone gets runned off, it's gonna be him.
Go along, Tom. I'll talk to you later.
I'll be in the saloon.
Now then, sit down, Miss West. Mind if I smoke?
No. Go ahead. Try lighting that cigar now, fancy pants.
That will be 2 deductions from your wages, the cost of the cigar and the bullet damage.
You're kind of a cool one, fancy pants, but you ain't gonna make no lady out of me.
First, you're not worth 2 cents to the show as a lady, and second, that would be impossible in the first place.
Why, you... You took my gun.
It'll be less noisy that way. Now, sit down, please. Better. Although your audiences will expect you to be somewhat different from the average woman, they will expect certain fundamental manners. The essence of showmanship is to be different without being obnoxious.
You're a lily-livered, fancy-talking dude. I'll run you out of town by morning.
I believe you made the same ridiculous threat to Tracy Calvert.
Him, too. Tracy said anything to you about me, I'll kill him.
There's a ring of honesty in that threat, Miss West. However, he said nothing. I was merely speculating. Are we ready?
You've got something to learn me. Teach me, then get on with it. But keep your nose pulled in, dude.
Incorrect.
I gotta eat, don't I?
You don't reach with a fork and spear a slice of bread. You pick it up with
Now,
your
just
hand.
a minute.
And you never speak with your mouth full. Now, it's one thing to act homespun. It's quite another.
Breed.
You wearing a gun, dude? It's quite another to create revulsion. I suggest you confine your idiosyncrasies to calling the food victuals and complaining over the
I
lack of
asked you a
buffalo steak.
question, dude.
I heard you.
Because if you ain't got a gun, you better get one. I'm going to teach you some manners.
Drop it.
Ella, you've been tied to this dude for 2 days now. You like it or something?
I'm going along 'cause there's money in it. You know an easier way, Breed?
Yeah. All right, Ella. You say the word when you need me.
Mr. Breed seems to resent me almost as much as you do.
I can handle Breed for you, dude.
No need, Miss West. When the time comes, I'll handle him myself. remember, just pretend I'm a newspaper reporter.
Get on with it.
Another question, miss. Tell us about your parents.
My old man was a stinking drunk, and the old lady was worse. She was always...
You are talking to reporters.
Well, then let them make it up like they've been doing all along.
Mention the homestead.
Homestead? It was a stinking sow pen. You can ask Tracy Calvert. It was so bad you couldn't believe it.
I'm sorry.
You wouldn't feel so blasted uppity if you got rut up like that.
You knew Tracy Calvert then?
Oh, yeah. I knew him. We was kids then. His daddy had a nice spread of land. You should have seen Tracy's house. All painted inside and out with a fence around it. And Tracy's ma all starched up and nice. She give me a dress once. My old lady traded it for some whiskey. No, Tracy'd have laughed if he'd ever seen me wearing it anyhow.
I think I understand.
What?
About you, Tracy Calvert.
Do you? Yeah, maybe you do that. You're kind of a strange one yourself. I didn't know real men came in fancy pants. What I mean is, we ain't doing so bad, are we?
I don't know.
He's sort of like you. Everything I wasn't, Tracy was, and everything I didn't have, he did. When he was real little, his mom let me stay one night. She come in and pulled the cover up and kissed me. I was 16 and he was 18 when they was going to move away. Maybe he wasn't growed up yet, but I was. I was growed up plenty. I didn't ask Tracy to marry me, just take me with him. I'd do anything if he would. He could cut me up into little pieces if he wanted to. Just take me. I never said the same thing since, but I'm saying it to you. I ain't what folks think. No man's never touched me. You take me with you when you go back to San Francisco. I wouldn't be afraid with you. Maybe just kiss my cheek and say something nice. I don't want to be in no show, printed in no paper. I just want somebody to know I'm alive. Please.
No.
What's the matter?
Look at yourself. You're still that grimy 16-year-old kid pretending she's a man. You don't compete with women because you're afraid to.
Paladin.
Find a man who wants the smell of the stables and ask him to take you away.
Breed wants me.
Then you and Mr. Breed deserve each other.
And he can have me. Just as soon as he kills you.
Do you see speed laws and other regulations as restrictive, or do you look upon them as protective? When a police officer writes a summons for traffic violations, do you see him as an enemy or a friend? Your life may depend on your attitudes. Statistics clearly indicate that where laws are obeyed, deaths go down. It's no secret that emotional immaturity is the major factor in our accident rate. How else but childish can you describe the notion that breaking a traffic regulation is a way of getting away with something? What could be more infantile than believing one can prove his superiority by ignoring a stoplight? Unfortunately, too many drivers on the road subscribe to that kind of emotional outlook. The result is tragic. Almost 85% of all traffic accidents in America are caused by careless, childish driving. We hope you know our traffic laws and the people who enforce them are there to help save your life.
He's a nasty one, Mr. Paladin.
Come along as you like.
Well.
Good afternoon, Ella. I heard you wanted to see me, Mr. Breed.
Oh, yeah. I didn't recognize you first, wearing them big boys' clothes.
You're carrying your play acting too far this time, Ella.
Play acting? I've shot men for less.
That's kid talking. We aren't kids anymore.
Shut up, Tracy!
You heard the lady, Tracy. Shut up and get out. Me and Fancy Pants gonna settle something.
I changed my mind, Breed. I don't want no killing.
Honey, we made a bargain. You're gonna keep it all the way.
Tracy, take her to one side. You, barkeep, pour 5 shots and set them up in a line.
Yes, sir. What's this?
I promised Tom Carter I'd avoid a gunfight if possible.
Oh, you ain't got no choice, Fancy Pants.
All poured?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now then, Mr. Breed. I have one bullet left. Please, draw whenever you're ready.
Well,
Are you going to draw?
I didn't.
If you aren't going to draw, I suggest that you find Tom Carter, hand in your resignation, and start traveling. Now. Lessons continue at 7. Miss West in my room. Please be on time. Well,
I got myself some female clothes. Cost more than genuine buckskin. I took a bath, too.
well, come in.
Tracy Calvert's right. If I ain't a woman, I ain't nothing. I can go if you want me to.
You look very nice, Miss West.
You don't have to say that.
It happens to be true. You come off surprisingly womanly in a dress.
Store sold me a lot of lashings and cross ropes to go underneath.
It is
and
not considered good taste to discuss undergarments.
I'm sorry. Only thing that threw me was my top notch is worse than plaiting a cow pony's tail. I still hate you. Kind of. You're smiling. Go ahead. I don't blame you. You're clumsy and I talk ignorant, and I guess a few yards of silk don't help the likes of me much.
A wise man judges by the lady's smile.
I think I felt better when you was whooping my knuckles and telling me not to spear my bread. Golly, that's the first nice thing you said to me.
I'm dealing with a woman now.
You're dealing with a shaky one. You just being kind to me.
A woman needs kindness only when she has no virtues, Ella.
I wouldn't want you to say anything out of pity.
Pity isn't included in the course. Come in.
Mr. Paladin, I was... Holy, lovely jumping toads.
Oh, Tracy.
Why, Ella, you... Well, Gosh.
What's the matter, Tracy?
Why, Ella, I've never seen you in... I mean, your hair, your eyes, Ella. You're a lady, Ella.
Am I, Tracy?
You sure are, and I'll kill the man who says you ain't. I'm sorry for what I said to you, Ella, about not being a lady. But doggone it, you've changed.
She changed for you, Mr. Kelvin.
Huh?
She'll tell you herself in time. But she'd like it very much if you just kept that silly look on your face and kept thinking of her as a lady.
Oh, I will, Ella. I swear I will, honest. What'd I do wrong? Did I offend you?
No, Tracy. No, dear Tracy.
Now, Ella, don't cry. Mr. Paladin, what do I do now?
Take your lady in your arms, Mr. Kelvin, and never let her go.
How are things in Abilene Town, Mr. Paladin?
In Abilene Town, things are going smoothly. And how are things here in San Francisco?
Smoothly.
Specifically, the young lady I never dined with, is she still registered here?
Oh, yes.
Then will you please take her this note and tell her I'm back?
I'd do it, but her husband no like.
Husband?
Yeah, she get married 2 days ago.
Honey.
But a Spanish dancer registered today. Very nice. Oh, you catch him up for dinner, eh?
The Spanish dancer?
Oh, boy.
Hey, boy, take that note up to the Spanish dancer with my compliments.
Same note?
Same note.
No one we know of approves of wasting money. In spite of that, however, we Americans are often guilty of wasting our money by the uses we make of our government facilities. Take the operation of the post office, for example. Mostly out of habit, many offices and individuals post outgoing mail at the end of the day. In so doing, they leave post office employees with too little work to do at other times of the day. In addition, we forget to include zone numbers as part of the address. In both ways, we're slowing down the entire system for delivering mail and adding to the cost of our postal operation. The problem is simple enough to solve. Start solving it tomorrow. If you'll arrange to post letters and packages earlier in the day and include zone numbers on the return address as well as the outgoing address, you'll help our post office operate more efficiently for you, and at less cost, too. Remember, for faster, more economical service, mail early in the day and include zone numbers. Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced by Norman McDonnell and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Gene Rodenberry and adapted for radio by John Dawson. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Sam Edwards, Harry Bartell, Lawrence Stopkin, Lynn Allen, and Barney Phillips. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
Tonight from historic West Point, the Columbia Network starts a series of 6 broadcasts designed to help the War Department's campaign to make our soldiers not only the best equipped, but best informed fighting men in the entire world. In every camp in the United States and in every outpost throughout the world, soldiers of our Army are listening to this broadcast. Each Thursday night at this time, CBS will visit an Army outpost to broadcast a talk by experts on causes, issues, and strategy of war. Edward R. Murrow is tonight's speaker, and the remaining participants in the 6-week series will be Lee White, William L. Shirer, Herbert Agar, Quentin Reynolds, and Sergeant York. Now Major General F.B. Wilby is about to introduce tonight's speaker to the 1,500 enlisted men, cadets, and officers gathered in the War Department Theater. General Wilby.
Ladies and gentlemen, officers and ladies of the post, enlisted men stationed here at West Point, we are happy to have with us at West Point tonight one of the great correspondents of the Second World War, Mr. Edward R. Murrow, Chief of the European News Staff of the Columbia Broadcasting System. Mr. Murrow, amid the hail of Nazi bombs on the British capital, gave us a vivid picture of that great wounded city weathering a new kind of war. Tonight, Mr. Murrow makes what may be his last public appearance in this country before returning to London. He speaks to you at West Point and by radio to American soldiers in all posts in this country and overseas. His subject, the road to war. Mr. Murrow.
General Wilby, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this is rather frightening. Twice in the last 10 minutes, someone has come out here and urged you to react in some way, to laugh or applaud, and you have almost been invited to sleep. If you do, it will be no new experience.
during the nights of heavy raids in London, we worked from an underground studio, and it was not at all uncommon for our friends to come down and sleep quite comfortably while we did a broadcast to the United States. Well, gentlemen, we have 12 and a half minutes in which to traverse the highway to war. And since the beginnings of that highway go back some 25 years, we shall have to proceed at a rate of something like 2 years per minute. We might begin this sorry tale with the League of Nations, or with Manchuria, or with Abyssinia or the Rhineland, non-intervention in Spain or the rape of Austria. Perhaps it would be better to start with the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia, or even the German-Russian Pact. But it would be, I think, a mistake to place undue emphasis upon any single incident. There are certain landmarks that keep appearing and reappearing on this highway to war. If we look back at each crisis, each period of tension, we observe familiar terrain. This long and miserable road is littered with broken promises, irresolute policies, and the ghosts of timid statesmen who failed to recognize their enemies and who underestimated the strength of their opponents. Manchuria fell to the Japanese because there was no unity between London and Washington. The Italians overran Abyssinia because the democracies sought refuge in words and sanctions they failed to apply. Austria died without battle because she had committed the crime of being small. Czechoslovakia went down betrayed by her friends. Men and women in the so-called democracies said the Germans were fanatics, and they failed to remember the strength of fanaticism. In France, in Britain, and in the United States, people laughed at the policy of guns instead of butter. We failed to understand that the Germans would use those guns to go and get the butter, our butter. Each time Hitler mouthed his last territorial demand, some people believed him, failing to realize that there is no truce and there can be no compromise with the totalitarian mind. All along this highway to war, we may see the faces of men and women who didn't want to be disturbed, who feared to make sacrifices and grave decisions. We were in a valley with few heroic men and few heroic measures. Men began to say, is there any conviction worth fighting for? We became experts at delay and evasion and self-delusion. We were turning out of our institutions of higher learning, though certainly not out of this institution, men and women with a sense of privilege rather than a sense of responsibility. The objective was to gain a higher standard of living at the cost of the society that had made possible the superior intellectual training. So far as the rest of the world was concerned, we were putting on a cheap veneer of easy cynicism. We were sitting back behind our oceans with a holier-than-thou expression, saying, look at those miserable Europeans. What a mess they're making of things again. None of us can avoid some share of the blame for that sleep-stumbling through a world where bestial brigands were seizing power and plotting our downfall. Their plans were poured into a mold labeled, when war comes. Our plans were made on the basis of if war comes. There was never a time when the forces of decency and democracy could not have cried halt. But we feared, and we failed to exercise our power, for we were men of little faith. Minds became dull and numbed as a result of repeated tales of horror and bloodletting. The democracies retreated from the world leadership, and they were devoured one by one. I wandered about Europe and watched it happen. Most of you will remember the tales about how the German tanks and armored cars broke down and littered the highways leading to Vienna. How the German High Command failed to reach its objective on schedule, even when they were occupying a country without resistance. Those stories were not true. Those of us who were there at the time knew they were false and said so. But the world preferred to believe the stories of obsolete equipment and inadequate planning. It was more comfortable so. Refusal to admit German planning and German power made it possible to postpone unpleasant decisions and sacrifices. Those who told of the suicides and the beatings in Vienna on those days and nights were labeled warmongers. And after all, people said, weren't the Austrians Germans? And perhaps they wanted the Germans to come in. We failed to understand the scope of the plan and the ruthlessness of the men who were executing it. When Czechoslovakia was tramped in the gutter, most of us preferred to pass by on the other side of the road. Let no one say that Mr. Chamberlain failed in those days to act in accordance with the wishes of the majority. The British didn't want war, and he avoided it. When that announcement came out of Munich, there was a sigh of relief throughout the island. There were many expressions of regret at the price that would be paid by Czechoslovakia. But many of us failed to realize that Britain and France and Poland and the Low Countries and the United States would pay part of that price, too. Payment was merely postponed, for there was no truce, and there can be no compromise. In the years that followed Munich, the people of Britain came to realize that. And when on that sunny Sunday morning, Mr. Chamberlain, employing an understatement, said, "It is evil things we will be fighting against," there was almost a sigh of relief went through that island from Land's End to John O'Groats. The recurring crises and periods of tension had passed, and the issue had been joined, and there would be no more retreating. At least, that's what we thought. But the war didn't come at once. The German armies crunched through Poland, while friends of mine sat at that shortwave transmitter on a little wooded knoll outside Warsaw and asked for the help that never came. After the Germans had overrun the rich black earth of Poland, there was a lull. Nothing happened. Some called it a phony war, others a sitzkrieg. In Britain, there was darkness, but the war seemed almost remote. In the early spring, the Germans struck at Norway. The British hastily assembled an expeditionary force, but Norway was lost. I talked with many of those men who came back from Norway. Their story was the same as that of the men who later came back from Dunkirk, from Greece, and from Crete. They said, "Where were our aircraft? Why did our anti-aircraft guns arrive without predictors? Why was it on May 10th, when the German armies came scything up through Belgium, there was not a single round of armor-piercing ammunition available to the British forces on the continent?" It was because the planning had been inadequate and the estimate of the enemy had been incorrect. After France fell, there came the Battle of Britain. And day after day, the German planes came over the island. They came at night as well. I remember one morning talking with a sergeant from an anti-aircraft battery in Hyde Park. The guns had been hot all night, and the streets had been full of the raving roar of guns. And I asked him if he'd hit anything. And he said, "Spent all night shooting at nothing and hitting it every time." Even on the darkest days, the British retained their sense of humor, and they fought this war in a fashion that was grim and gay. One night they knocked the glass out of about 3 blocks, an area of 3 blocks. The next morning, a little cockney with a scarf and a greasy cap was sweeping up the broken glass with a big push broom. A crowd gathered to watch him. He suddenly stopped and twirled that big broom in the air and said, "Hitler's blinking housemaid." That's me. That was on a morning when many men, save Englishmen, despaired of England's life. We, on the other hand, sent them lease land material. But it was a bitter thing to go down to a city on the morning after a raid, read a little box in the local paper reporting that another 10 or 20,000 American workmen had gone out on strike. We were retreating from our responsibilities. We would all have understood our responsibilities. We'd had an opportunity to talk with the men who came to that island from Norway, from Holland, from France, men who literally sought liberty or death. For the first question they asked, and they were asking it before we entered this war, was what of the United States? Because they knew that we were their sole source of promise and of hope, and that the decisions would be ours. It is clear, I think, that we have traveled a highway from neutrality and indifference through cash and carry, lease lend, to Pearl Harbor. As a nation, we have argued and debated each step of the way. That's our tradition. Great nations do not go to war lightly, for wars are much easier to start than to stop, as our enemies will discover. The road to peace is obscured by the smoke of battle. Certainly it will be no easy road to travel. Men and nations may fall by the wayside. But in the end of the day, at the end of the road, we shall break the hearts of those people who plan to enslave us. This is a test of wills. Our enemies have won great victories, and these victories have been due not alone to a superiority in tanks, aircraft, and equipment. They have been stronger in arms because they were stronger in heart. Our faith must be greater than their faith. We shall reach the end of this highway not only as a result of superior firepower, but as a result of greater appetite.
That was Edward R. Murrow speaking to officers, cadets, and soldiers at West Point on the road to war. First in a series of 6 from Army camps on What Are We Fighting For? American soldiers in every corner of the globe are listening to this broadcast. Next Thursday at this same time, 6:15 p.m. Eastern Wartime, Lee White will be heard from Fort George, Meade, Maryland on the War to Date. John Tillman speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with Family Theater Incorporated, presents The Prayer That Won the West, starring Ramon Navarro and Pedro de Cordoba. Henry Fonda is your host.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. There are certain things in life that belong to all people of every race and age and creed. They are the necessary things, food, clothing, and shelter. The beautiful things, happiness and hope, faith and understanding, friendship and kindness. They are the simple things, all summed up in one word, home. Home should mean a fullness of life, life's most beautiful experiences and sweetest memories. And our home is really an outward expression of what we are. If there is holiness and happiness in our home, it is because we make an effort to be holy and happy. And these things have a wonderful way of going together, because holiness is the expression of our sincere faith in God. It means tolerance and trust of our fellow man. It means courage and strength to live up to our convictions. It means our unselfishness and kindness to others. That's why in a home where there is the daily practice of family prayer, there is a holiness that always means happiness.
Now, Family Theater presents The Prayer That Won the West, starring Ramon Navarro as Juan and Pedro de Cordoba as Padre Serra.
A little more than 178 years ago when our story opens. A sunny morning in the month of May in the year 1769. We're down in Mexico, 200 or 300 miles south of the present border, watching an overland expedition prepare to journey north. Here goods are being nailed into a box. Here a muscular blacksmith is making a last-minute repair on a horse's shoe. And here, down near the end of the long, dusty line of beasts and men, a leather-jacketed Spanish soldier is showing an Indian lad how to load a pack mule.
Oye, Jose, let me see if you remember how to make the hitch I showed you yesterday.
Bueno, Juan.
First, the rope goes like this.
Mm-hmm.
Then over the back of the mule like this.
That's it.
Then under and back. There. How is that?
Casi. Almost perfect. Say, you know something? By the time we get to San Diego Harbor, you are going to be a first-class muleteer. Even better than me.
Will be long time before I am that good.
That's right. But we'll have a long time. It's more than 100 leguas to San Diego, they think, and nobody's sure. And we'll be traveling slowly with all this load of Bibles and crosses.
Juan, tell me something. Why, when you speak of Bibles and crosses, you always sound as if you don't like them?
I have nothing against them.
But the way you say it, it sounds...
Well, I'm a practical man, Jose. And when we go to an unexplored land like Nueva California, filled with nobody knows what savages, well, I would rather carry more muskets.
But the Bibles and crosses...
Bibles and crosses. Don't forget the King of Spain is behind this.
What of that?
He's no fool, our King Carlos. He has it planned.
Planned? What do you mean?
You are not a practical man like me, Jose. You do not perceive these things. Mira, the king knows that around each mission your padres build, there will grow a little town, no?
Si.
In each town there will be a presidio, eh?
Uh-huh.
And in each presidio will be soldiers.
Si.
Seguro. And there, Jose, is the real reason why the king sends all these men and mules and the ships to meet us at San Diego. Oh. Christianity, see, but also soldiers to keep out Catherine the Great.
Catherine?
Did you not tell me you studied at the Colegio de San Fernando in Mexico? Did you not learn of Catarina?
Oh, si, the new empress of all the Russias.
Si, a lady with very convenient morals. What she wants, she takes. And it's rumored that she plans to send men down from the Northern Ocean to take all California.
But California was discovered by Spain.
That may be so, but what is this?
Is something wrong?
Look. Look what I just noticed on this poor burro's back. A saddle gall. What a shame. Pobre burrito. Jose, hand me that cast there on the ground.
This one was full of grease?
Grease? That's my own secret ointment for saddle galls. Here. Hold back this strap while I rub it in.
Bueno.
Pobre burrito. This will make you feel much better. Why did you not tell your friend Juan you were in pain?
Juan, better stand at attention.
What for?
Governor Portola is coming this way.
Ah, de veras, I'm glad you told me. He's a hard man on discipline, this commander of ours.
Say, look who is with him. Padre Sierra.
That limping old man in the brown robe? Is he the one who's going to build the missions?
Shh, they will hear us.
At ease, men.
Muchas gracias, señor gobernador.
This is Padre Junipero Serra, Presidente of the California Missions. He has expressed a desire to meet the men of our company before our journey begins.
Greetings. God love you, my children.
This man is one of our best muleteers, Padre. Juan Coronel.
I'm happy to meet you, Juan.
Muchas gracias, Padre.
And this Indian boy, I do not know his name.
I know his name, Senor Gobernador Portola. Buenos dias, Jose, my son.
Padre, I did not think you would remember me.
Did not I baptize you when you were a babe in the Sierra Gorda?
Yes, Padre.
And taught you for a little at San Fernando?
Si, Padre. But you have baptized and taught so many.
Jose, when you've tried to bring someone to God, you cannot easily forget him. That reminds me, Juan, I don't think I saw you this morning at our prayers for the success of the expedition.
No, Padre, Well, someone has to stay with the mules.
Can they not be tethered?
Oh, you can't trust them, Padre. Mules get strange ideas in their heads.
That will be enough of that, Coronel. Speak the truth.
Si, señor gobernador. Bueno, the truth is, Padre, I'm a practical man. I don't believe in prayer.
And mules get strange ideas in their heads.
Oh, Padre.
I respect your right to believe as you wish, Juan. And I'm glad we have a practical man like you going with us. What is this on this mule's back?
Some ointment, Padre. He has a saddle gall.
Poor little beast. What is this ointment?
A mixture of my own, Padre. Tallow and certain herbs, of which I was told by my father. It heals galls like a miracle.
So, well, we may need miracles before we are through. Let us go, Senor Gobernador.
Adios, Padre.
Adios, my sons, and God be with you.
So, a limping, half-sick old man, and they pick him to build the missions. It only proves what I said, Jose. The missions are not important to the king. What he wants is soldiers in the land.
Padre Serra is the best man in Mexico for work. He is as close to Christ as a man can be.
That may be so, but see how weak he is? One leg he can hardly move.
See, that is where he was bitten by a serpent.
Serpent?
You do not know this story?
No.
20 years ago, when Padre came here from Spain as missionary, He left ship at Veracruz and walked to Mexico City.
He walked? That's 100 leguas.
See, but he is a Franciscan. They're expected to walk as San Francis did, unless they're sick. So he walked, and on the way he was bitten by a serpent, and the wound never healed.
Oh. Look! They are lifting him onto a horse.
See, that is because of his wound. He is in great pain. Even riding is going to be hard for him.
Jose, I'm afraid he was right. Before we are through, we may need miracles. Slower and slower every day, Jose.
See, hardly a league have we gone today. And look how low the sun is.
See, it's all these stops for your poor padre to rest his leg. Poor old man, but he is...
Look up ahead. The padre is falling from his horse.
Catch him, somebody! Halt the mules! Wow, burritos! Stay here and watch the animals, Jose. I will go and see if I can be of any help.
See, Juan. Steady, burritos.
Here, put my jacket under the padre's head.
Raise him a little. There.
All right, men. Make camp. Prepare to return to the south tomorrow.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Senor Gobernador, did I hear you say return, go back?
As military commander of this expedition, Padre Serra, it is my decision that you cannot continue.
I shall not turn back.
You must. Padre, you are in agony, and every day you grow weaker.
God has given me strength to come this far. And I believe he will give me strength to reach San Diego Harbor. Is that you, Juan Coronel?
Back to your mules, man.
No. Let him come closer. Juan, my son.
Padre.
Some days ago you spoke of this wonderful ointment you put on gauze. Will you put some on this swollen, sick leg?
But, Padre, that ointment is for mules.
Am I not stubborn enough to be a mule? Please, my son, bring it to me.
Juan, it is dawn. Wake up.
Oh.
Look who is coming.
Padre Serra, walking.
And almost without a limp.
Buenos dias, my son.
Padre, you walk.
Yes, the pain is gone. The leg is much better.
Oh, God be praised.
I don't understand this, Padre. My ointment could not be this good. It could not cure overnight a swollen, ulcerated leg.
I know, Juan. That is why I use something else with it.
Something else?
Prayer.
I pray too, Padre.
Gracias, Jose.
Prayers did this.
Could it not have been your ointment, Juan?
You are laughing at me, Padre.
No, Juan. I'm smiling to myself because you are a practical man. And with the help of God and practical men, we will reach San Diego.
Well, Padre, we have reached San Diego.
But you do not seem happy, Senor Gobernador.
No, there is no reason to be happy.
Why not? From this point, we can start to build our rosary of missions north.
Yes. Those were the plans. But have you looked down there into the harbor?
No, Senor Gobernador.
We were expecting 3 ships with supplies. Without the supplies, we cannot go ahead. And what do we find? One of our ships has been lost. And as for the other 2, almost half the men, 100 altogether, are dead.
Dead?
Bad water, bad food, scurvy, and more are dying. Those huts you can see on the beach are filled with the dying.
God have mercy on them. We must hurry to give them our help.
I have been thinking, Padre. Perhaps the best thing is to put them aboard the ships. Take our men for sailors and go back to Mexico.
Abandon the expedition.
If we stay here, Padre, our well men will contract the sickness and we may all die.
Not unless it is the will of God.
But, Padre, we cannot possibly go on to Monterrey without enough men and supplies.
I believe we can, if it is God's will, despite the difficulties with which we are faced. I believe it is God's will that we bring the message of Christianity to these pagans. And I think that you, a soldier, will not grow faint-hearted because there are difficulties.
Muy bien, Padre. I wonder if our friends in Spain will know how many thorns there are in your rosary of California missions.
Then you will go on?
I will do this. I will find a few sailors who are strong enough to handle one of the ships. I will send the ship back to Mexico for supplies.
Bueno.
Then I will take our company here and journey by land to find the harbor of Monterrey.
In the meantime, I will stay here and tend the sick.
Muy bien. I will give you 8 or 10 soldiers to help you. You have your choice.
Gracias, Senor Gobernador. First, I would like the Indian lad, Jose. He can interpret for me when I speak to the Indians.
As you wish.
Next, I want my friend Juan Coronel.
But you will not need a muleteer.
No, but I will need a man who is gentle with the sick, as he was when he put that ointment on my leg. I will need a man who is strong, and he is, to help build huts and a chapel, and most of all...
Yes?
I will need a practical man, one who is stubborn.
You look very tired, Juan.
Yes, I am a little. That sledge is heavy and this sun is hot even here by the water. I think I sit down.
Well, my son, you have finished.
Oh, Padre Serra.
No, don't get up. You have earned a rest. Let me look this building over. Bueno, muy bien. You've done a very good job.
It's no cathedral, Padre, but we did the best we could with stakes and the roof of grass.
It is fine, Juan. And next Sunday, I will dedicate it the first mission in Nueva California.
Well, I must get up. I have much work to do. Say, what is wrong with me?
Juan, careful.
You almost fell. Juan, my friend.
Oh, it's just a little dizziness. I'm all right now.
No, my son. I'm afraid you're not.
Huh?
I've been looking at you. I fear you're a sick man, Juan. You have scurvy like so many of our others.
No, Padre. Not a big, strong mule like me.
Yes, Juan, and this time you're not going to be stubborn. Come, I'm going to see that you're put to bed. Juan, my son, are you awake?
Oh, Padre.
I brought you a little broth. How do you feel tonight?
It's strange, Padre. It is like I have been asleep a long time.
You have. You've been lying here in a delirium for days.
No, Padre.
See, this is the 15th of August, a great feast of Our Lady. Here, my son, lift your head a little, if you can, and drink this.
Gracias, Padre. Oh, tell me, has the ship returned?
The one we sent to Mexico? No, Juan.
¿Y el señor gobernador Portola?
The harbor of Monterrey is thought to be more than 200 leguas to the north, Juan. Oh, we cannot expect him back for months yet. Here, drink some more.
Gracias. How is my Jose?
Jose? He is well and strong, Juan. Right now he's gone down to the stream with some of the soldiers for water.
Oh, I'm so anxious to see him.
He's a fine lad. I'm very fond of him, too, and I hope that...
Padre, what is that?
The soldiers. They're shooting. 1 second, Juan. I'll try to see what it is. Men, what is happening out there in the dark? Men, don't shoot.
Padre! Padre, somebody's hurt.
Don't try to get up, Juan. Who is that out there? Who is it?
It is only us, Padre, the soldiers.
Easy, Miguel. Carry him gently. He's bleeding.
Padre, help me.
Jose, my son.
The Indians attacked us, Padre. He got an arrow in the throat.
Bring him in here, men, to the light.
Who is it? Jose? Here, put him down. Here, gently. Here, let me hold his head up. There, Jose, it's all right now. Juan, your friend Juan is here.
Juan?
Si.
I'm glad you are better. Do not let me slip away, Juan. Do not let me. Padre, absolve me. I die.
Oh, God, in your infinite mercy, give peace to this innocent soul. Bring the poor man in here.
Yes, Padre. In here, you savage. Get in, or
No. Do not strike him.
But, Padre, this is one of the savages.
That will be all. You may go.
Very well, Padre, as you say.
Lie down here, my brother. You understand? That's it. You'll be comfortable there. Juan, my son, wake up.
What is it, Padre? You? Padre, why did you bring this Indian in here?
You're a little better now, Juan. You can help take care of him.
Take care of this savage? What is wrong with him?
He came to us for help. He has a bullet wound in his shoulder. He must rest until it has healed.
A bullet wound? Padre, that means he was one of the savages who killed Jose.
Who knows?
And you are helping to heal his wound? You are putting him here with me, Jose's friend?
Have you never heard, Juan, that we must love our enemies? Buenas noches, Juan, my son.
Padre, come back! Padre! Oh. He's gone. You dirty savage. Can you understand me? Well, then you will know why I'm going to kill you. Yes. Helpless as you lie here, I'm going to take this knife and cut your throat, just as you rather cut my friend.
Well, Juan, you're up and around this morning. You are better, eh?
I've come to speak with you, Padre. I have come to make a confession.
Confession?
Not in the manner of the church, Padre, but as man to man. Last night, that Indian you left with me, I tried to kill him. I hurled the knife above his throat. I needed only to plunge it down. But I did not have the strength. I was weak as a baby. The knife fell from my hands.
I do not think it was weakness that kept you from doing that, Juan.
You prayed for me?
See, Juan.
And it was prayer that stopped my hand?
Would you not believe so, Juan?
Oh, I do not know what to say, Padre. I'm a practical man.
For 7 months, this heroic little band worked in the hills of San Diego to build the first of the California missions. They waited for the return of the ship from Mexico with much-needed supplies. And when finally Governor Portola and
that is how matters stand, Padre. Months of futile search for the Bay of Monterey. We could not find it, even though it is shown on the navigator's charts. I come back here to find 20 of your men dead and the rest near starvation. So, there is only one decision. We must go back to Mexico at once, before it is too late.
I beseech you, Senor Gobernador. Wait just a few days more. The ship from Mexico may still come with food and supplies.
I fear that ship has been lost many months ago.
Listen to me, Senor Gobernador. This is the 10th of March. The 19th is the feast of St. Joseph. Give me until then to make a novena, 9 days of prayer that the ship may come.
And if it does not come by the end of 9 days?
We will go back to Mexico.
Bueno, Padre. I will give you 9 days, until the 19th of March. Coronel! Juan Coronel!
You call me, Senor Gobernador?
Si. Help the other muleteers to get things in readiness. On the 20th of March, we go back to Mexico.
beseech thee, dear Lord, send thou the ship that was promised, that it may arrive within 9 days, lest we be forced to... We must not desert these Indian pagans living in spiritual darkness. But 5 days remain. Oh, send thou the ship. But 1 more day. Oh, tomorrow may the ship arrive. The ship, send it. Hear me, O God. Hear me.
Padre Serra. Padre, where are you?
I am here, Juan.
Oh, I did not see you here in the DOS, Padre. I have come to ask if I should pack your vestments and the crucifix.
Pack them?
Tomorrow is the 20th, Padre. We leave at dawn.
No, Juan. We will not leave. The ship is coming.
But, Padre, it is dark now. The day is over. We have no hope.
We have always hope, Juan. When we have faith. Look. Look out there on the horizon.
A light.
Yes. It is the ship.
The ship! It has come!
I knew God would hear our prayers, Juan.
Your prayers were answered.
Yes, God is good, Juan. Now we can continue with the work we have undertaken. We can build our rosary of missions. We can bring thousands of these poor people to the gentle faith of Christ. We can give them schools and farms and trades. We have won the victory. We have won the land.
And you have saved it from Catherine the Great.
Run and tell the others, Juan. I will stay here. I want to thank God.
Padre, may I stay with you? May I join you in prayer of thanks?
Oh, Juan, you the practical one.
Yes, Padre. I have found out something. No, it's you who have taught me something I'll never forget. There is nothing more practical than prayer.
Then kneel here beside me, Juan. Dearest Lord, we lift up our hearts in thanksgiving to Thee, not only for the ship, not only for the salvation of the missions. We give Thee thanks that another practical man has been taught the power of prayer.
You have heard The Prayer That Won the West, starring Ramon Navarra as Juan and Pedro de Cordoba as Padre Serra. Now, here is tonight's Family Theater host, Henry Fonda.
We have a way of measuring success in life by fixed standards of accomplishment. Public opinion often seems to put home life in a secondary place. There's usually business first. Yes, today we frequently forget fundamentals. Fundamentals like God and family prayer. Fundamentals like the greatest success story in the world, raising a good family and making a real home. And when the importance of fundamentals like these is forgotten, there's an emptiness in a home. An emptiness that nothing else can fill, an emptiness that leads to families breaking up. We need to get back to fundamentals, to the true meaning of success, to the joy and happiness that every family should have through daily family prayer, to a realization that a family that prays together stays together. Before saying goodnight, I'd like to thank Ramon Navarra and Pedro de Cordoba for their performances this evening. Our thanks to D.H. Johnson for writing tonight's play and to Max Turr for his music. This production of Family Theater Incorporated was directed by David Young. Others who appeared in tonight's play were Don Orick, Don Morrison, John Alvin, Don Diamond, and John Faustini. Next week, our Family Theater stars will be John Lund and Marguerite Chapman in Heaven is Like That. Your hostess will be Licia Albanese. This is Henry Fonda saying good night and God bless you.
This series of the Family Theater broadcast is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this kind of program. by the Mutual Broadcasting System, which has responded to this need, and by a friend of the New York Foundling Hospital, which cares for homeless and motherless babies without distinction of race, creed, or color. Join us next week at this same time when our family theater stars will be John Lund and Marguerite Chapman, with Licia Albanese as hostess. Tony Lafrano speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Chester and I were about 30 miles from Dodge when we ran into the buffalo hunters' camp. We'd been holed up for 2 days in a deserted sod hut, taking cover from one of the worst blizzards in years. But it was over now, and a warm, dry Chinook blew out of the west, down off the Rockies and across the prairie into Kansas. It was Chester who saw the camp first, a pile of buffalo hides half covered by snow, and the skeleton of a wagon, its canvas torn and shredded by the blizzard. The camp was silent as we rode up. We got on.
They ain't nary a soul here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe the men got caught out on the prairie when the blizzard hit and couldn't get back.
It sure does look that way.
I don't know how that team is still alive with nothing but that wagon for protection.
They don't look none too lively.
You sure can't blame them.
Get your hands up, both of you.
You better do what the old man says, Chester.
He was hiding in the wagon.
Come over here, closer.
This your camp, mister?
Of course, it's my camp. Now, you two drop them guns.
Now, we got our hands up. Isn't that enough?
You do what I say. I ain't taking no chances. I ain't going to get left here again.
Left?
You're going to hitch up that team, and you're going to take me into Dodge. You ain't running off like Jed Lorne.
Who's Jed Lorne?
He's my skinner.
Oh, why did he leave you?
Well, he seen that blizzard coming, and he didn't want to take any chances, so he rode off. He's probably been in Dodge all the time, warm and cozy.
Oh, why didn't you go with him?
I twisted my leg and my foot so I can't ride a horse, that's why. Lorne figured driving the wagon beat too slow.
You mean he left you here to freeze?
Yeah, and I'll kill him when I find him. And I'll kill you if you don't drive me to Dodge.
Now, here, he's a U.S. Marshal, mister. He ain't going to leave you out here.
Marshal?
Yeah, that's right. Now, why don't you put down that rifle and tell us who you are?
Well, all right. My name's Ira Pucket, Marshal. I'm usually up north following the Republican herd, but I come south this year. I'm getting old, and I thought it'd be warmer down here.
You sure made a mistake about that, didn't you?
You'll get me into Dodge, won't you?
Sure, of course we will.
Foot I twisted. I don't feel nothing in it. Must be froze.
Huh? Well, it could be.
I'll kill Jed Lorne for this.
You forget about that, Pucket. I'm not taking you back to Dodge just so you can hang.
I'll forget it. Till I find him.
People everywhere are finding that Chesterfield packs more pleasure. Yes, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. For the more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. And Chesterfield, made with Accuray, is more perfectly packed than any cigarette could ever be before. Firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying to the taste. And Accuray Chesterfield has an open, easy draw that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. So remember, Chesterfield packs more pleasure. Buy Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Well, how is he, Doc?
Oh, he'll be all right, Matt. In time.
Well, then his foot wasn't so bad after all, huh?
He didn't have much foot left when I got through with him.
Oh.
But he'll be able to walk with a cane. But his buffalo hunting days are over.
How does he know that?
I told him. Ira Pucket's a proud man, Matt. A little too proud.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, what he hated most about this Jed Larner leaving him on the prairie wasn't the fact that he might have died, but that he was helpless. A man like Pucket can't stand being helpless.
Yeah, I see.
So now, all crippled up, he's a better man, Matt.
Well, he'll get over it, Doc. A man can get used to most anything in time.
I've got my doubts about Pucket, though. Well, you know that ornery old goat? He won't even admit how old he is.
Oh, how old would you guess, Doc?
Oh, he's past 70 anyway. He's in the back there if you want to see him.
All right.
I'll come with you.
Oh, hello, Pucket.
Marshal,
How you feeling?
Doc tell you what he done to me?
Yeah.
He ruined my foot.
I saved your life, Pucket.
I ain't sure I'm grateful, Doc.
You're going to be all right, Pucket. You're going to be able to get around.
Yeah, like old woman. What am I going to do for a living? I ain't one of you city people. I live off the country. I always have. I'm a man, not a dude.
You'll get used to town life. And you'll find men here, too.
What kind of men? Walking around all slickered up, parting the hair in the middle, bound to the ladies. Ain't one of them could do half the things I've done. Well, I was living with Comanches when most of them was sniveling in their mother's aprons.
Yeah, I know. But you'll find something to do. I'll help you.
You will, eh?
Well, sure.
Then help me find Jed Larner. Bring him in here so that I can kill him with my bare hands.
What does Larner look like, Pucket?
Oh, he's tall, black hair, got a big scar running across one eye and halfway down his right cheek.
All right, I'll try to find him. And if I do, I'll run him out of town before you get to him.
So, can't even trust you, can I?
Not when you want to murder a man. I told you I didn't bring you in so you could hang. The next few weeks, I kept a sharp eye out for Jed Larner, but he must have headed for some other part of the country. Anyway, he never showed up in Dodge. Well, time passed, and Ira Pucket was able to get around a little. First with the help of crutches, and then finally with a cane. But it was obvious his hunting days were over, and that alone seemed to shame him. Then one night his pride really got a blow. I was at the Long Branch having a beer with Kitty when it happened.
Oh, this is a great way to start the new year, Matt.
What do you mean, Kitty?
Well, last year I was hoping maybe I'd be in San Francisco by now.
Oh? You never told me.
What would you have done about it?
Oh, nothing, I guess. Why San Francisco?
No blizzards, no dust, no cowboys.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but they got fog.
Yeah?
And all those sailors and miners aren't any gentler than these cowboys, you know.
Well, I know. But imagine going to dinner in a carriage, eating off a tablecloth, dancing on a hardwood floor.
You're spoiled, Kitty.
Well, now, how could I got spoiled? Here, in Dodge City?
Save your money. You'll get to California someday.
Yeah, sure. If I walk.
Well, a lot of people are gone that way.
Who do you think I am, Sacagawea?
There was a woman.
Yeah.
You know, I always...
What's the matter, Matt?
That man at the bar, he just turned around.
Which man?
The one with the scar down his cheek. I'll be back, Kitty.
Good evening, Marshal.
Evening.
What are you staring at me for?
Your name Jed Larner?
And if it is?
How long you been in town, Larner?
About an hour. Something wrong, Marshal?
You remember the big blizzard we had?
Who don't?
We all do, I guess. Especially Ira Pucket.
What?
He didn't die, Larner.
Well, that's fine. I went back looking for him. I wondered where he'd got to.
Yeah, sure you did.
Well, it's true.
Pucket's here in Dodge, Larner.
He is?
And if he finds you, he'll kill you. But he isn't going to find you because you're leaving right now. And don't show up around here again.
Now, wait, Marshal.
I can't arrest you. I can't put you in jail. But I tell you what I can do.
What?
Suppose I just let everybody here know that you're the man who ran off and left Ira Pucket to die.
No.
You know something? They'd tear you apart, Larner. They'd set you on fire.
Don't say nothing, Marshal. Don't tell him. I'll leave. I'll leave right now.
Well, you got rid of him in a hurry.
I saved him from being shot and Ira Pucket from hanging for it, Kitty.
Oh, that was Jed Larner.
Uh-huh.
He's the one that ought to hang.
Yeah, he didn't mean to kill the old man, Kitty.
What's the difference?
Well, legally there's some.
Enough to give Ira his foot back?
You're sure hard to argue with, Kitty.
Why? Because I think straight?
Let's talk about San Francisco, huh?
I've changed my mind. I think I'll go to New York.
Oh?
Marshal Dillon.
It's Ira Pucket, Matt.
Yeah.
He looks awful mad. Good thing he isn't armed.
Well, he can always find a gun, Kitty.
You done it, Marshal. It was you, wasn't it?
You saw Jed Larner, huh?
Jumped on his horse and rode out of town before I could stop him. And I had to stand there and watch. I didn't even have a rock to throw at him. Why'd you do it, Marshal?
To save you from hanging,
Well, I'd rather hang and live this way. I wasn't born to become my helpless old man. The least you could have done was let me fight my own battle like I always did out on the plain. You took my manhood away from me, Marshal.
You're living in town now, Ira, among people. Why don't you get used to it?
All right. All right, I will. I'll live like you town people.
Fine. Then why don't you start by getting yourself a job?
I'm going to. I sure am. And it's going to pay me a lot of money, too.
What do you mean by that?
You'll find out, Marshal. When it's too late.
This is Jack Webb. I suppose most of you have made your New Year's resolutions. I guess with most of us, that implies some kind of a change. Well, beginning with this brand new year, we've made a few changes in our Dragnet television show. I like to think the most important is what we call the Dragnet New Look. In our brand new series, we'll show for the very first time the new Los Angeles Police Administration Building, the first of its kind in the world. But the biggest change of all is our new television time, 1/2 hour earlier. Now, speaking of a change, here's a great suggestion for 1956. Change to milder, better-tasting Chesterfields. My cigarette. Make it yours. I think this little jingle of ours sums up our case for Chesterfield very nicely.
Put a smile in your smoke and just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield. They satisfy.
It's a nice morning, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, thanks to that wind we had last night.
Well, it kept me awake.
All night, Chester?
Well, no, sir, I wouldn't say that. About 15 minutes. Hey, look over there by the bank, Mr. Dillon. Ain't that our Pucket?
Yeah. That's the first time he's had his team and wagon out.
Where you reckon he's going?
Right now, he's gone into the bank.
Well, what's he carrying that shotgun for? He can't do no hunting in the bank.
Yes, he can, Chester. Come on.
Mr. Dillon, you don't mean to say old Pucket's going to hold that bank up?
He said last night he's going to start living like town people and get a job and make a lot of money. This could be his idea of how to do it.
You sure couldn't have no other reason to carry that shotgun in there. You going in after him, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Well, he's got a shotgun.
I know. Look, Chester, take his team and wagon off somewhere. Lead him around back of the bank, huh? Out of sight. Maybe we can handle this without a shooting.
All right, sir.
Hurry it up, Chester. He's coming out.
I'm long gone, Mr. Dillon. Marshal.
Come on out, Pucket. I'm not stopping you.
You better not try it. I can shoot with one hand, Marshal.
Yeah, sure.
Don't you try to follow me. Hey, wait a minute. Wait. Where's my wagon? Where's my team?
You're in a bad fix, Pucket.
Somebody stole them. I can't get away without my team.
No, you can't, Pucket. So you might as well give up.
You've done it. You're behind this, Marshal.
You gonna shoot me?
Well, why shouldn't I?
Because you're in enough trouble already. And shooting me won't help a bit. You're trapped, Pucket, and there isn't a thing you can do about it. Now, you use your head.
All right. Here. Here's the money. Now, you bring my outfit back. I ain't going to jail, Marshal.
It's like I said, Pucket. Shooting me isn't going to help you. And I'm not going to do a thing about your outfit.
You think you outsmarted me, don't you?
Give it up, Pucket. You're licked.
Yeah, well, No. Oh, I can't shoot you, Marshal. Here, take the gun.
Good.
I'm nothing but a helpless old fool. Can't even rob a bank proper.
I'm not sure you really wanted to, Pucket.
What?
All you wanted was to prove something about that manhood you think has been taken away from you. But you sure picked a foolish way to do it.
Yeah, I guess I did.
My goodness, I thought he wouldn't never give up, Mr. Dillon.
He didn't have much choice, Chester.
I went in the back way and told the people in the bank to keep out of the way. You want me to take him to jail?
Oh, no, I can't stand jail. Oh, please, Marshal.
Lock him up, Chester. I'll return this money and have a talk with Mr. Bodkin. I'll be over later. I thought I told you to lock him up, Chester.
Well, I started to, Mr. Dillon, but I just couldn't stand the look on him when I got him in the cell.
Ira, you know, it seems to me everybody treats you pretty well.
Yeah, everybody but Jed Lorne.
That's true. But Chester and I brought you in. Doc saved your life. I kept you from hanging, and if I hadn't outsmarted you at the bank, you'd probably be lying dead somewhere now. You know, it seems to me everybody's gone to a lot of trouble for an old man full of a lot of foolish pride. What do you think?
I've been thinking, Marshal. Sitting here thinking. You know what? You're right. But it's too late now.
No, it isn't, Ira.
What?
I explained everything to Mr. Bodkin at the bank, and he's willing to drop any charges against you. But on one condition.
What's that?
Well, to be honest with you, it was my idea, but Mr. Bodkin agreed. You get a job here and quit being so doggone ornery. Otherwise, you're going to go to jail.
Oh, what could I do with this crippled foot?
Well, seeing you're so handy with a shotgun, I think Jim Buck might hire you to ride messenger on the stage.
You think so?
Well, he told me he would.
You went and saw him?
And it doesn't take any walking, Ira. So, how about it, huh?
The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
Halt the troops, Sergeant Ordway.
Yes, sir. Troop! Halt! Troop! Halt!
Now, this is a rest stop. Take half an hour. Ordway, get my map case. Bring Pryor back with you.
Yes, sir.
Captain, this rapid pace is not good on the feet of unshod horses.
And hard on the riders, Charbonneau, but there's no help for it. We're short on time.
But soon we enter the Lemhi country. We will have to slow down or kill off the horses.
Wonder if we can't avoid the Lemhi Pass this time. Take a tip from the buffalo. The trails seem to run to the southeast.
That is good, sir. Only yesterday, Sacagawea was saying we should follow the buffalo.
Janie said that? How does she know?
As a young maiden, she came here often with her people to dig roots. She knows this country.
Where is she?
With the baby. The rapid riders upset him in the stomach. Sacagawea makes him a more comfortable listener.
Suppose you do that. Send her to me.
Yes, sir.
The chart, sir.
Pryor reporting, sir. Yes. Now, both of you take a look at this map. We're right about here, 2 days south from Traveler's Rest. Almost to where East Fork Creek cuts into the Bitterroot River.
We camped here last fall. We were saying then that the worst was over, only it wasn't.
Captain Clark, if we're going to make it through the Lemhi country, we better rest the horses longer than half an hour.
You wish to see me, Captain?
Well, how's little Pompey? You need something to settle his stomach?
He's sleeping. He will be all right.
Charbonneau says you know this country.
Well, here I found the roots that taste like your carrot.
Now, look at this map, Janie. If we keep on south, we'll have to travel two sides of a triangle.
Triangle? What is a triangle, sir?
A figure with three sides. Look, south from here to where we came out of the pass last year. That's one side.
One side.
Now we turn due east through the pass to the cache at the headwaters of the Jefferson. That's the second side.
Oh, now I understand. It is shorter if you go this way, the third side.
What kind of a trail is it, Janie? Is it difficult?
Oh, it is very pretty. The buffalo always choose easy trails.
Good. Shallow water just ahead, if my memory serves. We'll ford the river and take the next buffalo trail bearing to the southeast.
There is much peril, Captain. The southeast goes into Crow country. The Crow people like to steal. They like to kill.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 11, Clark and the Horse Thieves. July 5, 1806. William Clark, with two-thirds of the Lewis and Clark Corps of Discovery, moved toward the headwaters of the Jefferson River in what is now southwestern Montana. His partner, Meriwether Lewis, led the rest of the Corps into northern Montana to explore Marias River. Clark would follow the Jefferson to Three Forks, where Sergeant Ordway would take 9 men down the Missouri to the Great Falls, where he would make a portage, then meet Lewis at the union of the Missouri and the Marias. The combined party would move on to where the Missouri met the Yellowstone, on the border between present-day Montana and North Dakota. Clark, meanwhile, would go east to the Yellowstone and follow its curving course to that common point of rendezvous, the Yellowstone and Missouri. Essentially, Lewis was making a semicircle to the northeast, Clark to the southeast, and Sergeant Ordway in between. All three, in acquiring vital geographical information, were risking their lives by traveling in groups so small that they invited attack by hostile Indians.
If we rode with danger, we also rode with beauty. The country that required constant alertness also displayed gently rolling hills covered with the bright bloom of wildflowers and small plains areas that looked like parklands. Every forested glade we passed could have been a hiding place for savages, planning our extermination.
Captain, I was figuring we're about half a day from the cache. You want me to take out a hunting party and get us some meat and set up camp there?
What's your hurry, Ordway?
Oh, no hurry, sir.
Could it be you remember that cache has tobacco in it?
I admit it, sir. I'm dying for a chaw. Except for a whiff or two on a peace pipe, not a man jack of us had tobacco for 6 months.
Go ahead. Take Shannon, Willard, and York with you. Keep a sharp eye out for hostiles.
Yes, sir.
We pushed on, moving at a slow pace to save the horses. Something would have to be done about resting them and then protecting their hoofs against the prickly pear they would soon encounter. I had seen Indian ponies wearing overshoes made of buffalo hide. Perhaps if Ordway and the hunters were lucky enough to bring in buffalo, we could make shoes for our suffering animals. Along toward the end of the day, we reached our destination, the cache. 2 buffalo were cooking over the fires, and our canoes of last year had been recovered.
Over here, Captain Clark. Over here, sir.
Halt! Halt! Now, let's get those horses unloaded.
Canoes are in fair shape, sir. A little work and they'll be ready.
All right. Windsor, Charbonneau, take the first watch. Ordway, get a shovel. We'll take a look at that cache.
Yes, sir. Follow me, Captain.
Slowly, Sergeant, slowly.
Excuse me for being in a hurry, sir. But all day I've been thinking how good it'll be to have my face filled with some good old Virginia.
Well, don't hope too much. Perhaps water got in and spoiled it all.
Oh, don't say that, sir. Well, here we are, sir. You really think it'll be spoiled? This is high ground, sir.
Save your breath and dig. I didn't tell him that I was as interested as he was in the tobacco. I let him dig, watching how carefully he exposed the contents of the hole, protected by a layer of pine boughs and a heavy tarpaulin. I had Private Gibson get in the hole and pass out the stored articles. Out came notes and specimens carefully wrapped. Lead canisters of powder, spare tools.
All looks to be in fair shape, sir. Say, what's this? Tobacco?
Well, now, Sergeant, I imagine it is. Except for men on watch, all tobacco users, front and center.
Here we go. Look out. Now, don't shove.
Hey, York, get your big foot off of mine.
Keep your feet out of the way, boy. Stop trying to make footprints for me.
Me make prints for you. Only an elephant can do that.
All right, line up. Stop shoving, Shannon.
Who's shoving, Sergeant?
Quiet, listen. Now, listen.
All right, quiet.
This is the way it'll be with the tobacco. 2 feet to each man, including Captain Lewis's detail when we meet him. After, we put aside 1/3 for trading goods.
Want me to start cutting it, sir?
Prior's steadier with a knife. You hand it out.
Yes, sir.
Some of the men bit off chaws the moment they received their tobacco. Others waited until after the evening meal, as I did. I filled my pipe, took a long pull, and was so dizzy I could hardly sit up.
What's the matter, Captain? Dizzy?
I'm not used to smoking anymore.
Everybody in camp's dizzy with it.
Maybe I'll put mine aside for now. Got to have somebody in camp with his wits about him.
Yes, I thought of that, sir. No tobacco to the guards.
I sat back and watched the fire. I felt nervous, despite the fact that the horses seemed all right. The guards were alert, capable. Then I realized that in the morning I faced the necessity of dividing my command, even before Ordway took his party down the Missouri. Meriwether Lewis had helped plan that, just as he had everything else we'd done in over 2 years. Until now, we had shared all responsibilities. Now, I would have to bear it alone. Sergeant Pryor.
Yes, sir?
As soon as Ordway and Cruzat get through with minor repairs in the morning, I'll be taking the canoes downriver. Besides yourself, who are the best horse handlers in camp?
Oh, Shannon for one, and Windsor's good.
All right, take them and Hall and Willard. Drive the horses to 3 forks where the Jefferson, Madison, and Gallatin rivers come together to form the Missouri. You understand?
Yes, sir. 3 forks.
I'll meet you there with the boats in 3 to 4 days. We were on the river again, but it didn't seem the same river we had traveled before by oar, pole, tow rope. Now we glided effortlessly and rapidly with the current. In the space of a single day, we swept by 6 previous campsites, and 3 days after we had taken to the boats, we neared the 3 forks.
Smoke up ahead, Captain.
So I see. We'll approach with caution.
It is white man's fire, Captain.
Yeah, there's too much size for the Indian fire, huh?
Put the telescope on it, sir.
Mm-hmm. It's Pryor and the men. Ah, they're cooking supper.
Oh, we're right on time.
I can see some of the horses. Lay into shore, Ordway.
Yes, sir.
They beached the boats and got out to face a grinning Pryor and his detail. 6 deer were cooking over as many fires.
Well, what took you? We stopped to hunt and got up a meal for everybody, and still we've been here nigh on to 2 hours.
Well, we had to go back to Fort Clatsop to pick up some blue beads you left.
Nate, we figured Injuns would have got you by now.
What Injuns?
The ones you ain't seen.
That's the way I like them.
The meat's looking mighty good.
Should be ready to eat.
Hey, York, what do you say we help dish up, no? Sure thing, Charbonneau.
Any sign at all of Indians, Pryor?
Nothing.
Well, then I think I'm hungry. Let's eat.
No, I'm with you there.
The eating was mighty good. And to borrow a favorite phrase of Meriwether's, we fared sumptuously. Then, temporarily, we defeated swarms of mosquitoes by throwing enough green wood on the fires to make them smoke. The men relaxed with their tobacco, and for the first time in many months, I heard York sing.
Relaxing sound, that singing.
He sang a lot back home. Women used to sit around and listen.
I sure envy him that. Me, I had to chase after him.
Captain, here we are at the Missouri. When do I leave? In the morning?
That's right, with 9 men and the baggage. You should manage fine. Gas will meet you at the Great Falls with the trucks for the portage. Then you go down the Missouri to meet Captain Lewis at the Marias River.
Can I have Cruzat and Calder?
Yes. Anybody else?
Oh, you name the others, sir.
Well, Weiser, Collins, Willard, Howard, LePage, Potts, and Whitehouse. All of them are good in the boats. Now remember, you'll be in danger mostly on land. In camp or hunting, keep alert.
Anything you want me to say to Captain Lewis?
No, I'll write him tonight. After breakfast the next day, Ordway left. A little nervous, but with an outward show of confidence. He was on his own, and I hoped he would be all right. Pryor got the rest of us ready for the overland trek. All horses were now provided with tough buffalo hide overshoes.
49 horses, 1 colt, sir. All baggage loaded, and we're ready to move.
Fine. Where's Janie?
I passed the word. She's coming. Huh, there she is now.
Sir?
You know the river called Yellowstone, Janie?
It is from the south and turns east. A fine river.
Southeast. Is that the direction for us?
To the mountains. Take pass. Yellowstone River is on other side.
How much time to go down the Yellowstone to the Missouri? 1 moon?
Maybe half a moon. First part, we maybe have trouble with Crow tribes.
Well, we better get started, Pryor.
Yes, sir.
We rode through country that continued to be a scenic delight. With plenty of game near at hand. We climbed by easy stages into the mountains, and Sacagawea located a pleasant pass which led us into the valley of the Yellowstone.
Captain, this is really easy traveling. I hope Ordway is having as easy a time of it.
And Captain Lewis up in Blackfoot country.
Yes, sir. Speaking of Injuns, so far not a hide nor hair of one. Hey, Charbonneau, where are all them Injuns Sacagawea said we'd run into?
Do you not feel them, Sergeant? Especially at night, huh? They're all around us.
Biding their time, I suppose. Waiting till they catch a sentry asleep.
We've been lucky. Perhaps they're afraid of our weapons.
You really believe they're all around, Charbonneau? Does Janie think so?
She hopes that seeing a woman and a child among us will make them realize we are a party of peace.
Captain, when we come to the river, do we stay on shore and follow it, or do we make dugouts?
Both. Staying in sight of each other. Half of the boats, half of the horses should be some insurance against attack.
Captain, I have found one of the roots like a carrot. I have pulled it for you.
Yeah, it sure looks like a carrot. Tonight I'll try to draw a picture of it for Captain Lewis.
Captain, look. Back in the pass. Smoke.
It is a crow signal smoke.
You're sure?
But there is also answering smoke far ahead of us.
Well, I'll be danged. Over on the horizon.
Uh-huh. You see, Sergeant?
They have been following us for days.
That night, when we made our camp, I doubled the number of men on watch. I sat up much later than usual, straining eyes and ears for the sight or sound of hostiles. But nothing happened. I finally fell asleep, to be awakened by a grim Sergeant Pryor.
Captain?
Morning, Pryor.
There's 3 horses missing, sir.
But missing? You're sure they didn't stray?
Yes, sir. I found an Indian moccasin print. And the 3 were our best horses.
Didn't the sentries hear anything during the night?
Not a thing.
There was room for doubt about this first adroitly managed theft. It vanished in the developments for the next 2 nights. Each night, despite the most elaborate of precautions, 2 more horses disappeared. Again, the best animals. Attention began to communicate itself to the men. The idea of standing watch with all faculties alert and still unable to detect the thieves in action is very hard on morale. It made a man doubt himself.
I don't see how they got away with it. Right under my nose.
Many Indians steal horses, but with the crow, it is an art.
Don't they get some kind of medal for it?
It is called counting a coup. Stealing an enemy horse is second only to killing enemy warriors in battle.
Captain, river ahead.
The sight of water somehow was very welcome. Now we were not entirely dependent upon the horses for transportation. We would use dugouts and, of course, defend our horses to the utmost of our abilities because they represented money. When we reached the Mandan villages, we could use them to acquire many needed articles and services.
Captain, timber here is too small for canoes.
Now, keep moving. Send Bratton and Shields ahead to find us some good trees.
Yes, sir.
We found the timber, but it was barely thick enough. And the width and depth of our craft would be no more than 2 feet. We set up camp while trees were felled and the boats made from them. That night, we tried placing our horses between campground and the river.
Well, looks like them crows will have a tough time stealing anything tonight.
Make sure the guard is doubled.
Yes, sir. Old York's at the singing again. Must figure we're safe.
Well, maybe he's singing to keep up his courage. How long can you make those canoes?
28 feet.
2 by 28. Why don't we put them in tandems?
2 side by side. That's good. Give us stability.
York, shut up that noise.
You say shut up, boy?
If you got a gargle, do it down by the river.
You got no call to talk to me that way.
Just shut up or I'll stomp you.
Stomp me? A rut like you?
York, Shannon, come over here.
Yes, sir.
Sir?
I'll make allowances, York. Shannon's nervous.
I sure am.
This valley's crawling with hostiles. Instead of fighting each other, why not try to get along? Keep alert. Listen for the enemy.
I'm sorry, York.
Me too. Got no business singing with hostiles out there. I'll listen.
Gotta catch them horse thieves.
The night seemed peaceful. The horses seemed calm. The watch was changed regularly without incident. Each man seemed alert. Then along toward dawn, there was an uproar of noise from the horses. I sent men to reinforce the watch, held others back for the defense of the camp, and built up the fires for light. Presently, order was restored among the horses. In the first of the daylight, Pryor trudged in.
Captain, them Indians stole 24 horses.
But how?
I don't know exactly. Shannon and Charbonneau are still chasing after him. I found this moccasin and a piece of Indian rope.
We lost 24. That leaves only 18.
That's right, sir. Looks like Charbonneau and Shannon coming this way now.
It was crows, Captain.
Big party, sir. Shannon and me, we were the sentinels. How they surprise us, I don't know. One moment, all quiet. Next, everything come at once. I think I wounded one of the thieves.
When the fuss started, they got the horses over that little rise to the east and ran them down the draw 3-4 miles away.
And there, the trail disappears.
It's rocky.
Oh, this settles it. We have to get these horses away before we lose them all.
Yes, sir.
Pryor, you and Shannon and Windsor are going to take them out of this country.
Sir?
Well, you 3 men know horses better than the rest of us. Drive them directly overland to the Mandan villages on the Missouri. Stay there with Chief Blackcat until we pick you up.
Catch that, Shannon?
Quite a job, but we'll make it.
We've got to make it. Go tell Windsor. We'll move out in an hour.
Toward mid-morning, Sergeant Pryor, Windsor, and Shannon rode out. The rest of the men stood and watched, most of them sure they would never see Pryor or Shannon or Windsor alive again. It was asking a lot of those 3, sending them out into a country filled with Indians you couldn't see, Indians who wanted your horses. But there was no other way. Somebody had to do it. I tried to forget I was the one who issued that order. I moved about watching the men build the boats. 6 of them. You're coming right along.
Captain, you feel them 3 boys will be all right all alone with them horses?
I hope so.
Maybe if they keep on the move and sleep in turn.
Well, looks like we can put the tandem in the water tomorrow. Charbonneau, how's the larder?
Enough meat for another day, sir.
We pushed off early in the day. The current was strong, and our boats were swept along at a fast pace. We used paddles and tillers only for direction. By the end of that first day, we had logged 80 miles. The following day, gliding along at the same brisk pace, I spied an unusual rock formation looming downriver. It was like a tower above the plain, and the top of it, Sacagawea saw it too.
Look, Capitan.
You've seen it before, Janie?
No, but often my people spoke of it. On it are carved symbols by the men of many tribes.
I think I'll have to take a closer look. Lay into shore.
Yes, sir.
The sides of the rock were covered with Indian signs and pictographs. I climbed up high enough to chisel my name and the date into the stone above the others, where it would not easily be obliterated. Then I went on up to the top. I stood erect, aware of a light breeze, and looked about. It was an impressive view, mile upon mile of hills and grassland and winding river. I stayed up there for some time until cries from below caught my attention. The men had beached the canoes and had prepared a midday meal. I descended carefully, made my way back to them.
Captain, don't go up there no more. You could fall and kill yourself.
It was peaceful up top. Say, look at little Pop eating meat like a grown man.
Soon he will no longer be a baby. Soon he will be a big boy.
That's what we'll call it. From now on, that big pile of rock is Pompey's Tower.
Someday, Baptiste, or Pompey, as you call him, will come back here. He will climb as you did.
And when he's old enough to understand the honor, we will tell him of this monument named after him, huh?
August 3rd, 1806, we reached the Missouri. The men yelled and cheered as we put into shore. Here we would make camp and wait for Meriwether Lewis and Ordway to appear. But soon we found that waiting at this particular spot was going to be all but impossible.
Got him. Captain, the mosquitoes are trying to eat us all alive. That one was as big as a horse.
I'll better build up a fire.
Yes, sir. But it'll take more than a fire to stop these flying wolves.
Oh, Captain, the mosquitoes. I've never seen them so bad. Ooh.
Now, don't start that fire, York. We're getting out of here. I left a note for Meriwether fastened to a stick, which I jammed into the riverbank, and we went downriver for a couple of days. We hauled up on a beach where there were no insect pests. We built fires, had a noontime feast of buffalo meat. I was looking about for a place to take a nap when Sacagawea clutched my arm and pointed upriver.
Captain, look, bull boat.
Hey, I've never seen a modern bull boat on the open river.
Take another look. That ain't no man down in that bull boat. That's Sarge Pryor.
Pryor was the sole occupant of the leading bull boat, and Windsor and Shannon were in the other. Considering that bull boats were circular basins of buffalo hide stretched over a stick frame and not intended for open river navigation, they handled the bobbing, swinging craft with rare skill, putting in at the camp amid the yells of the men. I hurried to the water's edge and was relieved when all three men, apparently none the worse for wear, stepped out of the bull boats. Ah, Pryor, what happened?
Well, sir, second day out, Indians took every last horse we had.
We tried to follow them, but it was no good. They ran away from us.
We headed to the Yellowstone fast as we could hoof it to try to get there before you passed in the boats. We never made it. We knew when we saw your name on that tower of rock. Only thing we could do was shoot buffalo and make bull boats. No tools to make dugouts.
Well,
bull boats ain't so bad once you get used to them.
Only thing is you can't make them go very well against the current.
Well, you didn't try, did you?
Well, yes, sir, we did. You see, when we got to the mouth of the Yellowstone, I found your note at that place where the mosquitoes are. I read it, threw it aside, and started downriver.
You did what?
Well, I thought the note was for me at first, then I figured that I was supposed to be at the Mandan villages, and you wouldn't be leaving a note for me. It had to be for Captain Lewis.
We wanted to go back and fix things, but like Sergeant says, we can't make bull boats go upstream in a strong current.
We may be in trouble, Sergeant. Big trouble. The loss of the horses reduced us in one stroke from men in a strong position for trading to a group of impecunious wanderers. But even that wasn't bad, given any luck in hunting. What was bad was that Meriwether Lewis would be coming downriver with no clear idea of our whereabouts. It would be very easy to miss each other on the wide Missouri.
Have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition, starring Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Chapter 11, Clark and the Horse Thieves, featured Sebastian Cabot, Helen Gerald, Cliff Holland, Frank Gersel, Eddie Firestone, and Don Spruance. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
.20 p.m. We got in right on time, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, the railroad's getting better every month, Chester. Looks like they're going to civilize this prairie yet.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
All right, let's go.
Well, Abilene sure don't change much. Looks about like it did the last time I was here.
Yeah, we're getting most of the cattle at Dodge now. Boom's leveled off here. Still a rough town, though, I suppose.
You think he'll put up a fight?
I don't know, Chester. He's pretty mean from all reports. He may. We'll try to avoid it, though.
Of course, we're only guessing anyway. He might not even be here.
No, he always heads for Abilene when he gets in trouble. It's his hometown. He'll be here. And one good thing, it's Bill Hickok's town, too. At least we'll have the local sheriff on our side for once.
Yeah, I suppose that's some help.
Some help? I'd rather have Wild Bill along than anybody I know.
I suppose.
Chester, what's the matter with you? You're acting like a man at his own funeral.
Mr. Dillon, I've had an uneasy feeling ever since we left Dodge. Kind of a hunch, you might say.
It's nonsense. They're going to pick up a killer and take him back for trial. That's all.
Maybe. And maybe not.
Look, Chester, any man who lives by a gun knows down inside that he's going to die by one someday. But if he's got any sense, he keeps from thinking about it. Of course, he can't help getting a hunch now and then. I had plenty of them myself. Mostly wrong. Come on, Chester, let's walk down to the Last Chance, and I'll buy you a drink. As a matter of fact, I'll buy us both a drink.
What'll you have, boys?
Rye for me.
Yes, sir.
You can make mine the same.
A bottle of rye and a couple of glasses.
Quite a crowd in here for this time of day.
Yeah. I've been looking around for Wild Bill, but I don't see him.
Suppose the Daggett kid might be in here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, he spent most of his time hanging around the saloons while he was in Dodge.
Here you are, boys. Drink up.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, bartender, do you happen to know a kid around town by the name of...
Who, mister?
What? Oh, never mind. Well, he's here, Chester. Down there at the end of the bar.
Yeah, that's him, all right. Well, sir, Mr. Dillon?
He's what we're here for.
We gonna wait for Mr. Hickok?
No. Come up on his left side, Chester, and watch his gun handle.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I'm telling you, it was the funniest sight you ever seen. The bullet knocked that scrawny hound dog end over end. First shot I fired. Caught him right in the back of the...
You're Jack Daggett, aren't you?
That's right, mister. What about it?
My name's Dillon, U.S. Marshal from Dodge. You're under arrest.
You're kind of out of your territory, aren't you?
Marshal's territory's anywhere. I'll take that gun of yours now.
You will, huh? All right.
Drop it. Drop the gun.
Let go of my wrist.
Drop the gun.
Drop nothing. You heard the marshal.
That was easy, Mr. Dillon. A lot easier than what I thought it'd be.
All right, Chester, put the cuffs on him.
Yes.
Seems to me your partner acted a little high-handed there, Marshal.
It does, huh?
Now, he had no call to slug that boy in the head that way.
Would you rather I'd have put a bullet in his belly? Chester saved his life, that's all. He was drawing on me.
Well, now, if you'd come around and seen me before you started anything, you wouldn't have had this trouble. My name is Rourke. I'm the town constable here.
I see.
Young Jack here told me all about that shooting out in Dodge. Said they ganged up on him in a poker game, tried to cheat him. Forced him to shoot his way out.
That's a good story. It's too bad it didn't happen that way. All right, Chester, let's get him on his feet and go find the sheriff.
I reckon you won't be finding him, Marshal.
Why not?
Hickok's up in Topeka. Won't be back for a week or 10 days. Meantime, I'm the law in Abilene.
And I got a favor to ask from you. I'd like to use one of your jail cells until 9 o'clock. That's when the next train leaves for Dodge.
I'm sorry, Marshal. I got no authority to do anything like that.
What difference does that make? If Wild Bill were here, he'd let me do it.
But Wild Bill ain't here.
I see.
A lot of us folks here like to run our own town. We don't like outsiders coming in and taking over. It's 4 hours till that train leaves, Marshal. I think you're going to find 4 hours is a long time.
Meaning?
This young fella you arrested has got a couple of older brothers. The Daggett boys. You probably never heard of them, but you're going to. They're not going to like this.
I don't care much what they like.
Maybe they'll teach you to care when they hear about this. And they'll hear. Like I said, 4 hours is a long time.
Look, I want you to get this straight. I came here to arrest a killer and take him back to Dodge to stand trial. I got him under arrest now, and I'm going to take him back.
Maybe.
All right, Chester, let's get him out of here. Get hold of his other arm there. Lift him up.
Yes, sir.
Take him out if you want.
Mr. Dillon?
What is it, Chester?
Maybe it was too easy.
Yes, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
We'd like to get a room, please.
Well, I have a very nice one right at the head of the stairs. If you'd care to look at it.
That won't be necessary. We'll only need it for about 4 hours until the train leaves for Dodge.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you'll just sign the register here.
Thank you.
My, your friend seems to have suffered quite an injury.
Yes, sir. He bumped his head.
Oh, really? Well, it's certainly a bad cut just to have had. Boy, that's one of the Daggett boys. Young Jack Daggett.
Yeah, that's right. I got him under arrest for murder. Now, where's the room?
You arrested Jack Daggett? Right here in Abilene?
Yeah. You said the room was up...
And you're planning to keep him here at my hotel for the next 4 hours?
Well, I can't stand out there on the street with him.
Marshal, do you know what's going to happen when the Daggett boys hear about this?
No, but I understand they may not like it very much.
May not like it? I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot stay here. I will not let my hotel be made the scene of a bloody massacre.
Now, just a minute, mister. You've rented me a room. I've signed the register, and I've got the key. I'm going to use that room until 9 o'clock, whether you like it or not.
It's the second door at the top of the stairs.
Thank you. Come on, Daggett. Move.
You heard him, son. Come on.
Keep your hands off.
There's just one thing, sir.
Yeah.
It's not a question of your honesty, you understand, but in view of the circumstances, I wonder if you'd mind paying in advance.
What time is it, Chester?
It's 6:23, Mr. Dillon.
I thought it was later than that.
Yes, sir, I know. It goes pretty slow when you're waiting for something like this. I swear I wished it was 9 o'clock. I wished we were leaving on that train right now.
You're not leaving on no train. Not alive.
You got a one-track mind, Daggett.
So have my brothers, Dillon. What they think about all the time is hands off the Daggets. That goes for you or anybody else.
Reckon we ought to stuff a pillow in his mouth, Mr. Dillon?
Might not be a bad idea.
You won't think it's funny when they come around.
But maybe they won't come around. Maybe they decided... Cover the door from the other side, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, who is it?
It's me, sir. The clerk.
What do you want?
It's the Daggett boys. They're across the street at the last chance right now.
And you're hoping I'll go over there instead of waiting for them to come here, huh?
Well,
All right. I'd rather jump them than have it the other way around. Chester, I guess we'll go over and have a talk with him.
What about him?
Well, he's cuffed hand and foot to a pretty solid iron bed. I don't think he's going anywhere.
Bet on it.
You ready, Chester?
I'm ready whenever you are, Mr. Dillon.
All right, let's go.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment, but first,
This Monday night on most of these same stations, be sure to be with us when Lux Radio Theater raises the curtain on its full-hour adaptation of the exciting screenplay Phone Call from a Stranger. Shelley Winters and Gary Merrill recreate their original screen roles in this dramatic thriller about the experiences of a lone survivor of an airplane crash in bringing the tragic news to families of the victims. Remember, it's on Lux Radio Theater this Monday night on CBS Radio. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
That must be them, Mr. Dillon. Across the room there.
Yeah, I guess so. They look a lot like Jack. And they look mad. There's quite a crowd around them. Well, Chester, the only way to get it over is to get it started.
Yes, sir. How will we do it, Mr. Dillon?
I haven't got a plan, Chester. Face them down, that's all.
Yes, sir.
Don't mean nothing to you. Go ahead, it's your deal.
You the Daggett brothers?
What if we are?
This is him, Jim. This is a fellow I was...
Shut up, Rourke. You've been glad enough to stay out of this so far. Stay out of it now. My name's Dillon, United States Marshal from Dodge City. I got your brother Jack under arrest for murder. You probably heard about it.
Yeah, rumors got around.
I'm taking him out of here on the 9 o'clock train. He's going back to Dodge to stand trial. My guess is he's going to hang. And the point is, what are you going to do about it?
Why didn't you wait? We'd have looked you up.
You didn't answer my question.
Still 2 hours and a half till 9 o'clock. I reckon we got plenty of time yet. We'll wait.
Why wait? What's the matter with now?
Would rather wait.
Maybe you're trying to pick up some helpers among this bunch of hangers-on, huh? Well, look at them. Each one trying to sneak behind the man next to him. If you're counting on any help there, you better forget it.
You're pushing your luck, Dillon.
I don't think so. You boys are full of talk, and that's all. You never even intended to start anything.
You're a dirty liar. We're going to do plenty...
Now, don't you move, either one of you. You covering my back, Chester?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll take that gun. Thank you. Yours, too.
Sure. Sure play, Dillon. Where it stands now.
Thank you. Here, Chester. Kick those back onto the tables.
Yes, sir. All right, folks, just leave them lay, please. Don't nobody touch them.
Here, Chester. Now hold on to my gun.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
Now just keep them off my back.
Yes, sir.
You. Come here.
Sure.
You called me a liar, didn't you?
Yeah.
Boy, you cheap tin horn, you...
I can't do that.
I thought you Daggets were tough.
Hey, watch this. Watch.
All right, you. You're next.
I'll wait, Marshal. I'll get to you later.
You're a no-good coward, Daggett. All right, Chester, I'll take my gun back now.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you. All right, boys, the show's over. Unless, of course, one of you'd like to take up where the Daggett's left off. Any one of you still figuring on helping them try to take my prisoner away from me? No? Well, I didn't think so. You're all fine, upright citizens now, huh? A pride and joy to Constable Rourke here.
That's enough, Dillon.
I thought I told you boys the show was over. All right, get out. Go on, get out, all of you. Move!
All right, let's get out of here. Marshal, I'd say you overreached yourself there. Stepped past the limits of your authority.
How I enforce the law's my own business. I do things my own way.
The way it'll get you killed someday.
Maybe.
I have to live in this town, Dillon. You don't know these Daggett brothers. If you cross them, you're through. I've seen it happen.
Come on, Chester, let's go.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
What time is it, Chester?
It's 7:45, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, the time's dragging.
Yes, sir. It's still an hour and 15 minutes till that train leaves.
What difference does it make? You're not going to be on it. Neither one of you are.
The way I'm figuring, Jack, we'll all three be on it.
You wait and see. You'll never get to that train. My brothers will take care of you.
They don't seem to be in any hurry about it.
You wait.
I sure do wish I hadn't had such an uneasy hunch about this trip.
Forget it, Chester.
They'll stop you. You just wait.
It's only 8:15. Mr. Dillon seems to be going slower all the time.
Yeah, adds up, though. Won't be much longer now.
45 minutes, if the train's on time. And if we're lucky enough to get on it.
Chester, you're wearing yourself out. Why don't you sit down and relax, huh?
I just can't seem to set my mind to it, Mr. Dillon.
No Daggett will ever leave this town wearing handcuffs as long as the other two are alive.
Well, I'd think that's up to them, Jack.
Sure. And they'll take care of it, too.
I swear and declare, Mr. Dillon, I almost wish they would try something and get it over with.
The waiting's always the worst part, Chester.
You find out what the worst part is.
I could slug him, Mr. Dillon.
No, let him talk. Let him talk, Chester. He's only got a few more weeks to do it in.
They'll never hang me. I'll never even stand trial. You wait and see.
Chester?
It's 8:30 exactly, Mr. Dillon.
All right. Let's get started.
A little early, isn't it? Won't take that long to walk from here to the station.
It might if we have trouble.
Yes, sir, I guess it might.
You'll have trouble, don't you worry about that.
Jack, why don't you get on a new subject?
How are we going to take him, Mr. Dillon? Just drag him?
If he wants it that way. Otherwise, he'll walk handcuffed to my left wrist. Keep him covered, Chester. I'll unlock these cuffs and get him loose from the bed.
Yes, sir.
Dillon, if you're smart, you leave me here and run while you still got the chance.
Well, I've never been smart enough to run yet. Stick out your right wrist. All right. On your feet. Come on. You can put your gun away, Chester. Starting now, he's only going where I go. Now, come on, Jack. We got a train to catch.
thank heaven, gentlemen, you're leaving.
Yeah, we're leaving. And I want to thank you for your wonderful hospitality. I'll be glad to recommend your hotel to anybody who plans to stop over in Abilene.
Oh, I hardly know what to say, Marshal. You simply don't understand. You don't know these Daggett brothers. No offense personally, Jack. I have to live in this town, and I...
Come on, Jack.
Well,
you boys must run quite a bluff. You got everybody in town jumping sideways.
You'd be smart if you did, Dillon.
Good luck, gentlemen. Best of luck to all of you.
All of us. Well, that's hedging his bet.
Up there, Mr. Dillon. Not a soul on the street. Quiet as a graveyard.
Yeah. They're going to make a play, Chester, somewhere between here and the depot. We can count on that.
Yes, sir, I kind of figured they would. Especially after getting beat up over there at the saloon.
Well, they would have anyway. And jumping them like that did one good thing. It scared the pack off. At least we only have to worry about the Daggets, not a mob.
You'll think it's a mob
Shut
by
up.
the time...
Now, from here on, you keep your mouth shut. If you don't, so help me, I'll slug you and drag you to the depot. All right, now let's go.
No, sir, not a soul. I never thought I'd see the main street of Abilene deserted at this time of night.
It's not deserted, Chester. They're inside, behind the shutters. But at least they're staying out of it.
I wonder if coyotes are as lonesome as they sound, Mr. Dillon.
They couldn't be, Chester. Watch that left side up ahead of us, sir. It's pretty dark along there.
Yes, sir. They might jump us from behind.
I don't think so. Too many people watching. They gotta keep up their reputation.
I hope you're right.
Chester, they're at the corner of the bank. Somebody moved.
Across the street, too. In the shadow.
Take the one in the shadow, Chester.
Yes, sir.
There's one down, Chester. The other one's still there in the shadows. Get him if you can. Jack, here's ruining my aim.
I'll ruin more.
Good for you, Mr. Dillon. You ought to have slugged him sooner.
I didn't slug him, Chester. He caught a bullet that was meant for me.
Well, shot by one of his own brothers. Here, let me unlock those handcuffs, Mr. Dillon.
No time. Here, I'll get him up on my shoulder and... All right, let's move in and keep firing.
Yes, sir.
Hold it, Chester. Well, I guess we got the other one. Here, let me get him off my shoulder. Get these handcuffs off. Well, there's our prisoner, Jack Daggett. Wanted for murder, killed by his own brother. Let's take a look at the others. Three men dead.
Look down the street there, Mr. Dillon. They're all starting to crawl out of their holes.
Sure. They're all on our side now. Oh, come on, Chester. The train's coming. We gotta get on it and get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Let Rourke clean up this mess. He ought to be good for something. That sounds more lonesome than the coyotes. Gives a man the creeps.
Yes, sir, it sure does.
Well, you were wrong about that hunch of yours, Chester. It wasn't us. Not this time.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards and Barney Phillips, with John Daner, Tom Tully, Larry Dobkin, and Jim Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. A transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Hello, Chester.
Oh, come on in, Doc.
Where's Matt?
He ain't here.
Say, where have you two been the last couple of days? I haven't seen either one of you.
Well, I just got back from Hayes City. Mr. Dillon sent me there to fetch some government papers. And you know what? I took the Santa Fe both ways,
You
Doc.
did? Oh, well, that beats riding. But where's Matt, you say?
He left a note, but he didn't say exactly where he was at.
Well, you mean he's out of town?
That's what the note said. It seems somebody told him where he could find Jack Brand.
Jack Brand? Well, what's he doing around here?
I don't know. I guess Missouri got too rough for him.
Why don't they handle their own outlaws instead of chasing them into Kansas for Matt to catch?
Mr. Dillon says Brand's got 3 of his gang with him.
You mean Matt's gone out alone after 4 men?
Well, if I knew where he was, I'd go help him, Doc.
Oh, well, there's nothing you can do about it, Chester.
It worries me, though. That last holdup the gang pulled, they say 4 men got shot down.
Well, maybe they've quit. Maybe that's why they came to Kansas.
When you ever hear of a bunch of outlaws quitting?
No, I guess I was just talking to myself, Chester.
Chester!
Oh.
Chester!
Oh, that's Mr. Dillon, Doc.
Where is he?
Well, there he is, sitting on that wagon.
Oh, yes. Well, who's that with him?
Some fella give him a ride, I guess. Hello, Mr. Dillon.
Hello, Chester. Doc.
Hey, you lose your horse, Matt?
We left our horses out at Bauer's Ranch and borrowed this wagon. One of his riders will bring him in tomorrow.
Who's this with you, Mr. Dillon?
You've seen his picture, Chester.
Oh, my goodness. He's Jack Brand.
Let's get on, Brandon. You first.
Sure. How come you let him drive the wagon, Mr. Dillon?
To keep his hands full, Chester. Here, take my shotgun and lock him up.
Yes, sir. Where's the others? I thought he had 3 men with him.
Well, tell him, Marshal. Tell him where they are.
They're in the wagon, Chester. Under that canvas.
Well, are they all dead, Matt? All 3 of them?
They're all dead, Doc.
Bloodiest marshal I ever saw. It's just a wagon load of meat to him.
That's enough, Brandon.
It ain't hardly enough. I never seen such killing.
What happened, Mr. Dillon?
It doesn't matter. They put up a fight and I had to take them.
Well, I'll tell him what happened. Your lawman here hid himself in the grass and just waited for us to come out of that cabin. And then he yelled, so naturally we headed for cover. Who wouldn't? He just laid there and he cut loose with a shotgun. Tore up 2 of the boys that way. Then he stood up and he cut down Hank Smith with a 6-shooter.
How come you got out of it, Bran?
I jumped back in the cabin, then I give up. We weren't putting up a fight. He spooked us yelling like that. Make any man jump.
Oh, I suppose you're trying to say that you wouldn't have shot him.
We tried to shoot him. Who wouldn't? Any man's got a right to defend himself.
Oh, well, I never heard of resisting arrest called self-defense.
I never heard of no marshal shooting down everybody on the landscape.
Lock him up, Chester.
Get going, Bran.
Well, he actually think he was killing hogs, not men. Shut up and keep bloody as Marshal Evans.
See, how come you brought the bodies back, Matt? Why didn't you just bury them out there?
I wanted more witnesses than me to identify him, Doc. Might save trouble when Bran goes to trial.
You say you were mighty lucky, taking 4 outlaws that way, man.
Yeah.
And you killed 3 out of... Oh, say, wait till people around here hear about this.
Bran's right, Doc. It's a lot of killing. An awful lot.
Oh, no, you don't. Don't get to thinking about it too much now, man. It's your job. You did it, and so it's over.
It's over? Wait till tomorrow or the next day. There'll be somebody else. There's always another man to kill.
Oh, no, that's not the way to look at it, man. I've never heard of you shooting anybody you didn't have to.
No, I never did. But sometimes that doesn't help much.
See, you look tired, man.
Well, I haven't slept since I rode out of here 2 days ago.
Well, now you get some rest, and you'll feel better.
Sure.
Bran's snug in jail, Mr. Dillon. He don't like it much, but I told him not to try kicking his way out, that I'd be sleeping in the office.
We'll both be sleeping in the office, Chester. I'm too tired to walk to my room. Take care of this wagon. And what's in it, will you?
Mm-hmm.
You and Doc can identify those men. We'll write it out on paper in the morning.
All right, sir. I'll be coming to bed about midnight, but I'll be real quiet.
Nothing could wake me, Chester. Not tonight.
This is it, L&M Filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
Gosh, Doc, you sure I shouldn't wake him up and tell him?
It can wait until morning, Chester. Matt's too tired to do anything about it tonight, anyway.
I guess you're right.
Of course I am.
Okay.
Good night, Chester.
Good night, Doc.
Don't go from a... No, what? Don't do it. I tell you to leave the gun alone.
Mr. Dillon?
No. Don't make me kill you. Don't make me kill another man.
Mr. Dillon,
no, I've spilled enough blood. I don't want to kill you, no.
Mr. Dillon, wait.
No!
It isn't me, Mr. Dillon. It's Chester. There ain't nobody here.
What?
You was asleep. You've been dreaming.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I'll light the lamp.
No. It's all right, Chester.
My gracious, I come in and I heard you talking, and I thought somebody was here. That moonlight ain't too bright. I couldn't see good at first.
Sure.
I had to yell at you a couple of times before you woke up. You was dreaming you was in a fight, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was dreaming.
Nightmares like that, they're just terrible, ain't they?
There's a bottle in the desk drawer over there. Chester, get it for me, will you?
Yes, sir, I know where it is. I used to have nightmares sometimes when I was a boy, but I don't get them much no more. Here it is, Mr. Dillon. A good stiff drink will do you good.
Thanks, Chester. What time is it?
A little past midnight.
Jack Brand awake?
No, he'd be bellering if he was. But, Mr. Dillon, now that you're awake, there's something I ought to tell you.
Oh, what?
Well, me and Doc was having a drink over at the Alfregans, and a fella come in there and started talking real loud.
Talking about what?
Well, sir, mostly about how he's going to tree dodge and how he's going to tell you, too.
Oh?
He says he's a friend of Jack Brand's, and he's heard about how you caught him and all.
What's his name?
Stanger. Joe Stanger.
Yeah, I know him.
Well, do you think he'll cause trouble?
Probably. But I'm not going to worry about him tonight.
No, sir, that's what me and Doc figured. He won't try nothing tonight.
All the same, keep your gun handy, Chester. Now let's try to get some sleep. Shut him up, Chester. It's hardly dawn.
I swear I'd like to throw a bucket of water on him. Yes, oh, shut up, Brand. I'm coming.
I'm trying to.
Cut out that cut yelling, Brand. What's the matter with you?
Come on over here. Just unlock this cage, Chester.
What?
I'm holding a gun on you. Can't you see it?
Where'd you get that gun?
All right, now, come on over here, I said.
Well, the keys ain't over there. They're hanging on the wall down here.
Don't take your own sweet time about it. I've been in this chicken coop long enough.
Drop it, Brand.
What?
You're not hurt. I hit the gun.
I got the keys, Mr. Dillon. I'll get his gun out of there.
All right, go ahead. Stand back, Brand.
You like to bust my hand.
You're lucky.
Luck you didn't kill me, I suppose, just like you kill everybody.
Shut up.
I got it, Mr. Dillon. It ain't no good anyway. Not now.
Where'd you get that gun, Brand?
I made it, Marshal.
Don't be smart.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Joe Stanger brought it to you. He tossed it to you right through those bars on the window.
I didn't know Stanger was in town.
Didn't you? Chester, get some boards and nail them over the window so nothing can get through it.
I'll fix it, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, wait a minute, Marshal. That's the only window in here. You can't board it up.
You'll get enough air.
No, but it'll be dark. I don't like it dark.
Don't you? When you get it fixed, we'll go to breakfast, Chester.
It won't take long, Mr. Dillon. Well, it's been some time since I've been out on the plaza this early in the morning, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, weren't you up gambling all night last Saturday, Chester?
Oh, well, that's different.
Oh, how?
Well, I've been asleep all night this time. Things looks different when you had a good night's sleep.
Yeah, they sure do.
You didn't have no more nightmares last night, did you?
No, but I didn't sleep well.
You ought to take some time off. Go out buffalo hunting or something.
Yeah, maybe I ought to take a lot of time off. Wait a minute, Chester.
What?
That's Joe Stanger coming there.
Say, by golly, it is. What's he doing up so early?
Maybe he wants to find out why Jack Brand hasn't shot his way out of jail yet.
Well, he won't throw him no more guns. Not the way I got that place boarded up now.
Get out of the way, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Marshal.
You're up early, Stanger.
Train leaves for Abilene in about an hour.
Going to Abilene?
I'll be back next week.
Jack Brand will still be in jail.
I heard you caught him.
Good friend of yours, isn't he?
Sure. But I ain't part of his gang. I never was.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, there ain't much gang left now.
No.
You're a pretty rough man, Marshal.
When I have to be.
Don't it ever bother you, killing people the way you do?
Stanger, I shot a gun out of Jack Brand's hand this morning. You come by the office later, and I'll give it back to you.
Now, what would I want of a smashed-up six-shooter?
It's yours, isn't it?
I'm wearing mine.
I ought to throw you in jail, too.
What for?
To get you out of sight, if nothing else.
I wouldn't go to jail, Marshal. Not without a fight, I wouldn't. I ain't afraid of you. You want to try it? Go ahead. Go ahead, draw.
No.
What's the matter, Marshal? I thought you liked killing men. What's holding you back? You're going to have to fight me sooner or later.
Get out of here, Stanger. Go get on your train.
Wait till I tell everybody about Matt Dillon. How he's lost his nerve.
Get out, I said.
Well, I don't want to shoot down a man that won't draw. Not today, anyway. But I'll be back, Marshal. Next week.
Why didn't you shoot him, Mr. Dillon? He's nothing but a big bluff.
Chester, you go on to breakfast. I'm going back to the office.
What? Why, you told me...
You heard me.
Well, yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Dillon. Brought you a can full of coffee, Mr. Dillon.
Thanks, Chester.
I'm going to put it right here. What you doing, writing a letter?
It's a telegram. Here, Chester. Take this down to the depot, will you?
Sure.
I want it to go out right away.
U.S. War Department. What are you telegraphing Washington about?
That's my resignation, Chester.
What?
I'm quitting right now.
Why, you can't do that.
I've done it.
Oh, I don't believe it. You're funny now.
A man can quit a job, Chester. I've quit jobs before.
Well, I know, but this is different.
What's different about it? The government doesn't own me.
But think what'll happen if you ain't marshal here.
There are other men can be marshal.
Mr. Dillon.
What?
You ain't doing this because of, well, what Joe Stanger said.
That I've lost my nerve? No, he's wrong about that. And he's wrong about my liking to kill men, too.
You never killed nobody unless you had to.
And now I don't have to. I'm through, Chester. I knew I was through when I didn't draw on Stanger this morning. I've killed my last man.
I just don't know what to say, Mr. Dillon.
I've hated this job since the day I took it. I never did have a taste for killing, and now they can find somebody who has. And he'll make a better marshal than I ever was.
That ain't true.
Go send a telegram, Chester. I'll be at Delmonico's having breakfast. And with a good appetite for a change.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, today, why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
After breakfast, I went to my room and got some of the sleep I'd missed the night before. And I slept good. It was as though what was past, and none of it bothered me now. I didn't have to face it happening over and over again. And when I woke up, I felt better than I had in years. I even felt a little cleaner somehow. There wasn't going to be any more blood on my hands. Washington, as usual, was pretty slow answering my telegram. A week later, I still hadn't had an answer. But I didn't care. I'd quit, and that was that. I even began to enjoy myself for a change. Like the day I finally took Kitty fishing.
Matt? Hey, Matt, look, I got another one.
Well, throw him back, Kitty. We got more than we can carry now.
I will not throw him back. Hold still, you.
Come on over here in the shade. You've done enough fishing.
Okay. Hey, look at him, Matt. Isn't he a beauty?
Yeah, he's bigger than any I caught. Why don't you throw him in the sack and then sit down here, huh?
Say, you're right. I didn't know we'd caught that many.
Yeah. Maybe we'll have a fish fry tonight, huh?
Well, we can feed half a Dodge with all those.
Well, I doubt it. You ever see Chester go through a mess full of fish?
The last time he starved himself a couple of days in advance. Maybe we can kind of sneak up on him tonight.
No. He knows we're out here.
Maybe you ought to go into the business, Matt.
Oh? What business?
Fishing. You could do it for a living.
Well, I am going to have to find something to do for a living, I guess.
Well, it won't hurt you to loaf for a while, Matt.
Yeah. I'm enjoying it.
You know something, Matt?
What?
I think this is the first time I've ever seen you that you weren't wearing a gun.
It is. And I'm enjoying that, too.
Someday maybe nobody will wear guns.
Yeah, maybe. You know something? I'm sleepy.
You're lazy. So lazy you're probably going to starve to death before you find a new job.
I don't care.
Matt, look, somebody's coming on horseback.
No?
Uh-huh.
Hey. Well, that's Chester.
Oh, he's as lazy as you are. Imagine taking a horse to come this far.
Oh, Chester hates walking. Besides, he looks like he's in a hurry.
Oh, maybe he couldn't wait for that fish fry.
Mr. Dillon? Hello, Miss Kitty.
Look in that sack, Chester. We got about 30 catfish already.
Well, that's fine, Miss Kitty, but Mr. Dillon, Joe Stanger's in town.
Oh? Well, it doesn't matter to me, Chester.
But you don't understand.
Understand what?
What I come to tell you. Stanger's at the Alfraganza. A while ago, he had words with one of the girls there, and she slapped him, and he pulled out his gun, and he killed her.
What?
Who was the girl, Chester?
Kate Hawkins.
Oh, no.
That's who it was, Miss Kitty. And then the bartender tried to stop him, and Stanger shot him, too. And I hear he's going to die. I grabbed a horse off the hitch rail and come right down to tell you, you've got to stop him, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not marshal anymore here, Chester. I quit.
Oh, that don't matter.
It does to me.
You mean you're going to let Joe Stanger walk around Dodge and shoot everybody that gets in his way, including women?
I'm through killing. I told you that.
Who's going to stop him then? You're the only man around here that'll go up against him, and you know it.
That may be true. But I'm still not going to do it.
Wait, Mr. Dillon. Wait a minute. I've been thinking a lot about all this lately, and there's something you've been overlooking.
Oh?
Men like Stanger and Brand, they got to be stopped. I'd do it if I could, but I can't. I ain't good enough. Most men ain't. But you are. It's kind of too bad for you that you are, but that's the way it is. And there's nothing you can do about it. Not now. It's too late. It's way too late.
Give me your gun, Chester.
Chester? Want my holster?
I'll carry it in my belt.
Oh, Kitty. Chester will help you carry the fish back.
Sure, Matt. Sure.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&Ms and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter. There's music for you tomorrow evening with two of your favorite song stylists. First, it's the Dinah Shore Show, and then Songs with Sinatra. There's laughter, too, in your Friday lineup with three comedy favorites. The Bob Hope Show with Bob's guest Jerry Colonna, the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, and Can You Top This? It's a great Friday night program lineup, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl. Its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the Six-Shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered to the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends.
It was about 7 o'clock on a Saturday evening, and I was riding down the east trail that led from Castle City over to Crown Ranch. Been a real warm day. A little breeze was coming up now, and things were cooling off. A nice, comfortable twilight. I hadn't seen any signs of habitation for the last few miles. The soil was pretty thin and sandy. Probably wouldn't grow much. But a little further on, the ground turned brown, rich-looking. I noticed a frame house sitting back, 50 yards back from the trail. When I was almost even with the house, the front door opened and somebody came running out toward me.
Hey, mister, would you hold up a minute, mister?
Young boy, it looked like, about 15, 16, wearing blue jeans and a checkered shirt and a little peaked cap pulled down over his ears. Whoa, Scar. Whoa, boy. Whoa, boy. Howdy, son. What can I do for you?
You come from town, mister?
That's right.
You didn't run across Friendly DeWitt on the trail, did you?
Friendly DeWitt?
You know him, don't you, mister? He runs the traveling mercantile.
How's that?
Oh, sure. We're too far out to get into town very much, so he brings around a wagon load of goods every once in a while. I just don't know what we'd do without him.
Well, don't stand out there all night jawing. Just find out about Friendly, like I told you.
The gentleman ain't seen him, ma'am.
Oh, shut up, Fern. You can wear something else if you have to. Oh! The supper dishes are waiting, Cindy Lou.
What was that she called you?
Cindy Lou?
But that's a girl's name. Oh, in this light here, the way you were dressed, I sort of thought maybe you were...
It don't matter. Thanks again, mister. So long.
So long. Cindy Lou. Well, I gave Scar a little touch of my heel. Let's go. Come on, boy. We started off. I figured I'd had about 8 miles to go before I'd reach the Crown Ranch. I hadn't been through this part of the country in quite a spell. But I was pretty certain Floyd Prince would remember me from the old days. He'd sign me on for the summer if he had an opening. Come on, Scar. Come on. It was about 15 minutes later, and I came to the fork in the trail. I saw a wagon rolling along from the south. There was some wagon, too. Almost twice the size of anything I'd ever run into before. And the way the canvas bulged out, it looked like it was loaded to the brim. Well, it stood to reason that this was the traveling mercantile that Cindy Lou had mentioned. Whoa, Scar. Whoa.
Whoa, Peggy. Whoa, Peggy. Easy now. Easy there. Howdy, friend.
Good evening. You're, Mr. DeWitt, I take it.
You take it right, sir, except for that Mr. part. Just call me Friendly, like the rest of the folks. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Something you needin', mister?
No.
Shoelaces, chewing tobacco, flour, salt, kitchen utensils, ammunition, yardage, sewing equipment, anything at all. Just you name it, I got it. Here in my wagon.
Yeah, it sounds like quite an assortment there.
Oh, that's only a part of it. I didn't even touch on my medical supplies.
Oh.
Old Doc Barstow's painkiller, Seth Simple all-purpose salve, Miss Jenny's bunion plasters and corn removers. You got any corns that's troubling you, mister? They're just the thing.
No, I don't do too much walking.
Oh. Some liniment, then?
No, thanks, just the same. I'm in pretty good health.
Well, what about wearing apparel? I got a full line of Levi's shirts, bandanas, cotton and wool socks.
No, I'm afraid I'm just not in the market for anything friendly. The only reason I stopped was to tell you that those folks down the trail were getting kind of anxious about you.
Folks down the trail?
Uh-huh. You know, the farmhouse a couple miles back there.
Well, I just can't imagine who you're talking about, mister. I ain't even headed that way. I'm making a delivery over the Davis Ranch near Evergreen. Davis girl's getting married tomorrow morning. I'm bringing all the paraphernalia for the wedding. You sure somebody in this neighborhood's looking for me?
They seem to be. I don't know the family's name exactly. The girl I bumped into is called Cindy Lou.
Well, that must be Cindy Lou Ames. But why would... Great yellow pumpkins. Hattie Ames. That dress she ordered for her daughter Fern. What time you make it out to be, mister? I ain't unpacked my shipment of alarm clocks yet.
Oh, it must be 7:30.
Well, maybe I can get there before they leave. If I don't, Hattie Ames will skin me alive. Giddy up, Petty. Come on now. Come on, Francis. Come on. I knew there was something else. And I was working on that dress only this morning, too. Shortening the hem. So long, mister. Hope you enjoy the square dance.
Dance? What do you... Come on, Scar. Come on. Dance? What are you talking about?
Well, that's where you're heading, ain't it? The Crown Ranch?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it is. But I didn't know about any dance or anything. I was going to ask Floyd Prince for a job.
You mean tell me you ain't heard about the celebration tonight?
No, not a word.
Well, it's account of Floyd Prince's son. He just come home from schooling back east.
Well, you mean Monty Prince?
Yeah, that's the boy's name.
You know him, mister?
Oh, I used to. He was just a little shaver then. He's all grown up, huh?
Well, he must be 20 or so, somewhere along in there. I guess he'll be taking over the crown one of these days.
I see. Well, I reckon better put off my job hunting until some other time. I wouldn't want to bother Floyd and give him a party. I'll ride along with you for a spell, friendly.
Well, if you're an acquaintance of Floyd Prince's, I imagine you'd be more than welcome at his party. Practically everybody in the neighborhood's been invited.
Maybe so. But fact is, I'm not too good at square dancing. I don't know, but there's just something about my legs. A little too much of them, I reckon.
Well, I just hope you're the only absentee.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, Hattie's daughter, Fern, she was planning to wear this here dress her ma ordered from me.
Oh.
Yeah, like as not, she's having a tantrum right now. She sure takes after Hattie.
She does, huh?
Yes, sir. And mind not delivering her outfit on time, well, there'll be real catastrophe. You see, Hattie's aiming to marry her Fern off to this young Monty Prince. And she'll probably manage it, too. Hattie usually gets her own way. Uh-oh. Look over there, mister. Buggy coming up the trail. That'll be Hattie and Fern on the way to the crown.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Well, it's too late to do anything about the dress now if they're started off. Yeah, the best thing for me to do is to stay out of sight. I'll get my wagon over here under these trees here. Easy, Francis, easy now.
But what do you... They're bound to see you sitting there.
Oh, you don't know Hattie Ames like I do.
What do you mean?
Why, she's as nearsighted as a buffalo. Can't see her hand in front of her face unless she's wearing her bifocals.
Oh.
And she won't be wearing them either. Not if she's heading for a shindig.
Well, what about the daughter?
Well, I told you, Fern takes after her mother. She's as blind as a bat without her spectacles.
I see.
Here they come. There. What did they tell you?
Oh, doggone. They never even glanced over toward us, did they?
No, not a glance. Well, I guess I might as well mosey over to the Davis Ranch. Nice meeting you, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry, friendly. I meant to introduce myself. My name's Ponset, Brick Ponset.
Oh! Why, Mr. Ponset, I didn't recognize you.
Oh, no reason why you should, friendly. No reason you should.
Well, I heard so much about you. And that gun. Here, Mr. Ponset, here. I got me some samples of a new hair tonic. Smells real elegant, too. Maybe you'd like to try it. They say it'll grow fuzz on... Not that there's anything matter with your hair, you understand?
Well, my supply's kind of decreasing. A little tonic might be very handy.
All right, sir. Just a second now. I got it right back here. Here it is.
Ah, thanks, friendly.
My pleasure, Mr. Ponset. My pleasure. Well,
Say, I just happened to think, what happened to the other daughter? Well, that buggy that just went by, there were only 2 women in it. Now, the girl I met back at the farm, she wasn't
Oh, you mean Cindy Lou? Well, she wouldn't be going to Prince's dance.
She wouldn't have.
No. You see, Hattie ain't got much use for her. Cindy ain't Hattie's real kin. She's just stepdaughter.
Oh.
Yeah, Hattie and Fern, well, they just seem to go out of their way to make things miserable for her. Like this here dance, for instance. Everybody knows that Monty Prince and Cindy Lou used to be real friendly when they was kids. Well, she'd probably give her eye tooth to go to that party tonight, see him again, but, well...
It's too bad she can't.
Yeah, but there's nothing anybody can do about it. Why, she don't even have a dress to her name. You know, I've got a hunch she'd be real pretty if Hattie ever allowed her to fix herself up.
Well, she seemed a mighty nice-looking girl to me.
Yeah, sure is. Yeah.
What's the matter?
Why shouldn't Cindy Lou go to that dance tonight? With all the stuff in this wagon, I could fix her up so she'd be the prettiest girl there.
Oh, maybe you could, friendly. Maybe you could.
It'd sure be a good trick to play on Hattie and Fern. Why, if they couldn't tell my wagon at 50 feet, they'd never know Cindy Lou when I got done with her. Come on, Mr. Ponset.
Why?
Well, a girl can't go to square dance all by herself. She's got to have an escort.
Oh, I suppose so. But, now, hold on, friendly. What, you don't mean me?
Well, you're a friend of the princess. You said so yourself.
Why, I'm old enough to be her...
If we don't hurry, Mr. Ponset, the square dance will be all over. Come on. Step lively there, Francis. Come on there, Peggy. Let's start traveling. Come on, Mr. Ponset.
Don't understand, Mr. DeWitt. You mean you want to loan me a dress?
And all the trimmings, Cindy Lou. Before I get done with you, you'll be so dooted up that your own stepmother won't recognize you.
And you want to take me to the dance, Mr. Ponset?
Yeah, sure. That is, if you want to go. Yeah.
Well, that's right kindly of you both, but the fact is, I don't have no interest in attending the doings at the Crown.
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, in that case...
I don't know where you ever got such a notion, Mr. DeWitt. As if I cared anything about seeing Monty Prince again. Why, I haven't even thought of him since he went away to school. Not once.
Well, I reckon your stepsister Fern's done some thinking about him.
A lot of good it'll do her. Monty wouldn't look to... I mean, it's none of my business, one way or the other.
No, I guess it isn't. I'm sorry we bothered you. Let's go, Friendly.
Okay, Mr. Ponson. Night, Cinderella.
Mr. DeWitt.
Was there something you wanted, Cindy?
I guess maybe I'm acting kind of ungrateful. I mean, well, you both did put yourself out for me, and it was real generous of you to do it. I don't suppose it would do me no harm to go to that square dance. For a little while, anyway. If you really want me to.
Well, now, that's more like it. Let's see now. The first thing we got to do is find a dress. You come on out to my wagon, Cindy. We'll pick something that'll make you look like a princess. Yes, sir, a real princess.
Well, I want to tell you, Friendly wasn't very far wrong. That's just exactly how Cindy Lou looked when she came out of that bedroom about half an hour later. And for a minute, we just stood there, just not saying a word, just staring at her.
Is something wrong? Don't I look good enough to go to the dance?
Good enough? Why, Cindy Lou, you're as pretty as a picture. Ain't you, Brett?
Why, she sure is. Well, if you're all ready, Cindy. Well...
there's just one thing. We forgot the shoes.
Shoes?
I don't have any party slippers of my own.
Oh. Well, you see, Cindy Lou, that's about the only item I don't stock in my wagon. I guess you can make do with the shoes you're wearing, can't you?
Oh, I don't see how. I mean, well, look at them yourself.
Yeah, no. No, wait. I am carrying one pair of fancy slippers. They're part of the Davis girls' wedding outfit.
Well?
No. I couldn't loan them to Cindy, though. I got to leave for the Davis ranch as soon as you two start off for the dance. I promised I'd be there first thing in the morning, and it's a good 8 hours drive in that wagon of mine.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Well, it was real nice of you both, anyhow. I'll never forget what you tried to do for me and how I felt when I put on this dress. How wonderful.
Now, hold on, Cindy. Hold on.
It's all right.
Just let me do some figuring here. Let's see. If I was to leave here by midnight, I could be at the Davis place along about 8 a.m. That ought to be early enough. Well, there ain't no reason why you both couldn't be back here before 12 o'clock, is there?
No reason at all.
Well, then I guess the next thing to do is to find out whether them slippers will fit or not. I'll bring them right in.
Well, I just don't know what to say, Mr. Ponce. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. It all seems like something out of a storybook.
You know, Cindy, I was just thinking the same thing.
Well, here you are, Cindy. Try 'em on.
Gee, they sure do look small, don't they?
Yeah? You think you can make it?
I don't... Oh, there. Oh, it is kind of tight, but...
Well, try the other one. If you can get one on, the other ought to go, too.
There.
Good. Now, you going to be able to walk all right?
Oh, I'll be able to walk all right, Mr. DeWitt. The way I feel I could almost fly.
Well, then you better get started. You won't have too long for the dance, you know. And don't forget, Brett, you got to have her back here by midnight.
Don't worry, Friendly. I won't forget.
You are listening to James Stewart as the Six-Shooter, the story of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman whose name has become legend throughout the great Southwest. Now, Act 2 of the story called When the Shoe Doesn't Fit.
hoisted Cindy Lou up on Scar, and she managed to seat herself in front of the saddle. I kind of held on to her to keep her from falling off, and we started off for the Crown Ranch. It took us about 45 minutes to get there, and that party was in full swing when we walked into the parlor.
Rope your cow and brand your calf. Bring your honey an hour and a half.
Floyd Prince came over to the door when he saw us and told me we're more than welcome. He's real nice considering I'd invited myself. I sort of managed to avoid mentioning Cindy Lou's name, and what with all the hubdub, Floyd didn't seem to notice that I hadn't introduced her properly. But Floyd's son, Monty, well, he didn't wait for any introduction. He just took one look at Cindy, and that was the last I saw of her. As far as I could tell, the other girls at the party were just completely out of the picture from then on. I waited until there was an intermission and the dancing, and then I moseyed over to the punch bowl.
Oh, can I help you, Mr. Ponce?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm Mrs. Ames, Hattie Ames.
Oh, how do, Miss Ames?
Oh, Fern, over here, dear. I want you to meet somebody. This is my daughter, Fern, Mr. Ponce.
I'm pleased to meet you, Fern.
Well, speak up. Fern's sort of shy.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, that young lady that you brought to the party, she doesn't seem to be spending much time with you, does she? Oh, that's the trouble when a man brings a pretty girl to a dance. He's apt to find himself all alone. Fern, stop your fidgeting. Of course, now, some girls have character as well as look.
All right,
I say.
Grab your partners for the next dance. And I'll tell everybody going in.
Oh, my goodness. They're starting another dance. Now, Mr. Ponce, don't think that you have to ask my permission to dance with Fern. You just go right ahead.
Yes. Fern? Like I said, I'm not much of a square dancer, but there just didn't seem to be any way of turning Fern down. Well, I guess I should say there wasn't any way of turning her mother down. So, we did our best. Sorry, Fern. As the evening wore on, it didn't look like she had any other partner lined up. Well, I figured it was up to me to sort of fill in. Whoop. Oh, I sure didn't mean to kick you, Fern. There's one thing about her, though. She sure didn't talk a man to death. And somehow the time passed, and the next thing I knew, it was after 11 o'clock. Now, that meant Cindy and I had to be starting home, so I looked around for her, but she wasn't in sight. I excused myself from Fern and headed out to the front porch. Yeah, Cindy was there all right, but the thing that surprised me was she was all alone. Looked like she'd been crying. Cindy.
Oh, Mr. Ponce.
What, are you all right?
Oh, I'm fine, just fine.
Where's Marty?
I don't know.
Well, maybe you'd better find him and say goodnight.
I never want to see him again. Not as long as I live.
Oh. Well, what happened? I thought you two were hitting off real good.
I thought so, too, at first. While we were inside dancing, everything was just wonderful. And then, all of a sudden, he started acting like he didn't care about me at all. Said he couldn't be spending all his time with one girl. He had to dance with some of the others.
Mm-hmm. Well, after all, the party is in his honor.
And that ain't all, Mr. Ponce. He didn't even know who I was.
Well, didn't you tell him?
Well, I thought sure he'd know. I never figured he'd forget me, not in just a few years.
Well, you've changed, Cindy, and the way you're all fixed up tonight.
Oh, that wouldn't matter. Not if Monty really liked me. I'd never forget him. I'd know him no matter how much he changed or how he dressed.
Well, all you had to do was just tell him who you were,
No, I just couldn't. And you mustn't tell him either. You've got to promise me you won't. Now, please, Mr. Ponce.
Mm-hmm. Well, if that's what you want. Well, I think maybe we'd better leave.
Yeah. Well, I'm ready.
You got everything?
I guess so. Why?
I don't know. I just thought maybe you'd lost one of your slippers or...
My slippers? Whatever gave you that idea?
I don't know. I just sort of crossed my mind somehow. Never mind. I'll get Scott. Well, it just goes to show you that stories in real life don't work out the same way. Instead of falling in love, Cindy and Monty Prince were just far away as ever, and even farther. And there didn't seem to be any way of getting them together either. Leastways, he wasn't going to be able to do it by finding one of her slippers at the dance, that's for sure. As a matter of fact, she couldn't have lost a shoe at the dance if she'd wanted to. When we got her home, we found out she couldn't even get them off.
Doggone it, Cindy, you must not be trying. Well, you didn't have as much trouble getting them on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. DeWitt. I'm doing my best. My feet must have swelled up from the dancing or something. The slippers...
Here, let me do it.
Oh, sure.
Why, they're just plain stuck fast.
I know. Maybe in the morning my feet will go back to normal. And then you...
Hey, look out the window there, friendly. Isn't that a buggy out there?
Holy smoke. Fern and Hattie. So long, Cindy. Bye, Britt.
Oh, wait a minute, friendly. I don't want them catching me here either.
But what about the slippers and the wedding tomorrow?
The bride's wearing a long dress, reaches clear down to the floor. She can get married in the bare feet if she has to.
Well, thanks for everything.
Good night, Cindy. I'm sorry things didn't work out better for you, but good night. Well, along about noontime the next day, I was in my hotel room washing up Sunday dinner. They were planning to serve fried chicken and corn fritters and apple pie. The Castle Hotel always put the food on family style, so I figured I'd better be real prompt or there wouldn't be any... Yeah? Yeah, come in. Oh, Monty. Oh, what are you doing in town?
I came to see you, Mr. Ponce.
Oh, that's all.
It's about that girl you brought out to the Crown last night.
Well, I sort of had the impression you weren't too interested in her.
Oh, I'm interested, all right. I wish I wasn't, but I am.
How's that?
Well, you see, Mr. Ponce, before I went back east, I was, I was real fond of another girl. Cindy Lou Ames, her name is.
Oh.
And we sort of promised that we'd wait for each other. But last night, that girl with you, well, she sort of made me forget Cindy.
She did, huh?
For a while, anyway. And then I remembered, and I felt real bad because it didn't seem like I was being fair to Cindy. So I went inside and I left the other girl to herself. But doggone it, all night long I kept thinking about both girls, and they sort of got mixed up in my mind. I couldn't even keep them straight.
Uh-huh. You've got quite a problem there, haven't you?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Good morning, Mr. Ponce. I finally managed to get... Oh.
Cindy Lou.
Hello, Monty.
Golly, it's good to see you. I was hoping you'd be at the dance last night.
Were you?
You know, you haven't changed a bit.
No, I guess I haven't. They're in this paper bag, Mr. Ponce. Those things I borrowed last night.
Oh.
I thought maybe you could return them to Mr. DeWitt for me.
Well, I'm not sure I'll be running into him again, Cindy.
Here, Mr. Ponce. Now be careful. Don't drop... Oh, Mr. Ponce.
Oh, doggone it, Cindy. I just sort of slipped out of my fingers. Well, here, I'll put these party shoes back in the sack. There.
Well, goodbye, and thanks. Goodbye, Monty.
Cindy, wait a minute. Where'd you get those shoes?
I don't know what you mean.
Why, they're the same ones they're exactly the same. Cindy Lou, you were at the square dance last night. You and that other girl... Why, there wasn't any other girl. It was you. No wonder I couldn't get you straightened out in my...
What? are you talking about?
Tell her, Mr. Ponset, what I told you just before she came in.
Well, I think maybe you'd better tell her yourself, Monty. As a matter of fact, I'm kind of anxious to get downstairs while there's still some fried chicken left, so...
Now, you listen to me,
you'll
Cindy.
excuse me.
I've been in love with you ever since I can remember.
I don't believe.
Well, it's true. And it doesn't matter what kind of a dress you wear or how your hair is fixed or...
Well, there wasn't much point in my hanging around to see if Cindy and Monty would finally get together. There's only one way a story like this can end. I guess you know as well as I do. They were just bound to live happily ever after.
The Six Shooter is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is written by Frank Burt and is based on a character created by him.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
How are you this morning, Mr. Bumby?
Huh? Oh, hello, Marshal.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Sam. Is, Kitty around?
Oh, don't know she's up yet, but if she is, she ought to be down soon.
I'll wait.
Nippy this morning.
Oh, feels good. It's a nice time of year, huh?
I don't know. I kind of like spring myself.
Sam, you better wash that glass over.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. Can I get you something? Beer, maybe?
Got any coffee?
Sure. Just made a pot.
Oh, that'll be fine. Her face is something wondrous.
That's pretty, Matt. You got a pretty voice.
Oh, it's good enough for calling hogs, I guess. Yeah. You just got up?
A while ago. Why?
Oh, it just strikes me I haven't seen you close to early like this.
Uh-huh.
No, you look fine. I mean that you...
You better quit while you're ahead.
Yeah, I guess it's...
Where's Sam?
Oh, he's bringing in coffee.
Oh, Sam, cup for me, please.
Sure, Miss Kitty.
What's the occasion, Matt?
Kitty? There's a party tomorrow night, a dance. It's a benefit for the new school down at the hall, you know? And, every fellow's to bring a girl. You know?
It happens at dances. Go on.
Well, what I'm trying to... Will you go? With me?
I'd kind of like to, Matt, but no thanks.
Oh.
Well, I got to work here. You know that. Besides...
Well, you ought to be able to get off.
Well, even if I could, ladies might not take kindly to it, Matt. I'm not rightly polite society.
What do you care about what...
Well, thanks anyway, Matt. That smells wonderful. Sammy, I think I'll marry you.
Me? Shucks. Me? Oh, shucks.
Listen, Kitty, about the dance, I've already bought the
You're
tickets.
sweet, Matt, and I thank you kindly for thinking of me, but you better ask someone else.
Well, it isn't... Sam, will you go and polish up your glasses, please?
Oh, sure, Mr. Dillon. Sure.
Now, look, Kitty, I'm asking you to go with me. It's important to me that you go.
Are you making love to me, Matt? At this hour in the morning?
No, I mean it. I want you to go to the dance.
You want to be embarrassed. You want everyone to stare at us. You know what they'll say? My, the marshal really should have better sense than to bring that woman here. It ain't decent. It ain't proper.
Oh, Kitty.
Well, it's true. I'm a hostess at the Texas Trail, a saloon. You know what they think about me.
Well, will you go, Kitty?
No.
I'll call by for you at 7, huh?
I'll drink a bottle of whiskey and clout some old biddy on the head. Then you'll be sorry.
Oh, Kitty.
I haven't got anything to wear, Matt. I can't wear my working clothes.
You look just fine like you are, Kitty. Just fine, just like you are.
Marshal.
Yeah.
I shouldn't, but I guess I'll go to the dance with you. I'll be ready at 7.
How do you talk about a woman like Kitty? The color of her hair, eyes, the shape of her leg, the way she spoke, thought. Well, that's a picture you had to get by looking and hearing. Otherwise, you'd never know it. And I felt real good about taking Kitty to the party. The first time we'd really be out in company. And I liked the idea.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Good morning, Chester.
Nice day.
What is that?
That, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, all over my desk. That. Ink.
Yes, sir, I know. I was just cleaning it up, Mr. Dillon. Seemed like a big bluebottle fly, last of his kind this fall, I guess. Big fool bluebottle fly was a-setting on your desk, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, you're slopping it all over the floor, Chester.
Yes, sir, I see it. That lazy fool bluebottle fly was a-stomping all over your desk, Mr. Dillon, and I took a whack at him with a paper I happened to have in my hand, and I got him.
Well, thanks a lot.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Dillon. If there's anything in this world I hate, it's a big, maggoty bluebottle fly.
Yeah, I know, Chester. The mail come in yet?
Yes, sir. A couple of minutes ago. It's right over there.
Oh, okay.
There. I think that should do it, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester.
Anything likely in the mail, Mr. Dillon?
No. Look, Chester, we better get these government circulars posted. Would you do that for me?
Yes, sir, I'll do that. Say, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
About the dance tomorrow.
Now, what about it?
Well, you're going, aren't you, sir? Doc's going. He's taking Ms. McNish. I'm going. Everybody's going. You are going, aren't you, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I'm going.
Don't seem right, a man here standing not to go to a big social like we're... You are?
Yes.
Well, that's fine. Just fine. Doc and me, we were talking, and it just didn't seem right to us that a man like you didn't have no real nice, sweet girl to escort to a big social.
I got one, Chester. A real nice, sweet girl. I'm taking Kitty.
Miss Kitty?
I asked her before I came down, and she accepted.
Well, that's good. Miss Kitty.
That's right, Chester. I got a couple of letters off to Washington, Chester. You want to go and see about posting those circulars, huh?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Ah, fine.
Mr. Dillon?
Oh, what is it, Chester?
Well, Mr. Dillon, it ain't none of my business, and I did not have no right to say it.
Say what?
Well, sir, I...
Yeah?
I was wondering if I might borrow one of them fancy ties off you for the party.
That's not your business. That's what you haven't got any right to say.
Yes, sir. No, that's right.
You're a liar, Chester. But you can borrow a tie.
I thank you kindly, Mr. Dillon.
You work for a long time with a man, and you share a lot of life and a lot of death. And after a while, you know him even better than yourself. Well, that's the way it is with Chester and with me. Now, he had something on his mind, and I figured after a while he'd get it off. Well, the morning went, and it was almost noon when Chester came back.
Gonna go have some dinner, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I think I will. How about you?
Hungry as a ragglebone possum.
Did you get the posters up?
Yes, sir.
Well, okay, let's go.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
I guess there's something you ought to know, sir. There's talk.
Yeah. All right, Chester, come on, get it out.
It's all over town about you taking Miss Kitty to the dance tomorrow night.
What do you mean, all over town? I only asked her this morning.
Yes, sir, I know. Best I can figure, Sam over at the Texas Trail must have heard you and let it slip. There's been a mighty fierce mess of gum clobbering up and down all over.
All right. Thanks for telling me, Chester.
It ain't none of my business.
Yeah, I know. You said that before.
Yes, sir. I surely did.
Well, let's go get something to eat. It's hard to tell about people. Maybe it's hard to tell about yourself because you come under that same heading, people. And when they're mean and small, there's not an animal to touch them. Chester and I walked down the street, and it didn't take long to hear and see what was going on. Some of the drifters leaning against the wall on the corner came right out with it.
Morning, Marshal. I understand there's a Gallantine's got herself a new boat.
What did you say?
Maybe you ought to look into it, Marshal. Folks are being downright rude.
Mister, you're gonna... Come on, Chester.
Ought to haul them in. Every one.
Yeah? What are you going to charge them with?
Pestilence, Mr. Dillon. Just plain pestilence.
I knew better what Kitty had meant about the ladies of the town when a couple came out of Olivet's dry goods store. They didn't see me until it was too late.
Complain to the dance committee. It's indecent, that's what it is. Why, she's common. Nothing but a common saloon woman. What's this city coming to when a United States Marshal... Ooh.
Morning, Miss Sprinkle. When a man's born, they say he's blessed or cursed with a lot of things already in him. Take pride, for instance. Sometimes pride can be a curse. Well, maybe I had more in my share. And maybe it would have been a sight kinder if I'd not taken Kitty to the dance. But I did.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this hint for weekend driving. Whatever you do, be moderate. Be obedient to all traffic laws. Be careful. Use your head and don't take chances. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
I picked up Kitty at the Texas Trail at 7 the next evening. She was waiting by the side door, and when I saw her, she kind of moved back in the shadows, almost as though she was ashamed for me to see her. Hi.
Hello, Matt.
Are you all set?
Well, I guess so. Matt, are you sure?
Hey, Kitty, you look fine. You look just fine.
Do you like it?
Yeah. Yeah, I like it. We walked along the street down to the hall, and I kept looking at her like I say, you know, you had to know this, Kitty, to understand what I mean, and even then you get a surprise. She was like a 17-year-old on her first date, and she was like all the women you'd ever known and loved, soft and innocent. And something else, something that's female, and you can't figure out what. Something that makes you drunk without a drink inside you. It was snowing a little, and the flakes caught in her hair and melted into the black of her velvet cloak. And just before we went in, I looked at her again. And I didn't care. I was proud she was with me.
Oh, evening, Marshal Dillon.
Evening, Miss Murphy. You know Miss Russell?
How do? You have your tickets, Marshal Dillon?
Oh, yeah. Here we are.
Fine. Go right in, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Murphy. Is there somewhere I can put my cloak?
Oh, yes, of course. The ladies' reception room is right through there. I didn't catch the name.
Catherine Russell, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. I'll wait for you.
Thanks. You better.
I could see them through the big open doors in the hall. They were all there. Faces flushed, smiling, happy, dancing. And all the women seemed pretty and the men handsome. And Chester was up on the platform calling the dance, and Doc was fiddling. And I was waiting for my dancing partner, Miss Kitty Russell.
Now run away home and sing your own and leave my buffalo gal alone. Then promenade all and around you go.
Hi. What took you so long?
I'm sorry, Matt. I had a skirmish with one of the genteel females in there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What says she? You know, I get the idea I'm not welcome around here.
Let's go in and get some punch, huh?
Sure.
How are you, John? Oh, that's a nice dress, Kitty.
I haven't worn it since a few years back in New Orleans.
Hey, Marshal. Oh, Miss Kitty.
It's Doc.
Well, hiya.
Oh, fine, Doc.
Hello, Doc.
I say, we got a bottle of whiskey outside. You care to join us? Oh, this punch.
Not right now, thank you, Doc.
Oh, well, sure. Say, Miss Kitty, I saw you come in. Best-looking woman in here. Oh, there's lots of scratching going on.
Thank you, Doc.
If you see Mrs. McNish, don't tell her where I am, will you? Man gets kind of dry fiddling.
Oh, well, so long.
So long, Doc.
Punch, Marshal Dillon.
Kitty?
I guess so.
Mr. Sprinkle, have you met Miss Catherine Russell? No, I'm afraid I haven't.
You got a short memory, Mr. Sprinkle.
Huh?
I could have swore it was you in the Texas Trail a couple of weeks back. Drunker than a hoot owl. Don't you remember I had to slap your face?
I think...
Edward? Edward?
Yes, dear.
You let somebody else take care of the punch. I want you to come with me.
I promised. I'm on the committee.
Evening, Miss Sprinkle.
I have no wish to speak to you, Marshal Dillon, or this woman you've brought with you. I will not have my husband serving such people.
Aren't you being a trifle bad-mannered, Miss Sprinkle?
How dare you say that?
Well, aren't you?
I suggest that you leave, Marshal.
Emmy.
You're not wanted here. Not with that woman you've seen fit to bring.
Come on, Matt. I want to go.
No. This is a public dance, Miss Sprinkle. Right now, you're trying to make it private. If you can't behave like a lady, I'll thank you to leave this lady's presence.
Well, now, see here, Marshal. You can't talk like that to my wife.
Hey, Kitty! What do you say, Kitty?
Matt, please. I want to go.
We're not going anywhere. We're staying.
How about some music? All right now, folks. It'll be a waltz this time.
Thanks for the punch, Mr. Sprinkle. Come on, Kitty.
I warned you, Matt. Now, please, will you take me out of here before something happens?
Nothing's going to happen, Kitty. You and me are going to dance. Have a good time. That's all.
You're acting like a kid. Matt, it won't work. I've seen this kind of thing before.
May I have this dance, Miss Kitty?
Please, Matt. You're being pig-headed and you know it. Let's get out.
You refusing me, Miss Kitty?
Oh, Matt.
We danced. But it wasn't what I hoped it'd be. Kitty closed her eyes. I guess she was trying to blot it out, but I could see the other couples looking, whispering, and one by one dropping away over into a small group that got larger. And there were only about 6 of us left when the waltz ended. And that's when the stranger and a couple of his pals walked out onto the floor. They were drifters, probably been in town for a week. And they were having their fun before they moved on.
Marshal, I got a painful duty.
Yeah?
Folks in this town seem real upset about you bringing that woman in here.
What's your name?
I'm just a fella. I kind of made myself and my friends here a committee of 3, seeing as how everything's done by committees here, and we figured it would be best if you take your friend home.
Mister, I'm the marshal in
Matt,
Dodge City, and
I'm leaving.
You're staying here, Kitty.
She's smarter than you, Marshal.
Everything all right?
Everything's
Dillon?
fine, Chester.
This ain't a matter of law, you know, Marshal. It's decency and what's right. Yeah, and Marshal, this ain't right.
Mister, I'm taking this badge off. Chester, you stay here with Kitty.
Matt, don't you do it.
Now, come
Matt.
on outside. You. We're going to talk some more about this out there.
It's cold outside. Now, you be a good fella and get out of where you ain't wanted.
You know I won't hit you in here, don't you?
Were you thinking of doing that, Marshal? Now, that ain't lawful. I ain't done nothing.
Kitty. Kitty, wait.
Now there's a gal with sense.
All right, mister. Now, I'm telling you, you and your pals are going to have to come out sooner or later, and when you do, you better start hightailing it out of Dodge before I catch up with you.
We'll think of that. We sure will, Marshal.
Just 3 no-good drifters, hating the law, finding pleasure in trouble. Kitty had gone, and I went out into the street. It had stopped snowing. Just cold. Much colder. I went up to the Texas Trail. There was only 2 people in there. Some guy dead drunk on a table, and someone else standing at the bar, looking into the mirror at me.
What do you have, Mr. Dillon?
Nothing, Sam.
Yeah. Well, I got some things to do in the back. You give me a call if anyone comes in, will you?
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry, Kitty.
Shut up.
I'm sorry.
I'm bad. Bad.
Oh, Kitty. Oh, it's all right. Sure, it's all right.
I'm so mad. I could...
Yeah, I know.
I should have known better.
No, it was me, not you. No, it wasn't that either. It was all those polite ladies and gentlemen.
Give me a kerchief, will you?
Yeah. Here.
It's been a long time since I cried.
Yeah, sure.
It wasn't so much for me. For you. I wanted to cry right there in the hall, watching you and knowing there was nothing you could do.
Nice mess of people we got in Dodge.
No, it's not them, Matt. It's me. I've run into this before. The only difference was I didn't have you around. I wanted it to be right tonight because of you.
A lot of narrow-minded prayer spouting.
Yeah. They hurt your pride, didn't they?
No, it wasn't that.
No?
No, I wanted you to go with me.
That made me real happy. But maybe we're different, Matt. You and me figure life different to them. That's not their fault. There's a lot of folks there I know. I smile at them on the street. They talk to me. But tonight, well, that was different. I made them uncomfortable.
Yeah? Well, I didn't do a bad job with you.
Oh, you can't look at it that way. And you can't go fighting the whole town either.
There's 3 fellas going to get hurt.
No, I don't want you to do that, Matt. You just let it go. Let it go, Matt. They don't mean nothing. You know what means something to me?
What?
That you asked me to go to the dance with you. I knew what was going to happen, but it was worth the chance. I thank you for it, Matt.
You're a funny one.
Am I?
But you sure showed them up, those women. The way you look.
Well, I'm glad. You know, you look pretty fine yourself.
Sam?
Yeah?
You got any champagne, Sam?
What? Have I got any what?
Champagne.
Well, yeah. I guess maybe. A bottle or two? Yeah, maybe. Sure.
Well, break it out.
All right.
Miss Kitty, I think the next dance is mine.
Oh, Matt. I'd be real pleased, Mr. Dillon.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vivi Janis, Bob Sweeney, Lawrence Dobkin, and Mary Lansing. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNair is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter, just one of the many great stars brought to you Sundays on NBC. Every Sunday, hear Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy in The Marriage, Sir Laurence Olivier on Theatre Royal, Lawrence Tibbett with the Golden Voices, Helen Hayes, Frederick March, Rex Harrison, and Lily Palmer on the NBC Star Playhouse. All of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company present James Stewart as the six-shooter. A transcribed series of dramas based on the life of Britt Ponset, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of The Six-Shooter. Have you heard about the Joneses? They're going to Europe for 6 weeks. They'll start in England, then visit Holland, Belgium, France, and Italy. It'll be a wonderful trip, a lifelong dream come true. And someday, it can be your turn to do just as they did. Put your money where it will earn $4 for every $3 you invest in United States savings bonds. Start planning today. United States savings bonds can take you to Europe, too. Now, Act One of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
There were over 400 head in the McAdams herd, 400 white-faced Texas cattle, and only 3 of us to shove them along the trail to Abilene. But the McAdams boys had promised me a tenth of whatever the herd brought, so I signed on for the drive. And it looked like I was going to earn the money, too. There'd been a cloudburst the second night out. Well, it sounded like we might be heading into some more bad weather. The sky was all black and purple, and the wind began blowing up little balloons of dust. Thunder made the steers restless. They still remember that first storm. They didn't like the idea of going through another one. All right, come on now. Come on, cattle. Hi-ya. Hi, cattle. I can see the rain now. It hadn't hit us yet. It's still a couple of miles ahead, but I could see it real plain. Streaking down across the sky like little silver lines on a gray blackboard. In the canyon where we were, the sun was still shining. It gave me a sort of funny feeling. Rain and sunshine all at once, sort of like being 2 places at the same time. Right McAdams, he came pounding up from behind and reined up alongside of me and Scar.
Oh. What do you think, Britt?
Well, if that wind don't change, we'll be getting wet inside of 15 minutes.
Don't look like it'll change.
No, afraid not.
And I guess we might as well keep on going. It'll be easier to handle if we're out of this canyon when the storm hits.
Yeah.
I'll ride up and tell Norm.
Okay.
Norm! Hey! Yeah? Get the lad out. Keep moving.
What's the hurry? Is weak enough for you?
Do as I tell you. Stop beeping.
Okay. Come on, move it.
Norm will speed him up, Britt. I'm going back and see if there ain't no stragglers.
Want me to give Norm a hand?
No, I can handle it myself. It's about time he learned how.
All right, you're the boss.
Yeah. Just keep an eye on him, Britt.
Sure. That lightning had hit a pine tree about 50 yards up the side of the canyon. And when it toppled over, it started a couple of boulders rolling down the side of the ravine toward us. That was all the cattle needed to set them off. One of the longhorns took a look at the rock and let out a bawl that told the other animals to get out of his way.
Hey, stop them, Norm! Stop them before they stand here!
Life circled around and galloped over toward his brother. But Norm wasn't waiting for him. No. I saw him head up the slope of the canyon, and it looked to me like he didn't intend to stop anything. All he cared about was getting out of the way. So I dug my heels into Star's flanks. We rode right into the middle of the herd. If I could split them in half, only part of them would tear loose, even in a stampede. Rife was in front of the herd now. The lead steer turned off. A couple of more shots, the rest was following. There we are. I knew there wasn't going to be any stampede. Not now, anyway. Rife had stopped him just in time. It's night going, Rife.
Somebody had to do it.
Yeah.
What happened to you?
Horse bolted. Almost threw me.
Yeah?
Guess he was scared.
The horse?
That's what I said.
Yeah. Well, here comes the rain.
It looks like this is the tail end of it, though. Probably wouldn't have been more in a shower.
We better keep moving anyhow. You take over up here, Britt. Norm will riding back with me.
Sure.
Your horse all right now?
I guess so.
Okay, let's go.
About half an hour later, the rain let up. It was nearly sundown, and a green-yellow rainbow arched up over the hills to the east, and Rife decided to make camp for the night. Neither of the McAdams brothers said much during supper, and afterwards Norm sort of moved off a couple of yards from the campfire and started playing his mouth organ.
What you staring at, Rife?
Huh?
You heard me.
I don't know what you mean.
You've been watching me ever since this afternoon when my horse bolted. You've been looking at me the way you used to look when I was a kid and done something you thought was wrong.
We almost had a stampede today, Norm.
Almost?
You was riding front, man. You was the one to stop it.
I suppose you've never been on a horse that ran away with you.
You was always able to handle that Palomino before.
Why do you have to keep nagging? I'm no cattleman. I didn't want to come on this drive in the first place.
It's our herd.
It's your herd. It was up to me would have sold the ranch years ago.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe we ought to sell out. We'll talk about it when we get back home.
Hold up a minute. Thought it was my turn to look after the cattle tonight.
It's been a pretty hard day. You're probably tired. I'll wait.
I'm no more tired than you are.
Okay, Norm.
I'll be over on that hill over yonder.
Well, you're not serious, right, about selling out, are you?
There's something in what Norm says. He's no cattleman.
Well, maybe not, but you are.
I can always get work somewhere. Carrie'd probably be happier in town anyway.
Carrie?
My wife.
Oh, well, I didn't know you were married, right?
Yep, last winter. She's staying with her folks in Bradley while we take the cattle north.
Is that so?
Carrie's a fine girl, Britt, younger than I am, about Norm's age. Young and pretty. You'll like her, everybody does. Yeah, even Norm. First time in our life him and me have ever agreed on anything or anybody.
Well,
she told me not to take him with us on this drive, said he'd never make it. I should have listened to her.
Now, he's pretty young, right? This is his first cattle drive. For all we know, his horse maybe did run away with him, you know?
Norm did the running, not his horse. He's no good, Britt. I guess it's my fault. I guess I brung him up wrong, but he's no good.
You're not his father. You're not to blame for how he turned out.
I'm the only father he ever had. Our old man died when Norm was just a baby, and Ma just lasted a couple of years after that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was 13, practically full-grown when she passed on, but Norm was only 4. She made me promise I'd look after him, see he got his schooling and a chance to mount to something. Yeah. Fire's almost out.
Oh, here, I'll fix it.
I sent him to school, bought him books, but he wouldn't stick it out. It was too much like work. That's his real trouble, Britt. He's lazy, he's selfish. Expects everything to be handed to him all tied up in a fancy ribbon. Like this afternoon, he wasn't afraid of the cattle. He just couldn't be bothered stopping them. He didn't care that much.
Well, maybe he's had it too easy, right? Maybe if the chips are down, he'd surprise you.
Maybe. Well, I'm not making the same mistake again. Not with my own kid.
With your own? What?
Yeah. Carrie's expected. He might be here by now, for all I know.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. I'll buy you a cigar and have it.
Yeah, all right. Oh, well, that's fine. Well, I guess maybe it's time to turn in, I think.
I ain't very sleepy. I think I'll go up and, well, see if Norm's all right. Oh, doggone it, Britt, he is my kid brother.
Sure, I know, right? Sure.
Good night.
Good night. I banked the fire for the night and spread out my bedroll. The moon came up, full moon, kind of a moon you ought to have after a rain. I stretched out flat. except for a couple of rocks right in the small of my back. Well, I felt about as comfortable as a man has a right to feel. Right?
No. It's me.
Oh. I thought you were looking after the herd.
Rife's come nosing around. Guess he don't trust me. So if he wants to stay up all night, that's his business.
Sorry.
Yeah, we got nothing but heroes on this drive.
How do you figure that?
Well, you're the six-shooter, ain't you? Supposed to be the fastest man with a gun west of Kansas City. East of there, too, from the way folks tell it.
No, you shouldn't believe everything you hear, Norm.
I don't. I don't believe you're any faster with a gun than the next man.
Probably not.
I don't believe you're any faster than me. See that white rock over there? Well?
You're good.
Go ahead. It's your turn.
Well, I'm afraid I'm sort of out of practice of shooting at rocks. I used to do it, but I haven't tried it recently.
What do you mean by that? I'm still a kid?
I didn't mean anything. You're a good shot. Now, good night.
Maybe you think it was an accident I hit it. I hit it. I can do it again. There. See that?
Good night.
Oh.
Ground was kind of damp and cold all night, but it didn't keep me from sleeping. And when I finally woke up, the sun was just starting to shove the sky away from over my head. A couple of seconds, I couldn't quite decide whether to open my eyes or not, but the smell of coffee made me make up my mind. Oh! Morning.
Morning. Want some Java?
Ah, thanks. Where's Norm?
Taking a bath?
Taking a bath?
Yeah. Found a water hole the other side of the hill.
Oh.
He'll be back any minute. Trust Norm to keep himself duded up. Wouldn't surprise me if he showed up wearing a clean shirt.
Yeah. Well, you can't blame a fellow for... Yeah, what's this? Oh, that looks like a letter. Oh, here, it's yours.
Mine?
Well, it says Love, Carrie. Isn't that your wife's name? Carrie?
Yeah.
Oh, here.
Read it to me, Britt.
What?
Out loud. Read me what it says.
Well, I'm not interested in somebody else's mail, Ralph. I especially love letters.
Is that what it is?
Well, you ought to know. It's yours, isn't it?
No, Britt, it ain't. Carrie ain't never written me. She knows I can't read. It's Norm that had the schooling. Remember, Britt? I told you last night.
Yeah, I remember.
Read me what it says. Go on, Britt. Read it.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in a moment. First, a word from Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment.
You'll be glad this winter you bought a Coleman heater this fall. Yes, as you sit back in your easy chair, snug and comfortable, you'll be glad you bought a Coleman heater. You'll enjoy floor-to-ceiling warmth in those rooms you could never heat before.
Get your Coleman oil or gas heater now during Coleman's big bonus sale. Here's what you get.
First bonus, a new low price.
Yes, now you can get a dependable Coleman automatic heater at a new low price.
Second bonus, a new low operating cost.
Coleman saves you up to 25% on heating bills because Coleman gives you maximum heat from your fuel.
Third bonus, a 32-piece set of Libby's Safe Edge glassware worth $14. It's free with your new Coleman heater.
Get 3 big bonuses. Get your Coleman oil or gas heater now during Coleman's big bonus sale. This sale is for a limited time only.
So see your Coleman dealer tomorrow. You'll find his name and address in your telephone directory.
Now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
The sun was warming the back of my neck as I stood there facing Rife, holding that piece of lavender paper in my hand. I looked down at the letter and then up at Rife again. He was just standing there, waiting, not moving. Not any part of him moving except the vein in his throat that jumped out a little throbs.
I'm waiting, Britt.
Now, it's not my letter, Rife, and I guess it isn't yours.
It concerns me, don't it? It's from Carrie. It's from my wife.
Well, that's between you and her.
I want to know what it says, what she's been writing to Norm about.
Go ahead, Britt. Read it to him. Oh, maybe you'd rather I told you what it says, Rife. It says, Carrie loves me. That she'll always love me, and it goes into detail.
You rotten little whelp! Stay where you are, Rife. You think that gun will stop me? I'll break your neck.
You're walking right into it, Rife.
Now, put it away, Norm. You wanted a sample of my shooting last night. You put that gun away and you'll get it.
What am I supposed to do? Take you both on?
This isn't my argument. It'll take 3 of us to get that herd to Abilene. I just want to be sure there'll be 3 of us to do it.
There ain't going to be 3, Britt. You've taken everything from me. All your life you've taken everything, but you're not taking Carrie.
All right, that's enough, Rife. Come on now. I meant what I said about finishing that drive. 2 men may not make it, and I'm going to be sure I'm not going to lose that money you promised me. Now, come on. Now, straighten up here. What's the matter with you? You both able to ride now? Yeah. All right. Norm, what about you?
Sure.
All right, now, come on. Let's get started. I dumped out the coffee and covered up the fire while Norm got the horses. We saddled up and got the herd underway. Norm moved out to the front, and I stayed in the middle. Rife brought up the rear. I figured it'd be just as well if I stayed between them. I looked back a couple of times, and whenever I did, I saw Rife staring at Norm, watching every move he made. But he didn't say a word. All day long, he didn't say a word. And then at supper time, Rife, he sat off one side just pecking at his food. I noticed there's nothing wrong with Norm's appetite, though.
Any more beans?
Yeah, it looks like you finished them up, Norm.
Oh?
You're kind of hungry tonight, huh?
Why not? Just a kid still doing my growing. At least that's what some people think.
Uh-huh. Well, as long as you're so full of energy, maybe you wouldn't mind looking after the cattle, huh?
Huh?
Well, you missed your turn last night, didn't you?
Say, you taking over this outfit, Ponce?
No. Just a suggestion.
I guess somebody's got to run things. Don't look like my brother's holding a very tight rein. See you in the morning.
Yeah. Come on, Rife. How about some shut-eye?
Okay.
Good night.
Night.
I waited till Rife dropped off, and I closed my eyes. I didn't sleep very long, though. But an hour later, something woke me up. At first, I thought it was a coyote. And then I saw Rife edging off through the brush. You going somewhere, Rife?
Huh?
Coyote woke you up, too, huh?
Yeah.
That gun ain't gonna do much good if you're figuring on killing it, Rife.
What do you mean?
It's empty, Rife.
You ain't got no right to interfere.
Oh? I'm just thinking about that 10% of the herd.
I'm gonna kill him, Britt. You can't stop me. Nobody can.
He's your brother.
No, he ain't. Not anymore. Would a brother do what he did to me? I ain't never had anything I could really call my own. If he wanted something, he took it. I never stopped him. But Carrie's my wife. She belongs to me, and this time I'm going to stop him.
Well, hadn't you better wait and talk it over with her?
I waited too long already. Why do you think she didn't want Norm to go with us on this drive? It wasn't because she was afraid he'd never make it. She wanted him there, with her. And at a time like this, she's...
Easy now, Rife.
Probably want to take over the baby, too, when it comes along.
No, come on now. You've got to get some sleep now. You'll feel better in the morning. Come on now.
No, I won't feel better in the morning, Britt. I won't feel no better until I'm even with him.
I guess none of the 3 of us got much sleep that night, and by noontime the next day, that saddle of mine was a little harder than usual. I'd been sort of keeping my eye on Rife. He was still riding behind me. But the sun was getting hot, and I was kind of drowsy, so I just sort of jogged along for the next few miles, not paying much attention to anything or anybody. If Scar hadn't given me a jolt, easy, boy, easy now. I wouldn't have looked around and I wouldn't have seen that we were coming into a gorge. It was very narrow, barely wide enough for the herd, and the rock walls jutted up at a sharp angle, too steep for a horse to climb. By the time I got my bearings, it was too late. This was just the kind of a place Wright was looking for. I couldn't see him now, but I knew he was doing the firing, and I knew why. He was trying to stampede the cattle. And there in the gorge, Norm wouldn't be able to get out of the way. There was no chance of getting back to stop Wright. All I could do was just jam right into the middle of the herd. Come on, boy. Now, come on. Come on. Come on. Scar fought his way past a couple of steers. I tried to keep them under control, but the ones from the rear started pressing forward in earnest, and there just wasn't no holding the rest of them. And we was right in it now, a real stampede. This was Wright's way of killing his brother, and I wasn't so sure I was going to fare any better than Norm. A couple of the cows shoved against us, almost toppled us over. Scar was pretty certain to lose his footing before we could get much further, and I jerked out my gun. I cleared us a little path, but the cattle plugged up before we get through. All of my shooting was just making things worse. There was nothing to do now but just give Scar his head, let him run with it. I hadn't had time to worry about Norm. I didn't know what had happened to him. I didn't even think about him until it... Hey, that wasn't Wright firing. That wasn't Wright firing. That was from up ahead. Well, the herd was half crazy now. They'd been shot at from all directions. They didn't know where to turn now. I rose up in my stirrups and looked forward. Norm was holding his ground at the mouth of the gorge. He could have gotten away, all right, but he was holding his ground. I hadn't lifted myself up. Maybe I would have been able to hang on when the cattle twisted around and started changing direction. As it was, Scar held his ground, flattened out behind a rock. That was the only thing that saved my neck. I rolled under him. The cattle, as they swung around, started heading back to the water. In a couple of minutes, I was in the clear. The cattle passed me by. I pulled myself up to my feet, and I looked around. The herd was still out of control. They're charging out the other end of the gorge, and then I got a flash of Wright. Norm must have heard it too. Right! Norm came pounding past me, firing at all the way like a crazy man, trying to get through to his brother. The herd had moved on almost out of sight now before I saw Rife again. He was lying on the ground in a smear of sticky red dust, and Norm was there bending over him when I got up to him.
You all right, Rife?
I started him, Norm. I figured you'd try to get out of the way, but you didn't run. You stopped him. He stopped him, didn't he, Britt?
Yeah.
I didn't mean for him to turn on you, Rife. I swear I didn't.
I know that. I saw you trying to get through to me. Why did you want to help me, Norm? I started them so they'd kill you. Why did you want to help me?
You're my brother. You're all I've got, all I've ever had.
You hear that, Britt? You don't hate me?
Rife, listen. About Carrie. About that letter.
It's all right, Norm. I don't blame you. I don't blame Carrie.
But she loves you, Rife. That letter was written a long time ago, before you and her were married, before she even knew you.
A long time ago?
Yeah, I've carried it with me ever since. I was in love with her, but she wasn't in love with me, not ever. And when you come along, she realized that she's never had anything to do with me since. I only kept the letter so I could show it to you, and you got to riding me the way you did yesterday.
You're telling the truth.
You know I am, don't you?
Yeah, I guess I do. Sure. I guess I've known it all along. When Carrie told me about us having a baby, I was so happy and proud it almost spilled over. I guess a man couldn't feel that way if he wasn't sure of his wife.
Take it easy, Rife. Now, don't try talking too much.
What's the matter with you, Britt? You think them cattle finished me?
No, of course not.
You said it'd take all three of us to get to Abilene. That's the way it's going to be. All three of us.
Sure.
You and Norm and me. Maybe a while before I can get on my legs, but you just give me a couple of hours rest while you're rounding up the herd. A couple of hours and I'll be around to...
Life. He's dead, Norm.
But he can't be. He was feeling better. You heard him.
Well, a man don't always know when he's dying, Norm. Sometimes a man's lucky.
Britt,
Yeah.
It's only kids that cry, ain't it? I guess this makes me a kid.
No, I wouldn't say that, Norm. I'd say you've done a lot of growing up today. We buried Rife there at the mouth of the gorge and went off to round up the cattle again. We managed to find most of them, and about a week later we hit Abilene. All during that week, I kept wanting to ask Norm about that letter from Carrie, if it was true what he told Rife, if it really had been written a couple of years ago. But somehow, I don't know, the subject never came up. Leastwise, I never found a good time for bringing it up. Besides, it really wasn't any of my business.
Beginning tomorrow night, Fibber McGee and Molly return to the air in a new series of programs. Yes, beginning tomorrow night, you'll hear those wonderful folks from 79 Wistful Vista, Fibber McGee and Molly, every night, Monday through Friday on NBC. As a matter of fact, this is the week that will see 28 new programs beginning on the NBC Radio Network. And you'll find that an evening with NBC Radio is an evening sure to entertain. So make a date to keep your dial set where you hear the familiar NBC chimes. Your invitation to the best in radio programming.